Yeah, okay. Let me get it straight here. Okay. The recent nuclear accident in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, alerts the public there will be more and more such occurrences, since the incidence of accidents will always increase with the number of plants in operation over a period of time, stupidity and negligence remaining constants. Now, the difference between nuclear and other disasters is not just that the initial or directly sequential casualties could be vastly higher, running into the hundreds of thousands. Much more crucial is the issue of long-range cumulative damage to the human genetic pool. And responsible biologists bluntly warn it's dirty enough already. This is something none of the apologists for nuclear power want to talk about or hear about. I recollect 2 years ago in Newcastle-on-Tyne, I was on a panel with a Dr. Pike, called himself a scientist. And he was defending, in fact, extolling the expansion of nuclear installations. Responsible politicians know what they are doing. Nuclear power plants in England have a splendid safety record. They seem to consider it a purely local issue. And I said to him, well, Dr. Pike, as a scientist yourself, you are doubtless acquainted with the fruit fly experiments, in which generations of fruit flies exposed to radiation have clearly demonstrated that there are no favorable mutations resulting from such radiation levels as would be massively released in a major industrial accident. The fruit flies all mutated, to be sure, wouldn't you? And all the mutations observed were unfavorable, grossly unfavorable. Just let me ask you one question, Doctor. Do you want to see your own daughter born with two cunts? So this accident blows over. What about the next one, and the one after that? And the steady leak of low-level radiation as folks go around moaning, load, I don't even feel like a human. And the cancer rate goes up and up and up. No doubt about it. The increase in low-level radiation is one of the heaviest factors in the increased incidence of cancer. An intrepid reporter investigating this correlation contracted leukemia and lost all his hair in the service. I saw him on TV. Now, if we see the Earth as a spaceship and go further to invoke a comparison of a lifeboat, it is a vital concern to all of us in this lifeboat. If the officers pollute the supply of food and water, distribute supplies on a grossly inequitable basis, or worst of all, conspire to blow the boat out from under us. And what more blatant evidence of a knower conspiracy than the development and use of an atom bomb in the first place? As the founding father Philip Oppenheimer said, we have become Shiva, destroyer of worlds. He said it on TV and wiped a tear out of the corner of his eye. And various top brasses appeared to say it was a very difficult decision. They're talking about the decision to drop the atom bomb on Hiroshima. And I thought, God defend us all from a difficult decision in the Pentagon. Nobody does more harm than folks who feel bad about doing it. Now, at the time these difficult decisions were being made, top physicists, including Oppenheimer, entertained the possibility of a chain reaction igniting the atmosphere. However, he decided it was worth taking that chance to end the war and save white lives. Now, the present-day apologists of nuclear power are leaning very far in the other direction. No, not a single death or serious injury. Not true, incidentally. Well, there is some danger, but look at all the people killed in cars What are you going to do? Take people's cars away from them? It's a calculated risk. A calculated risk, is it? Well, whose calculations? A Russian scientist has said we will travel not only in space but in time as well. And that's what I'm doing in the gay gun going back to the 19th century. Now let us go back 100 years. Back to the days of pure air and clean water. Passenger pigeons abound in the woodlands of America. Buffalo graze on the western plains. You can walk into any drugstore and buy opium, morphine, cocaine, hashish extract. The prudent trapper stocks a pint of laudanum for the long, lonely Alaskan winter under the northern lights. Back to the days when a silver dollar bought a sumptuous meal or a good piece of ass. Back to the days before mealy-mouthed lying politicians were taking calculated risks with your future, the future of your species, and the future of your planet. This is from the novel in progress, tentatively entitled The Gay Gun. There's a smell in the air after a thunderbolt hits. It's one of those archetype smells, like the smell of the sea and the smell of opium. One whiff and you never forget it. Once Kim Carsons and Jerry Ellisor, the retarded boy from next door, saw lightning strike the cornice of the old school building outside St. Albans. The smell so heavy you could see it drifting from the shattered bricks in the violet haze. And the boys went crazy with the smell, like a cat with catnip. They strip off their clothes and caper around, turning cartwheels and grinning out between their legs and screaming to the sky, "Smell me!" And Jerry's slinky black hound dog throws back its head and howls. Lightning popping all around them, the sky gets blacker and blacker, with just a line of bright green around the rim. And next thing we are snatching up our clothes and running for the cyclone cellar, bricks from the school bouncing all around us. We both shit ourselves when the twister ripped the cellar door off, and the house went up like matchsticks. And when we came up out of the cellar, the house is clean gone, with Jerry's bedfasted grandmother, who had been alone in the house at the time since Arch and Ma were in town for their monthly shopping, and Jerry was supposed to look after the old stink bag, as he called her. Maybe it dropped her in the river, Jerry said, as they poured hot water over each other in the sauna and washed the shit off. Everybody was glad to see the last of her. She'd been clean out of her mind the past 5 years, her breasts all eaten away with the cancer. And Arch kept buying more morphine to finish her off, but she had such a strength for it no amount would kill her. And Arch said it was like buying feed for a hog. She's a moral hole in the worst form there is, no bottom to her. Well, leastwise, she don't eat much, Ma said, and half a cup of soup a day. She can't last much longer on that. And Jerry pipes up. I heard about an old saint woman who lived 20 years, and all she ever eated was a holy wafer on a Sundays. And Arch just looks at him and says, "You know any more stories like that?" "Sure, plenty. Why, this one old biddy lived 40 years after the doctor said." And Arch whoops him alongside the head with a rucko handle. Jerry took Kim in to see Grandma once, and she reminded Kim of an old rock covered with leeching, and he thought she could live forever like that. Now, the sauna was erected by a Finnish boy, witched wells and did tinkering jobs, and he had put a Finn magic on it because he had the power. Nobody could say his real name, so they all called him Sinky, for Helsinki, where all the Finns is born at. This Sinky had bright red hair, and one eye was blue and the other brown. Kim recollects when the sauna is finished, Sinky and Jerry and Kim is the first to get the cleaning in it. They didn't have to worry about Arch and Ma butting in. They was both taking the morphine and taking it heavy. Only way they could stand up for the aggravations of Grandma. When the morphine run out of her any hour of the day or night, she let out a bellow, and Arch could hear it clear to the end of his cornfield. Well, Sinky rubs his long, red, pointed dick, and Jerry grins his buck teeth bare, so we all get hard and jerk off with a smell like fucking ferrets. And Sinky draws a circle on the floor with a jism and says something in Finn talk and tells us he has put a magic on the sauna and will last the house out. But when Arch and Ma got back, they was glad enough to have the house gone so long as Granny went with it. And they built in another spot to escape the hand of her. When the moon is full, you can hear her bellowing from the old house side. And the sauna is there to this day. Nobody uses it. Arch and Ma is like cats with the morphine. Can't stand the feel of water on themselves. Jerry Ellisor, the retarded boy from next door, went on to harass timid wasps from New Yorker cartoons. The type of person who doesn't want to get mixed up in things. A passerby on the other side. Here's a girl with both arms cut off trying to flag him down. He just swerves around something like that and keeps going. And I refer to the case of the 15-year-old girl who had both arms cut off by a rapist. Rushed onto a highway, and 3 cars passed her by before one stopped and took her to the hospital. A friend of mine, Kells Elvins, was doing 90 in his town country Chrysler on the way from far Texas to Laredo. He comes up over a rise, and there's a fucking cow right in the middle of the road on a bridge. He slams on the brake and hits the cow doing 60. The car flips over and he is pinned under it with a broken collarbone, covered from head to foot with blood and guts and cow shit. So along comes a car with some wasp salesmen in it. They get out kind of reluctantly. He tells them how to jack the car up, but when they see blood, they don't want to know. They don't get mixed up in anything like that. Blood and dirt all over him. No control over himself. Get back in their car and drive away. They want to get their car dirty. When a truck driver comes along, he doesn't need to be told. He knows exactly what to do. Gets the car off Kells and takes him to a hospital. So here is this youngish exec wasp in a health food store after a diet lunch of watercress salad and carrot juice. And a youth sits down right at his table, though it's 3 o'clock and the place is nearly empty. The wasp becomes aware of a horrible odor like ferrets, only more piercing. Makes his eyes water and his stomach turn. The boy smiles, showing yellow buck teeth. I always smell like this just before, you know. The boy passes him a card on which is typed in red letters. Hi, I'm Jerry. These are my instructions. When it starts to happen, stay calm. Sit down wherever you are and quietly inform the person nearest to you, the helpful person nearest to you, that you're going to throw a fit. In my own words, when it starts, you will wrap a handkerchief, towel, or napkin around your finger and insert it in my mouth to keep me from biting my tongue off. With the other hand, you will be loosening my collar, belt, and shoes and opening up my fly to relieve pressure on the groin. Erections frequently occur during my spells. It's a fact of nature. Be careful during my recovery, as I sometimes lash out at people or leap your throat like a wild animal. God will reward you for your kind acts. Your humble servant, Jerry Ellisor. Without more ado, thank you. Without more ado, the wasp threw some money on the table and ran for his life. But he was too late. With a low, throaty cry, the boy threw himself in the wasp's path, tripping him up, then wrapped around his legs like a python. There was a sudden reek of urine and excrement as Jerry voided in his pants. The appalled wasp, seeing a policeman at the door, screamed for help. "What are you doing with that kid, you filthy pervert?" A nightstick crashed against his skull. 5 hours later, trembling and near collapse, he was released from jail after his lawyer called his CIA cousin in Washington. In the course of a fit, Jerry would sometimes shriek out prophecies which mostly came true. On Red Tuesday, he rushed into the stock market, tore off his clothes, and stood there naked in front of the petrified financiers. His body brick red and steaming off the stink of 100 polecats. He collapsed on the floor, flopping around and showing his awful yellow teeth as he ejaculated, "Sell, sell, sell." It was the worst crash since '29. Dazed brokers and speculators later reported, it was a voice full of money. You had to believe it. Okay. The terrible fit boy, as he was called, was allotted a handsome remittance to stay out of the financial district. He went on to train a whole troop of fit boys who terrorized the WASP community and exacted a huge tribute. This is also from the gay gun entitled Progressive Education. When Kim was 15, his father allowed him to withdraw from the school because he was so unhappy there and so much disliked by the other boys and their parents. "I don't want that boy in the house again," said Colonel Greenfield. "He looks like a sheep-killing dog." "It is a walking corpse," said a poisonous St. Louis matron. "The boy is rotten clear through and he stinks like a polecat," Judge Ferris pontificated. This was true. When excited or frightened, Kim steamed off a rank, ruddish animal smell. "The child is not wholesome," said Mr. Kindheart with his usual restraint. Kim was the most unpopular boy in the school, if not in the town of St. Louis. "They have nothing to teach you anyway," his father said. "Why, the headmaster's a fucking priest." His father had an extensive and eclectic library, and Kim spent much of his time reading during the winter months. There were a number of medical books which Kim read avidly. He loved to read about diseases, rolling and savoring the names on his tongue. Tabes dorsalis, Friedrich's ataxia, climactic boo-boos. And the pictures, the poisonous pinks and greens, yellows and purples of skin diseases. Rather like the objects in those Catholic stores that sell shrines and Madonnas and crucifixes and religious pictures. Kim thought maybe he would study medicine and become a doctor. But while he liked diseases, he didn't like sick people. And the thought of delivering babies was enough to turn a man to stone. His father had a large collection of books on magic and the occult, and Kim drew magic circles in the basement and tried to conjure up demons. His favorites were abominations like Humwawa, whose face is a mass of entrails and who rides on a whispering south wind, and Pazuzu, lord of fevers and plagues, and especially Gelul and Lilith, who invade the beds of men. Because he did sometimes experience a vivid sexual visitation he hoped was an incubus. He knew that the horror of these demon lovers was a gloomy Christian thing. In Japan, there are phantom whores known as fox maidens who are highly prized, and the man who can get his hands on a fox maiden is considered lucky. He felt sure there were fox boys as well. Such creatures could assume the form of either sex. Once he made sex magic against Judge Ferris. He nailed a full-length picture of the judge taken from the society page to the wall and masturbated in front of it while he recited a jingle he had learned from a Welsh nanny. Slip and stumble, lips peel back from his teeth, trip and fall, his eyes light up inside, down the stairs and hit the wall. His hair stands up on end, he whines and whimpers and howls the word out and shoots all over the judge's leg. And Judge Ferris actually did fall downstairs a few days later and fractured his shoulder bone. The judge swore that a scrawny, stinking red dog that must have gotten in through the basement window suddenly jumped out at him on the stairs with a most peculiar smile on its face, too, showing all its teeth, wrapped its paws around his leg, tripping him up, so that he fell and hit his shoulder against the wall at the landing. No one believed him except Kim, and Kim knew that he had succeeded in projecting a thought form. But he was not overly impressed. The judge was dead drunk every night, and he was always falling down. Magic seemed to him a hit-and-miss operation, and to tell the truth, a bit silly. Guns and knives were more reliable. Kim Carson's training as a shootist begins. He meets a wise old assassin whispering Kes Mayfield. "Uncle Kes, this is Kim Carson's." The old man spoke in a dead, dry whisper. "Your hand and your eyes know a lot more about shooting than you do. Just learn to stand out of the way." Now his empty old eyes, unbluffed, unreadable, rest on Kim as if tracing his outline in the air. "City boy, did you ever see a dog rolling carrion?" "Yes, sir. I was tempted to join him, sir." "Did you ever see a black snake pretend to be a rattlesnake?" The scene flashed in front of Kim's eyes. Jerry Ellisor and Kim had chased and cornered a 6-foot black snake. It was a fall day, dead leaves on the ground. The snake coiled itself, opened its mouth, vibrating the tip of its tail in the dry leaves. Both boys saw immediately what was happening. "He's pretending to be a rattlesnake, trying to scare us off. How does he know enough to do that?" "What do you think, Kim?" the old man asked. "Do you think he once saw a rattlesnake scare someone?" "No, sir. I think he just knows about other snakes." "Kim, if you had your choice, would you rather be a poisonous snake or a non-poisonous snake?" "Oh, poisonous, sir, like a green mamba or a spitting cobra." "Why?" "I'd feel safer, sir." "And that's your idea of heaven, feeling safer?" "Yes, sir." "Is a poisonous snake really safer?" "Not really, but he must feel good after he bites someone." "Safer?" "Yes, sir. Dead people are less frightening than live ones." "Young man, I think you're an assassin." "I want to be one, sir." Kim recruits a band of flamboyant and picturesque outlaws called the Wild Fruits. There's the crying gun who breaks into tears at sight of his opponent. "What's the matter? Somebody take your lollipop?" "Oh, senor, I am sorry for you." And the priest who goes into a gunfight giving his adversary the last rites. And the blind gun who zeroes in with bat squeaks. Kim trains his men to identify themselves with death. He takes some rookie guns out to a dead horse rotting in the sun, eviscerated by vultures who are snapping intestines out of each other's mouths, their red eyes fierce and impersonal. They flop away heavy with carrion. Kim points to the horse steaming there in the noonday heat. "All right, roll in it." "What?" "Roll in it like dogs of war. Get the stink of death into your chaps and your boots and your guns and your hair." Most of us puked at first, but we got used to it, and vultures follow us around hopefully. We always ride into town with the wind behind us. The town people gag and retch. "My God, what's that stink?" "It's the stink of death, citizens." Here's the big shootout with old man Bickford's guns. 60 of the best that money can buy. They wait in a charity saloon. A 15-year-old carrot top sticks his head in. "Here they come." 50 horsemen are approaching with the speed of a tornado, a whirling black cloud of vultures above them, beaks snapping. Rock and roll adolescent hoodlums storm the streets of all nations. They rush into the Louvre, throw acid in the Mona Lisa's face. They open zoos, insane asylums, prisons, burst water mains with air hammers, chop the floor out of passenger plane lavatories, shoot out lighthouses, turn sewers into the water supply, throw sharks and stingrays and electric eels into swimming pools. In nautical costumes, they ram the Queen Mary full speed into New York Harbor. Rush into hospitals in white coats carrying saws and axes and scalpels 3 feet long. Throw paralytics out of iron lungs and mimic their suffocation, flopping around on the floor and rolling their eyes up. Administer injections with bicycle pumps. Disconnect artificial kidneys. Saw a woman in half with a 2-man surgical saw. They drive herds of squealing pigs into the commodity exchange. They shit on the floor of the United Nations and wipe their asses with treaties, pacts, alliances. Please to be restful. It is only a few crazies who have from the crazy place outbroken. Thank you. This piece entitled In Last Resort, The Truth, written in 1968 after I'd been to the Democratic Convention in Chicago. And in this piece, a purple-ass baboon becomes a presidential candidate. Not so remote. Nobody wants the job now, I don't think. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my coveted privilege and deep honor to introduce to you the distinguished Senator and former Justice of the Supreme Court, Homer Mandrill, known to his many friends as the Purple Battalion. No doubt most of you are familiar with a book called African Genesis, written by Robert Ardrey, a native son of Chicago, and I may add a true son of America. I quote from Mr. Ardrey's penetrating work. When I was a boy in Chicago, I attended the Sunday school of a neighborhood Presbyterian church. I recall our Wednesday night meetings with the simplest nostalgia. We would meet in the basement. There would be a short prayer and a shorter benediction. You'd turn out all the lights and in total darkness hit each other with chairs. Mr. Ardrey's early training tempered his character to face and make known the truth about the origins and nature of mankind. Not in innocence and not in Asia was mankind born. The home of our fathers was the African highland, on a sky-swept savanna glowing with menace. The most significant of all our gifts was the legacy bequeathed us by our immediate forebears, a race of terrestrial, flesh-eating killer apes. Raymond A. Dart of the University of Johannesburg was the strident voice from South Africa that would prove the southern ape to be the human ancestor. Dart put forward the simple thesis that man emerged from the anthropoid background for one reason only, because he was a killer. And he said that since we had tried everything else, we might, in last resort, try the truth. Man's original nature imposes itself on any human solution. The aggressive southern apes, glowing with menace, fought your battles on the perilous velds of Africa 500,000 years ago. Had he not done so, you would not be living here in this great city, in this great land of America, raising your happy families in peace and prosperity. Who more fitted to represent our glorious Simian heritage than Homer Mandrill, himself a descendant of that illustrious line? Who else can restore to this nation the spirit of true conservatism that imposes itself on any human solution? Actually, there can be only one candidate, the purple better one, your future president. This is the space age. We are here to go. The space program has been restricted to a mediocre elite who at great expense have gone to the moon in an aqualung. They aren't really looking for space, they're looking for more time, just as the lungfish and the walking catfish weren't looking for a new dimension, they were looking for more water. But some of them found that they had, for better or for worse, taken an irretrievable forward step and left their gills to their maker. As we leave the aqualung of time, we may step into an epoch comparable to the days when the early mariners set out to explore unknown continents. I can see all manner of spacecraft, some obviously lethal, preparing to take off. Only those who are willing to leave everything they have ever known behind need apply. It is necessary to travel. It is not necessary and becoming increasingly difficult to live. The aggressive southern ape, glowing with menace, may block your way to space. That is precisely his function. The human species is about 1 million years old. Only 30,000 years have been accounted for. It's a long question mark. Perhaps a number of previous civilizations disappeared, destroyed by destructive use of a technology that could have led to the exploration of space. Instead, the human species reverted to its glorious simian heritage. It could happen again if we let that ape take the wheel. The lavatory has been locked for 3 hours solid. I think they're using it for an operating room. Nurse: I can't feel her pulse, doctor. Dr. Benway: cardiac arrest, God damn it. He looks around, picks up one of those rubber vacuum cups at the end of a stick they use to unstop toilets. He advances on the patient. Make an incision, Dr. Limp, he says to his appalled assistant. I'm going to massage the heart. Dr. Limp shrugs and begins the incision. Dr. Benway washes the suction cup by swishing it around the toilet bowl. Nurse: shouldn't it be sterilized, doctor? Dr. Benway: very likely, but there's no time. He sits on the suction cup like a cane seat, watching his assistant make the incision. You young squirts couldn't lance a pimple without an electric vibrating scalpel with automatic drain and suture. Soon we'll be operating by remote control on patients we never see. We'll be nothing but button pushers. All the skill is going out of surgery, all the know-how and make-do. Did I ever tell you about the time I performed an appendectomy with a rusty sardine can? And once I was caught short without instrument one and removed an uterine tumor with my teeth. No, that was in the upper effendi, and besides, the wench is dead. Dr. Limp: the incision is ready, doctor. Dr. Benway forces the cup into the incision and works it up and down. Blood spurts all over the doctors, the nurse, the wall. The cup makes a horrible sucking sound. Nurse: I think she's gone, doctor. Dr. Benway: well, it's all in a day's work. He walks across the room to a medicine cabinet. Some fucking drug addict has cut my cocaine with Sandy Flush. Nurse: send a boy out to fill this RX on the double. I think.
Exterminator, Minutes to Go, Soft Machine, Ticket That Exploded, and more recently, a huge novel to be published this fall, this January?
January or February.
No.
No,
I forgot Nova Express. Yes. The Cities of the Red Night, as well as a forthcoming volume of letters to Allen Ginsberg, which will be published from 1953 to 1956. Published already in Switzerland and to be published in New York by Full Court Press. Mr. Burroughs will have conversation or talk or whatever. He's set up on a platform, unfortunately. Probably should have been better down below, but you can see him better. The idea, previous years, Mr. Burroughs has discoursed formally on a subject several days running. This time, we went back to the original idea conceived when the Kerouac School was first opened, which was growing out of Jack Kerouac's idea that Burroughs was one of the most intelligent men in America, that his conversation was real interesting. So Burroughs said he didn't want to make any particular heavy work out of it, so I said, why don't we just do conversation? And I would just sit and talk. So this situation is open then for you to talk back or to ask questions or to make comments, preferably not long speeches, but comments or questions, and to draw him out on his opinions, which are generally interesting, sometimes funny, sometimes deplorable, always educational. He has a few ideas we ran over last night of things he's been thinking about cumulatively over the last few centuries. So I'll turn the microphone over to William Burroughs, and then what I would really encourage you to speak up. We have a microphone in the audience which Charlie Ross will be handling, so you'll have a chance to ask questions or to draw out a point. Don't leave any points in your mind unquestioned. In other words, if you've got some further curiosity, inquisitiveness, do it. It's a good opportunity to talk back and forth. Ideally, informally. The situation is formal, but our minds are informal, so we can go ahead. Mr. Burroughs.
Good evening. Good evening. Well, I'll start with a few remarks about the nuclear situation. It is to be remembered that on the occasion of the first atomic explosion at Alamogordo, New Mexico, Robert Oppenheimer, the creator and founding father himself, entertained the possibility of a chain reaction that would ignite the atmosphere. And he had to be calmed down by the FBI. They put him away for a couple of days. And 20 years later, in 1965, on a television program, there's a television program about the atomic bomb, and everybody appeared that it had anything to do with it. He said, "We are become Shiva, destroyer of worlds." So more than 20 years later, he still thought that the atom bomb would eventually destroy the Earth or render it uninhabitable. And he wiped a tear out of the corner of his eye. And various highly placed military officials appeared to say it was a very difficult decision. They're talking about the decision to drop the atom bomb on Hiroshima. But apparently, by the time they'd done that, it was quite easy to drop another one 2 days later on Nagasaki. And I thought, God defend us all from a difficult decision in the Pentagon. Nobody does more harm than people who feel bad about doing it. Now, the present-day apologists for nuclear power are leaning very far in the other direction. That they say that these plants have a splendid safety record and there's been not a single death or serious injury, which incidentally is not true. And you'll notice that all the old backers of the Vietnam War are now in the pro-nuclear ranks. William Buckley Jr., many others.
Not a single death or serious injury. Of course, Hiroshima and Nagasaki don't count. Nuclear power, we are told, is safe, and it is a patriotic duty to support it. They somehow created that idea that it is patriotic to support nuclear power. Just why, I don't know. They don't want to hear about chain reactions or cumulative damage to the human genetic pool or the very clear correlation between low-level radiation and cancer. And they, of course, accuse their opponents of being unrealistic, and one of Buckley's phrases is infected with latent ideological bias. He is really a master of the meaningless sentence. However, of course, Oppenheimer's calculations at Alamogordo, does anyone know the literal translation of that? I know that Gordo is fat. What does Alma mean? Does anyone know? It's not Alma. Alma is soul. But Alma, I don't know. Doesn't anyone know here? Good heavens. Huh? Alama. Well, it's the same as the Alamo. But I don't know quite what it means. I know what Gordo means fat. So it's fat something. Yeah. I was just curious to know what the meaning, the actual literal meaning of the Spanish word was, where the first...
Is there a purpose to the whole talk?
There are a number of purposes.
Could you summarize so I could follow better as you're talking? Or would that be too hard?
I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Could you summarize the purposes so I could follow the argument better as you talk?
Well, no, I can't summarize and talk at the same time. Well, anyway, Oppenheimer's calculations may have involved simply a quantitative error and given a sufficient concentration of nuclear fission, such as could occur in a major nuclear accident or a major nuclear war, and Operation Shiva will be in a go condition. But, well, we sounded a word of warning. Yeah.
Ellsberg was here last year, and we got into a conversation about the Cold War, Russia versus America, and I put him the question that was generally asked, say, by Norman Podhoretz and the Committee on Present Danger and the conservative politicians. How can we disarm unilaterally and get rid of all the nuclear weapons when the Russians are armed with nuclear weapons and they won't disarm unilaterally? So what is there to do? What good is a word of warning when we're stuck in a battle with Russia, and Russia's supposed to be so bad and they would attack, say, Europe or take over? So how do you figure a way out of that one?
I don't have a clue, really, as to how any disarmament scheme would really work. Given the amount of bad faith that's implicit in the situation to begin with. If anyone has any ideas on this, I'd be very glad to hear them.
The one idea that Ellsberg had was that since it would be impossible to disarm unilaterally, that the only possible way was a slow, step-by-step, inch-by-inch disarmament, and so he thought the SALT Treaty, for all of its flaws, was a step in the right direction because it was an agreement not to have a war, but to slowly de-escalate the hysteria and de-escalate the physical.
Yes, and do exactly what with the bombs already in existence?
His idea was just let them die. They do die in time.
How long does it take?
They go out of function, after 10 years or so. That's what.
Oh, really? I thought it was much longer than that.
No, the plutonium lasts, but the actual functioning explosive bomb gets obsolete after about 10 years and has to be reprocessed here at Rocky Flats, actually, or the components have to be reprocessed.
Yes.
Then the old bombs that are sort of obsolete are stored in outside of Santa Fe in a hollow mountain. There are a number of old bombs that aren't usable right now. In other words, the bombs do get obsolete. So he was saying just let them do nothing and let everything go through normal obsolescence. That was his idea.
Mr. Burroughs, why not instant disarmament? Why not instant disarmament?
Well, I have nothing against it. I just don't think that it's very practical. It never has worked.
But neither has war.
Hmm?
I'm not challenging you. I heard George Wald speak in 1970, 1971 in Cambridge, and there was a little bit of heckling in Harvard Square about how to get out of the war, and George Wald said, you want to know how to get out of the war? Just get in your boats and we leave the war. And I always thought that sounded right. What I'm trying to bring up again is, why not? Even if it is unrealistic or impractical, why not just total instant disarmament?
On whose part? Do you think that the Russians are ready for this?
No, I would say, who are we to say what the Russians are ready for?
Mm-hmm.
What is your opinion about our taking that position? Who are we to say what anyone does? Let us take a very naive view and do what we think is useful.
Mm-hmm.
Why couldn't we assume a non-projective role? Just project peace.
Uh-huh.
What do you, I mean...
Well, this sort of comes under the head of, what would you do if you were president? I'm not the president. I'm not in a position to make that decision, and I'm quite sure that anyone who is would not make a decision to junk our entire defense system.
I just wondered what you meant by unrealistic.
Just that, what I've just said, that it's not likely to happen.
Right.
I don't say that it isn't desirable. I said it's just not likely to happen. Well, that's all. Anybody else have any ideas on this subject?
It seems to me that you just said only the president could make the decision. Is the purpose of your talk to in some way influence the decision?
I don't understand your question.
If only the president can make the decision, but is the purpose of your talk in any way to influence the decision? Or is it just to explain the possibilities? I'm not sure what the purpose is.
Excuse me. I was making a few observations that some of you may not know, to the effect that the man who knew more about the atom bomb than anybody else 20 years later, still consider that it would eventually result in destroying the planet.
I think that's the most valuable thing you've said so far.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to keep talking about the atom bomb. We can talk about anything else. But if anyone else has anything further to say, yes.
Could I ask you to what extent you think perhaps Armageddon is destined? Do you believe in this? Do you believe in such things?
I wouldn't venture an opinion. I just don't know.
It does seem, though, that the people in charge believe this particular myth, and they're willing to go with it.
Willing to go with what? You mean that?
Yes.
What are they willing to go with?
Well, they've built the doomsday machines now and the bombs and so on. Mm-hmm. So apparently that's the way they tend. So we have a bad myth on our hands there, apparently.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
For me, this talk would go much better if we only talked about evidence and not about hypotheses. Thank you.
What evidence? What evidence are you talking about?
You've given two pieces of evidence. You have given two pieces of evidence. I don't know of any more myself.
Oh.
I'm not an expert in this field.
Yeah. Well, suppose we talk about something else. I'm sure that this subject has been pretty well worked over. Yes, someone has a question there, I believe.
Yeah, what is your opinion of the ERA and the women's movement in general?
Of the what?
The ERA, I read in an interview with you in Rolling Stone College Papers, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you thought women were a biological mistake.
Well, that mistake would imply someone who made the mistake. So perhaps it's yes, it's a very metaphysical question. That it implies someone that made the mistake. What I am actually saying is that the contradictions that arise in a dualistic universe, which is postulated on either our propositions, male or female, this or that, are ultimately insoluble. Yes.
Would you talk a little about writing Port of Saints, how it was put together?
Yes. Whenever I write a book, I usually use about 1/3 of the material. I have a lot left over, and so this was partly an overflow from Wild Boys and The Exterminator, and was assembled, as most of my books are assembled, sort of on an associational logic. That is, things are put together that are associated. More or less, I'm trying to approximate what happens in a dream, this sort of synthesis of material. And that was the general plan of assembling of the material. Well, let's have some other subject here.
To switch from atom bombs to something farther off, what about extraterrestrial intelligence, communication with other planets? Is it possible? Are we going to communicate with them, or are they already communicating with us?
Well, if there's any validity in the flying saucer sightings, etc., I've never seen one myself, but I know people that have, would indicate that their technology is far in advance of ours, so that they would be presumably communicating with us. There may be, people have speculated that we have reached a point now where we are a danger to ourselves and perhaps to others in the cosmos.
Well, would there be a possibility of communicating with them telepathically, or perhaps, vice versa?
Well, I think that all communication between people now is at least partially telepathic, and I remember the Navy has a program of communication. So that they'll know how to communicate with alien beings if they ever contact them. I think Dr. Lilly was in on that at one time. This is all part of the Dolphin Project. Interspecies communication, that's the word. Well, it seems to me that all communication is interspecies communication. That is, communicating with another person is very approximate. So I think that the whole problem of communication is of such difficulty that it's about as easy, it'd be about as easy to communicate with aliens as it is with anyone.
Mr. Burroughs, the U.S. government gave up investigating UFOs in 1969.
Huh?
The U.S. government, factually speaking, gave up investigating UFOs in 1969, more than 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they said anyway. I don't believe anything they say about anything, really.
Why don't you ask them for their budget so you can check it out?
They're asked repeatedly for their budget, but of course, a great deal of the budgets, particularly of something like the CIA, are concealed.
You've made numerous comments based on hypotheses, and I hear very little evidence.
Well, what evidence do you have to present? Evidence of what?
For the questions, I have no evidence. Just like you, I've never seen a UFO.
Yeah. I've never seen one. But I think there's enough sightings to say that there probably is something to it.
Mr. Burroughs.
Yes.
Stand up. I heard you announce your new book, Cities of the Red Knight. Is that right? I get it backwards sometimes. And I wondered, for an author of prominence like yourself, how you found the publishing market now in terms of being receptive to your own fiction and also just in terms of other people's work.
From what point of view? Do you mean from the point of view of, say, an unpublished author getting published? I mean,
well, that's my own curiosity.
You mean from the point of view of the royalties and?
No, I'm just wondering. Do you find that your own publishers are looking for different stuff, different material from you, or are they making demands? Are you under demand in the sense of contracts and things to provide, or are you actually at liberty to write and market your works as you will?
I am completely at liberty. That is, they don't make any changes or ask for any changes. But I think that's true of most writers. The old days of editors who really edited, like Perkins, I think are pretty much a thing of the past. The publisher either accepts the work or they don't.
Along that line, is there anything being written today that what kind of thing is being written today that publishers don't accept?
I don't know of anything, any classification. I think it's just a question of whether they think the book will sell or not. And then, of course, there's a certain amount of prestige publishing, books that they know won't sell, but which will give them a certain amount of prestige.
There's nothing left like in the days of Naked Lunch when they won't take it?
I don't think so. I don't think there are any taboo subjects left. That is certainly one of the things that has been accomplished in the past 20 years in the Cultural Revolution is the abolition of censorship.
I'd like to address a question to you about dreams. Do you have conscious awareness in your dreams? Whenever you're having a dream, do you also have conscious awareness inside that dream? And also, how would you characterize dream logic?
Well, sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. Very often I know that it is a dream. Is that what you mean by conscious awareness, knowing that it's a dream?
Say, in your dream, can you say you want to go to a destination and go there consciously? Can you find something, seek something in a dream consciously and find it?
The answer is sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. And I've done a lot of experiments along this line because I write all my dreams down. I'm a light sleeper, so I wake up 6 or 7 times in the course of the average night and write dreams down. And I've found that sometimes I'm able to control a dream, and sometimes I'm able to direct myself before going to sleep to dream about a certain subject, and sometimes not.
Could you give an example of a dream where you've had conscious control?
Well, following Don Juan, you see, Don Juan said that the important thing was to see your hands in a dream. And I made an effort to do this a number of times. And only a couple of times did I succeed in actually seeing my hands in a dream.
I practiced for 3 months at one time and found my hands in 3 successive dreams.
Well, the dream in which I saw my hands, I looked in the mirror and my face was black. I turned into a Negro, but I looked down, my hands were still white. So I had made a conscious attempt to see my hands. That was one of the few times that I succeeded. Dream logic seems to proceed on associations. That is, one thing is associated with another. For example, a Paris restaurant could lead you to Paris, France, according to dream logic, which is also literal use of words. And I suppose you all know, to me, one of the most important new facts about dreams is that they are a biologic necessity. See, they have made experiments of waking people up whenever they start to dream. They can tell by the rapid eye movements and also by the brain waves. The brain waves of dreams are very much like the brain waves of people when they're awake. And if they keep interfering with the REM sleep, that is the dream sleep, very soon the subject will show all the symptoms of sleeplessness, no matter how much dreamless sleep they are allowed. And eventually it would be fatal. It's within 2 weeks or so. So we know now that dreams are a biologic necessity, which means that they must serve a very important function.
What do you think of the decline of literacy that's been happening?
The what?
Decline of literacy?
I don't understand the word.
Decline of literacy.
Oh, the decline of literacy. You mean that fewer people can read?
Right.
Well, I don't know. Do you think this was a fact? I thought everyone was required to know how to read, that they were forced to learn how to read. Are you meaning something a little more than literacy?
Well, people go to school, but not many people actually, once they're out of school, continue reading. They watch TV and stuff. That's
very true, but still, the book market has never been better than it is now. There's enough people buying books. And I think there are more people buying books. I mean, per capita now, say, than there were 40, 50 years ago.
But there are a lot more people now.
Yeah, well, no, I meant taking that into account.
Oh.
I meant by per capita. I mean taking all that into account.
What you said earlier about dream logic and it following association lines, and then you said following the lines of the literal meanings of words or the literalness of words, then I kind of believe dreams to be very much images. How do words and images relate here? Do we see images and perceive them as words, or even in dreams?
Well, you have both words and images, of course, in most dreams. It's comparable to a film, and sometimes, of course, you'll have more preponderance of words, and sometimes a preponderance of images. I made quite a collection, say, of dream phrases. Those words that occurred in dreams are often just words between sleeping and waking. And you get a very peculiar sort of grammar. If I can remember, where naked troubadours shoot snotty baboons was one. And, It came in his words. I'm talking about now is coming in his words, without any real, any clear image content. But I think more often you have the words and image mixed just as they are in a talking film.
Mr. Burroughs, you mentioned the danger that we present now to ourselves and maybe to the larger cosmos. Have any good ideas for escaping from that danger?
No.
No?
Frankly, no.
Really?
I don't.
Boy, in your book sometimes it seems like there's
Well,
suggestions.
naturally, Leary says, and I think I certainly agree with him, that the next step is to go into space, to leave the planet. But we're not there yet.
Do you think there's any possibilities of leaving the planet maybe in some unbodily kind of way?
Yes. Yes, I have a note on this here. Here we have an artifact weighing about 170 pounds that cannot exist outside of a very specialized environment, sort of a whole aqualung. And the official space programs, how do they propose to solve this? Well, they're going to move this whole artifact, the human artifact, in its environment from one place to another. It wouldn't occur to them to start from the other end. Now, you have an object, X, that's the human body, and you want to transport X, say, from Earth to space, from E to S. And X is heavy, and it can only live in a whole medium. So why not so alter X as to reduce its weight and its dependency on its medium? That would seem to be a logical approach to the problem. And this would not occur to the official programs because they accept the human artifact with all its limitations. In effect, they accept the limitations imposed by Christianity, by what Crowley calls the slave gods. Now, the human body is much too dense for space conditions. We have a model to hand, and that is less dense. In fact, almost weightless, and that would be the astral or dream body. And I postulate that the function of dreams may be to prepare us for space. And that is why they are a biologic necessity.
Well, you think there could be some kind of attitude of detachment from the body that could
could
help
be what?
that? Oh, some detachment from. Do you think that there could be some kind of attitude of detachment from this bodily nature that might help us along that way?
Well, I was just suggesting that research should be directed towards making the human artifact more transportable, instead of spending all these vast sums on transporting it in its present condition. Now, as to whether you could get a dream body to exist apart from the physical body, well, that would be a matter for research.
Okay,
Which
thank you.
I don't think there's very much being done on that, along those lines, officially at any rate.
Do you still practice the discipline of doing easy that you described in your book, The Job?
Pardon?
Do you still practice the discipline of doing easy that you described in the book called The Job that you wrote?
As best I can, yes.
It still works.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's so obvious that it's the easy way to do things, but it's also extremely difficult to do. But it just this is what is it, vipassana, Alan? The awareness of what you're doing at all times. Mindfulness, yes. It really is a very old discipline, and seemingly very easy, but in point of fact, very difficult indeed. But I find that, for example, if you drop something or spill something, there's always a reason for it. If you can remember what you were thinking at that moment, you'll usually find that you were thinking about some person in an antagonistic way. It's as if someone suddenly joggled your arm. That shouldn't happen if you're completely mindful. You should never drop anything or make an error. But we do. I do, certainly.
Could the dream body be an aspect of the water body, the water element, which we already contain? Whether it's developed or not is another issue, but could the dream body be an aspect of the water element?
It could, certainly. I was saying we don't know very much about it. I think the man that's done the most research on this subject is Robert Monroe, who wrote Journeys Out of the Body, and I was down to see him. He's got a lot of machinery there. That he thinks that he can eventually exteriorize people by a machine. And I don't know how effective these machines are. I saw some of them, but I didn't see them in operation. But I know he's gone a long way since then. That was about 3 years ago.
What I'm getting at is we have 4 bodies, the astral or the air, the mental, the earth, and the water. That Robert Monroe also, is very advanced. He is the closest. He is the closest source of information to this unknown.
I think so, yes. He's worked very closely with Kubler-Ross, the dying woman, the one that comes to see people when they're dying. When you see Kubler-Ross, you know you've really had it.
Thank you.
Monroe has also had some association with Jane Roberts. Have you ever made such?
No, I don't know the name. In what way?
Well, he just visited to study her mediumship with this entity Seth, which you probably have heard of, maybe.
No, I didn't know that. What?
Next time you see him, maybe you could ask him.
But he has done all this under test conditions, I know, and has actually, gone places and then come back and described them accurately and all this sort of thing. I don't think he's a fraud. No, I don't. Although I can't say that I've ever, by following his instructions, gotten the same results. Yeah.
I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on your idea that words can cause cancer.
Can cause what?
Cancer.
Cancer?
Yeah. You said it in the job?
Well, I think that they're probably that can be part of the whole cancer process. There's no doubt but there's a very strong psychosomatic element in cancer. And it may well be associated with it. Any neurosis is inner conflict is apt to be more verbal than anything else. There's obsessive verbalization. So in that sense, yes.
Okay, thanks.
I've heard Alan say a couple times that he foresees the destruction of the world and that we've gone too far. And I have a lot of the same views, that we've pretty much done too much to turn back now. And I wanted to know how you feel about natural limits that people's instincts right before things become too hot, they'll cool down, and that our governments, before we destroy the world, that will listen to our natural instincts of survival. And how do you feel about the fact that we've grown away too far from our instincts, and we're not able to recognize our natural limits anymore?
Well, you see, you're using the word we there as though there were any sort of coherence. Remember that these decisions, like the decision to drop the atom bomb on Hiroshima, was made by very, very few people. In fact, of course, we didn't, most of us didn't even know they had one until they dropped it. And you see, those people are in such a strange and really artificial position that anything sort of like self-regulating limits would not apply to them. And it's also possible that some individuals may think that they have a way of escaping. They don't intend to be here when it goes up, in other words. That's something that, a possibility.
What I meant by we was just the human race, and that generally that the masses of people who were more in touch with their...
But they've got nothing to say about it. They've got nothing to say about anything. Look at the atom bomb people. How many people were involved in that decision? Just a handful. They weren't the human race. There were a few officials and military people. We didn't, the masses, the so-called voting public, knew nothing about the bomb. In fact, even in New Mexico, where they were making it, people outside the reservation didn't know what they were doing.
So, do you foresee?
Pardon?
Do you foresee destruction? I mean, do you?
I don't foresee anything. I'm not setting myself up as a prophet here.
Okay.
I just don't know. But certainly the destructive potential is there. And the fact is that anybody can make an atom bomb now. Any physics major can make one. Not a very effective one, but, it would take out Boulder, for example. Didn't take much of a bomb, but...
I was reading in your Paris review, you talked about a Dr. Dent and how he helped you get over your drug habit. I'd like to know what he, influenced you with.
Dr. Dent is dead many years ago, and the apomorphine treatment which he gave is not being used in many places. They're using it still a little bit in England and in Denmark. And I think they're using it also in Switzerland for both alcoholism and drug addiction. But it's never had any use in America. I mean, it's been pretty much rejected by the medical establishment here.
Mr. Burroughs, I'd like to ask you your feelings about the function of the artist in a society in which politics is so important in terms of the life and death of the human race. Mm-hmm. Specifically, if we can make a metaphor between a heroin junkie in the United States as a profit junkie and a comfort junkie, isn't the function of the artist like Dr. Dent?
I don't quite see the relation of the artist to Dr. Dent. Well, to me, the function of art and the function of, in fact, of all creative thought is to make people aware of what they know and don't know that they know. You can't tell anybody anything they don't know already on some level. For example, in the Middle Ages, the people on the seacoast, they knew the earth was round. They believed it was flat because the church said so. And similarly, and of course this becomes part of common knowledge. In other words, the effect of an artist or of a creative thinker is indirect compared with politics. It's not immediate. Although it can be, for good or for bad, it didn't take long for the theoretical formula of matter into energy to be translated into an atom bomb. And certainly writers, artists are very influential in influencing thought and fashions and so on. A great deal of the changes that have taken place in the past 40 years, the Cultural Revolution, have been at least partly due to the work of artists and writers, filmmakers, creative work in the widest sense.
Mr. Burroughs, do you feel that the use of mind-altering drugs increases your creativity or stifles it?
I wouldn't put it as an either-or proposition. It depending on the person, it might increase it to some extent, and certainly he would. You see, using such drastic drugs as mescaline and LSD is certainly an important experience, and I think that writers have profited from that experience. I don't see that any, should we say, moderate use of such drugs or occasional use of such drugs would do anything to stifle someone's ability. Yeah.
Would you comment on the fact that the big science boys named the Banisteriopsis copy element isolated as telepathine? Would you comment on this?
Yes, I think it was just the rumor. You see, the medicine men used it presumably to potentiate their psychic powers, and that the discoverers, the people that isolated the substance, just were guided by that to call it telepathine. But this is true to some extent, I think, of any powerful psychogenic agent. That there is, if not the actuality, at least the illusion of telepathic contact.
Do you know of any drugs along the line of LSD or mind-altering drugs that have been discovered recently that say we would not know about as common knowledge?
Yahe itself has never been, so far as I know, isolated and brought into this country in any quantity. But there have been a lot of rumors. I mean, 15 years ago, I heard of a drug that was so powerful that it was not released even for experimental purposes, and was only going to be given to the military. That they were afraid. I talked to a doctor at that time. I was much more apt to take anything that anyone gave me, but I would think twice now. But he said that he couldn't take the responsibility of administering it to anyone because of the possibility of residual neural damage. Now, what this drug was, I don't know. But you see, as soon as you have a drug, it is immediately possible for a chemist to make drugs with the same potentials, but a great deal stronger. For example, quinine, you see, in World War II, as soon as they synthesized quinine, they had anti-malarial drugs that were 30 times as strong as quinine. Now, the same would potentially then be true of hallucinogenic drugs, if they could make a drug that was 20 times as strong as LSD. And they could probably make a drug that's 20 times more habit-forming than heroin if they wanted to. It's not much of a trick for a chemist.
In terms of drugs in general, could you say a little bit about how you see the concept of addiction now in terms of either a physiological, cellular thing or a psychological phenomena?
There's no doubt but what addiction to opiates is physiological. All animals have been addicted, with the exception of cats who are allergic to morphine and they just go crazy, and they can't be addicted if they would die first. But all other animals can be addicted and have been addicted. So there's no question of it being anything, well, of course, anything that's physiological is also psychological. But by and large, it's a physiological process which we pretty well understand now. That the body produces a natural regulator and painkiller called endorphin. And if someone uses opiates, then the body stops manufacturing endorphin. When the opiate is withdrawn without the natural painkiller, any little thing can become agonizing until the body goes back and starts producing endorphin again. That is apparently the explanation for withdrawal symptoms. It's simply that there's no endorphin being produced in the body.
I was going to ask a question about reincarnation. I've read a book, I think it was Lyle Watson or Colin Wilson, I never can remember, about a sect called the Cathars in the Middle Ages that were reputedly reincarnating. Have you heard anything about that? Or any comment on that?
Not about that particular sect, no. But, well, I personally subscribe to the theory of reincarnation, but I would say any closely knit group, should we say, where you get in Europe where people have lived in the same area for 1,000 years as they have in parts of Switzerland, for example, that we must assume that the same people are coming back again and again and again to practice the same professions. Yes.
I think it's a correction. I think you meant endorphins, not endocrines. I think they're different things.
Yeah, well, my pronunciation may be wrong. It's endorphin. How do you pronounce it?
Endorphins as opposed to endocrines. Endocrines are a very specific, different thing.
I thought it was I meant, of course, there's a number of these compounds. There's more than one.
Well, it's good to understand that. I just didn't, people might go out reading about endocrines and they wanted to read about endorphins. One piece of evidence that you gave I was interested in, but I missed it. What keeps people alive? What kind of dreaming? Or what do they die from if they don't have it?
What?
You said it might be fatal if you didn't dream or something?
It is.
Okay. And how do they, on what basis do they assume that? Or do you assume
they have taken first animals, and whenever the animal starts to dream, which they can tell by rapid eye movements, they wake the animal up. So the animal gets no dream sleep. The animal is prevented from dreaming. If they go on doing this for a certain length of time, the animal shows all the symptoms of sleeplessness, restlessness, etc. And if this were carried further enough, far enough, the animal would die. In other words, dreams are a biologic necessity for any warm-blooded animal.
Would you suppose that carries over into daydreams too?
Pardon?
Does that apply to daydreams as well?
No, I don't. Of course, probably the dream process probably goes on all the time, to some extent. Yes, it would apply to dreaming in the widest sense.
What would that suggest for the Buddhist practice of waking up?
I don't know as it would suggest anything specific. Yes. Well, we can go on for a while.
Mr. Burroughs.
Yes.
A man named Edmundo Garcia has just formed a church called the Universal Church of Hydraulics. He claims that water is the cosmic octave, and that a theology of ecology is in the works, the water works, as he says. What are your feelings regarding the old notion of the age of Aquarius? Does it mean we get vaporized, or any feelings?
I don't know. I don't have any such general ideas. He's worried about the water table, is he? Well, apparently that is something that would get short very quickly as the water supply. He probably has good reason to be concerned.
What do you think of the possibilities of multiple universes, and of the possibility that dreams are communications with our own possible selves and other possible universes?
I would be inclined to subscribe to that. There was a man named John Donne, not the poet John Donne. He was an English mathematician and physicist. And he wrote a book called An Experiment with Time, which was published in 1924. And he found that his dreams contained future material from the future. And he said that anybody that will write their dreams down over a period of time will turn up incidents in the dreams that clearly refer to future occurrences. And I've done this over a period of time, and have turned up a number of these. But he also developed a theory called the serial universe, which is here you are, and then there's an observer above that, an observer above that, to infinity. So he definitely did think that dreams were contact with different levels of the serial universe.
Do you think it's also a possibility that when you're dreaming, you're not actually predicting the future, but when that comes, that you actually made that happen, drawing it from the dream?
I wouldn't go so far as that, but Dunn makes a very important point. He said if you dream, say, about an earthquake or a fire, and this happens, I've had this happen, you are not dreaming about the event itself, but about the moment when you become aware of it. Usually a newspaper picture or something like that. In other words, you are dreaming of your future time track. And there's not much to suggest that you have any influence, at least not in that kind of dream. There's someone right there.
Do you have an opinion on whether there's actually a group of people in control of the nation or the world that are using a rigorous, systematic kind of control, such as in the Mayan society?
Well, yes, I think that I've spoken about the atom bomb and the very few people that were concerned in that decision, and I think that is true to a large extent of a number of decisions. I think that, for example, Western countries are, in point of fact, controlled by very few people. As to any one group, controlling the whole world, no, I don't think any one group is that powerful. But certainly international cartels do control prices, interest rates, all sorts of economic factors by agreement of a very few people. Price of gold, for example.
And is that enough to control people's behavior, or to?
Well, if you can control the economics of a country, you're going very far towards controlling the behavior. You're controlling it in a general way. You don't need to have any more control than that. I mean, there's no need for anyone to have control over every individual.
Okay, thank you.
Going back to dreams, there's a poet, his name I think is Brian Geisen, who created a machine called the Dream Machine. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, I was there when it was created. It is a stroboscope, in effect. It's flicker. And Gray Walters, who was one of the early experimenters with flicker, found that it produced many of the effects of hallucinogenic drugs, that is, breaking down the compartments of the senses, that is, seeing sounds and hearing odors and all that sort of thing that occurs with hallucinogenic drugs could be produced by flicker, which is pulses of light into the eye at a certain frequency, at the alpha frequency, I think between 8 and 15 per second. And this is a device for doing that. It has a light in a revolving cylinder with slots so that it can be set for a certain frequency.
Now, what actually happens?
It has some of the effects, as I said, of hallucinogenic drugs, and you see all sorts of patterns, and sometimes visions like cities, things like that.
Is there? I heard that there's a dream machine in the basement of the Museum of Modern Art. Is that being used?
I think they have one, and there's one also in the Beaubourg Museum in Paris. And I think that Brian is going to install another one there at the Beaubourg in Paris.
In a dream once, I was able to do algebra in the dream, and I remembered what I'd done in the dream, and I had never been able to do it before, and when I woke up, I was able to do these equations. And I don't know how to explain that.
Well, there's a famous story about a man who solved an equation in a dream, I believe. He saw the equation had been bothering him, then all of a sudden it joined in a certain way. And so I think that this is an experience that happens quite often. The idea that dreams are completely illogical, of course, is not true at all. I have gotten from dreams perfectly coherent narrative stories. No one would know it was a dream. Sometimes I get a whole chapter that way, which I've in fact read. I pick up a book in a dream and read it, and then I'm able sometimes to transcribe that later when I'm awake.
Back to art and politics, just as nobody's really paying attention to the anti-nuclear movement except people who are already anti-nuclear, I was wondering who you consider your audience to be, and is anybody really affected by art but artists?
I think they are profoundly affected by artists, but perhaps not directly or immediately. By artists and by creative ideas. My heavens, look at what came of Karl Marx.
How many people have read Karl Marx?
It isn't necessary that so many people have read them. Look at the number of people who are affected by it. And I think that the example, as I was pointing out, the whole cultural revolution which has taken place in the past 40 years is certainly to a large extent due to artists and creative people, that is, filmmakers, so on.
Could you talk a little bit about your interest in the Johnson family?
About what?
Your interest in the Johnson family?
Well, yes, I am writing a book on the Johnson family, called The Johnson Family. I read you it was a turn-of-the-century expression to designate sort of good bums and thieves, and it was elaborated then into a code of conduct about a Johnson, what a Johnson does and does not do. A Johnson honors his obligations, his word is good, and is a good man to do business with. A Johnson minds his own business. He is not a snoopy, tail-bearing, interfering, self-righteous type of person. And a Johnson will help when help is needed. He will not stand by while someone is drowning or trapped under a burning car. I had a friend who had an accident. He hit a cow going 90 miles an hour and was trapped under his car, and some salesmen came along. They wouldn't even get out of their car. And some truck driver came along and got him out. And the show business designation for a Johnson is he's good people. So it also occurred to me that in the planning this book that the Johnsons are also would be ideal people to have in space with you. And I postulated that, for example, postulate that there's no privacy and no deceit possible in space, that your innermost thoughts and feelings and intentions are immediately apparent to those around you, so you want to be very careful who is around you.
You've already said something about the connection between dreams and your writing.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have thought there was an important connection between watching a movie and having a dream. Suzanne Langer, I think, for example. And I was wondering if you could comment on the relation between movies and your writing on the one hand and movies and dreams on the other.
Well, because a dream is, in point of fact, a film, and also people, I myself, and I suppose everybody, frequently dreams about films that they've seen. There's certainly a feedback, immediate feedback there. Well, that's about all.
I'm coming back to the nuclear because I've been sitting here and listening to the younger generation concerned about nuclear, and they have been the only group that had any impact at all on the protesting of the nuclear. Whereas if the young people will work upon the older people who are plugged in to what they call the bottom line to make money, and also because they fear that they're going to be without any energy. Now, if the young people will start to working on the older people, I think we can make a big impact. That's my comment.
Well, one hopes so, yes. But I think a lot of the pro-nuclear people are so set in that opinion they're not going to change, because they just don't want to hear anything about the facts. They completely close their mind to the dangers of low-level radiation, any of those things. I mean, naturally, they never heard of Oppenheimer, let alone of what Oppenheimer thought about the atom bomb and its potentials. And they're really just set in ignorance. I don't know how successful anyone would be in changing their mind. They're pretty stupid anyway.
Getting back to movies and dreams and what you said about the flicker machine, I was wondering what kind of influence the television has in altering your mind and how you think about that.
Well, I don't. I hardly look at television, so I don't know. I don't have much of an opinion.
Yeah, but how about the millions of people that do?
I know. Yeah. Well, it's a continual input that must be having a very profound effect on their mind, quite apart from even the content. Just the fact that they're sitting there and watching this thing for hours on end.
Yeah. Is there some kind of theory that the flicker of the television set creates a kind of hypnosis that can be very influential?
Yeah, I've heard of that, and I've heard also that something about microwaves, actual damage from certain television reception.
Do you think you could feed back on this? In other words, do you think the TV is giving off vibrations? Do you think that the human being could actually feed back down the line?
You mean that he could affect television?
Well, I guess, in the terms of what I'm saying, music feedback.
Yes, it's quite possible. You see, they've done research of attaching, actually, the mind to a computer, so that there was a feedback between the mind and the computer, and the mind was giving electrical signals to the computer. So, yes, you could actually at least change the stations by thinking about it. That's potentially quite possible. There's a lot about that in the Secret Life of Plants. How many of you have read that book? It was quite. Remember the man that had a circuit set up so that he could turn on his television by thinking about it, even from another city. Yes, it certainly is possible.
You've experimented with a Reichian orgone accumulator. Mm-hmm. Did you have any results?
Well, yes, I think there's no doubt but what something is happening. I've had people go in, not knowing nothing about Reich and not being told what to expect, and they all reported that something was happening in there, that there's a prickling of the skin, and they thought that it was attached up to some kind of an electrical system. And I do think that it is very important for cancer, for the possibility of cancer cure, and it's been completely neglected by the medical establishment. But a doctor with a space program named Cohn came out with his electrical cell theory of cancer, which is identical with Reich's theory, although he gave no acknowledgement to Reich.
Mr. Burroughs, because you're such an acclaimed writer, do you consider writers as not spiritual but social prophets? And could you cite examples through your work if you feel so?
I didn't quite get the question. I think
do you feel that writers are social prophets? And if you feel that way, could you cite an example with your works? Thank you.
I don't think that writer is necessarily a social prophet. He may well. There may well be events in his book that later happened in fact, and of course, writers certainly have an influence on events. That is, people modeled themselves on writers, like a whole generation modeled themselves on Fitzgerald's writing. That's not exactly prophecy. It's influence rather than prophecy.
Mr. Burroughs, would you please comment on the possibility that since the atomic bomb, the credibility in the scientific community has been destroyed to the extent that the opinions of that community are pretty much worthless in undoing the damage which has been done?
Well, undoubtedly, they have lost a degree of credibility by getting something started which they are apparently unable to control, and they can't have come up with no solution to the problem of atomic waste. So that is certainly enough to destroy anyone's credibility, to have created a problem of such magnitude without a solution to it.
I have a twofold question, which is first, about a year ago, I was stopped. I was in a movie, and I started talking to someone, and he explained to me, he was a filmmaker, and he was involved in mind movies, and Do you know anything about mind movies?
No, I don't know what he means. Did he explain to you what he meant by a mind movie?
He was working on this process with other filmmakers and engineers, and where they take through a magnetic tape, they pass it through a computer, the signal alpha and beta signals, and then you experience the movie in your mind as opposed to on a screen.
Well, I think that this is something towards which movie makers are striving, but I don't know if they've accomplished it yet.
All right.
Yeah.
The second question is, you mentioned orgone energy, and there's a theory that UFOs are somehow propelled by that.
No, I didn't suggest that UFOs were propelled.
No, that there's a. Do you know anything about that?
No.
Okay.
I understand there are people called arhats who are in deep states of meditation in caves in various parts of the world, who are seeking to change the destructive direction. And I was wondering if you have any comments on that, and also what I'm getting at is what power people who meditate might exert on these questions, destructive questions.
Well, theoretically, they could assert almost unlimited power. That is, there's no doubt about it, but what human beings use just a tiny fraction of their actual potentials. That is, we have potentially photographic memory for everything that's happened to us. We know such a tremendous amount that we know and don't know that we know. And so potentially someone could very directly influence the minds of politicians and military men. As to whether they are actually able to do this at this time, I just don't know. Where are these people supposedly located? Is there any suggestions?
In the Himalayan mountains. This was told to me by a Sufi master.
Well, it's possible, and we certainly hope so. Certainly hope that someone knows what they're doing.
What developments do you think we'll see happen in poetic and literary form in the next 20 years and into the 21st century?
That's very, very difficult to say. For example, painting. Where painting is now, I just don't know. They've gotten away almost from to a point where they don't have anything to sell. They've lost the article. Now, I know a painter named Les Levine, and he puts on a show, and I said, well, Les, what are you selling? Where is the thing that people can buy? And it isn't there. It's a happening. It's as if the writer had somehow gotten rid of the book. The painter has gotten rid of the canvas. What they are selling then is a happening, or an event like this guy that did the wall, or what was it? Yeah. So where they can go from here, how they can go further, I don't know. And writing seems to have reached a sort of a limit. There's a limit, really a definite limit to experimental writing if you want people to read it. For example, you could not do in writing what is called minimal expressionism, where you have, say, a canvas with slightly different shades of the same color on it. It would be intolerable in writing to have the same thing said with very slight variations. So I don't know as writing is going very much further, going to be very much different, say, in the next 20 years than it is now. There's one invention that might have, if they ever really perfected a throat mic that was sensitive enough to pick up subvocal speech, then you would have something almost as revolutionary as the camera was for artists, because you wouldn't have to guess when you were transcribing someone's stream of consciousness. You could actually record it. But to date, there is no microphone that's sensitive enough to pick this up. We know that subvocal speech makes sound. but we can't pick it up yet.
So do you think we're dependent then on some sort of technological development or discovery in order to move writing ahead, move writing further, move it out there?
Well, you'd have to specify just what we're moving. Undoubtedly, this, as I said, this to record subvocal speech would require equipment that we don't have yet. But there's no reason why we shouldn't have it. I mean, it's certainly within the realm of possibilities.
I'd like to ask you a question about your own personal literary habits at the time. Could you go into what your current reading is right now and any recommended reading you might have to suggest?
Well, actually, I've got a reading list. I gave last summer a course that I called Creative Reading, and I have a list, a reading list, which I'm continually adding to. I mean, if you wanted to see me after class and get a copy, have a copy made. I read a great deal. I read a great deal of just sort of bestsellers. And a book that I recommend that I just read is Shibumi. It's violently anti-American, and it's a bestseller, which is interesting in itself. There's another very good one called The Contaminant, about how Russia and America are inducing cancer, that is, putting cancer-producing agents into the food. And first the Americans do it, and then they find out the Russians are doing it as well. It's all too probable, actually. The same is true about this book, Shibumi. The story is that America is really run by something called the Mother Company, which is above the CIA, and nobody knows about it. And they are fixing petroleum prices. It's essentially a cartel of petroleum and energy. Sounds all too likely. It's all done by their whole power depends on a computer called Fat Boy. What? Very interesting book. I recommend it. Anyone read it? Nobody's read Shibumi? Yes, it's Japanese training or word. It's all over. I mean, it's a big bestseller. You can't miss it. And it's well worth reading.
The manager of Lawrence Cavell's is reading Shibumi and enjoying it. The manager of Lawrence Cavell's is reading Shibumi. What role does music play in your life?
Music?
And has there ever been a serious art music composer that you've been affected by or liked?
No, I really don't know. I'm not at all knowledgeable about music. I like Moroccan music and Indian music. I'm not much into rock and roll. And I just don't know much about music, frankly.
Could you comment on what inspired you to use the cut-up method, and if so, do you still use this as a method of writing composition?
It was not my invention or my idea at all. It was Brian Geisen who said that writing is 50 years behind painting, and he simply applied the montage method, which had at that time, this was in 1959, been used for 50 years in painting. It was pretty old hat in painting, actually, at that point. Well, now, this applies to what I said about making people aware of what they know and don't know that they know, because he simply made explicit with scissors what happens all the time in the human nervous system, that as you walk around the block and come back and put down what you've seen, either on paper or on canvas, you've seen a melange of fragments. It isn't, you haven't seen anything sequential, narrative or picture. And whenever you walk down the street, your consciousness is cut by random factors, or when you look out the window. This is a process that's going on all the time, and the cut-up method simply made this explicit.
Bill, in following on that question about the origin of cut-up and function, and your statement before that there is a limit to experimental art if you want to have anybody read your book or look at your work, what is your opinion, or how do you what's your attitude toward a soft machine, Ticket That Exploded, and Nova Express as, quote, far out experimental works, in Finnegan's Wake, say, and what lessons have you learned from that kind of experiment, and what generalizations have you derived from the experience?
Yes. Well, I feel that in those three books I was perhaps too much taken up in the experiment itself. Instead of using the material only insofar as it contributed to the work as a whole. And so I don't, I use cut-ups now just in certain situations. For example, if you're trying to portray a state of delirium, I think they're very, very useful for that. Or say if someone has driven from the airport to his hotel and he's lying down and pictures are flicking through his mind, that the cut-up method works very well there. But there is a tendency with writers, I think, to get too hung up on an experimental line of writing so that they don't get back to coherence where they can be read. I think that we're still going to have, we still need sequential narrative if people are going to read books.
What stages of or phases of consideration did you go through before you arrived at this conclusion? Or what stages of practice of cut-up did you go through? You know, the first work, say minutes ago, was pure cut-up and pure random, without particular editing. Then there was construction of thematic novels with cut-up, with the cut-ups aggregated around the theme. But the whole novel composed of cut-up material. Then was there an intermediary stage before you went back to narrative?
No. There are all sorts of combinations possible. Lots of times I'll cut up a page, I don't get anything. Maybe I get one sentence and put it back in, so you can't even tell that it's a cut-up. There's no necessity of using everything that you get. And very soon I started editing and rearranging and taking what I wanted from the cut-ups.
Did the cut-up style affect your own brain functioning or your own thinking process or your own composition process or your own stylistics?
Yes, I would say that the cut-ups give a general, because it's making explicit something that happens all the time, increases your range of awareness, and therefore, contributes to, gives you a wider range of wider range for your fictional viewpoint.
You're talking about mental awareness.
Yes.
Does it also have any effect on your actual sentence composition?
Yes, to some extent. Oh, he's a very great writer, my God. And a great creator of character. You can see the characters. Elmire, Lingard, not interesting people for the most part at all. But neither are Genet's characters interesting in themselves, but he manages a transmutation there that makes a really dull person like Wilhelm's in An Outcast of the Island interesting. Lingard, they're all dull people. No, he's very very hard to find. I know a very good friend of his, Brian Geisen, who lives in Paris, hasn't seen him in years. But they spent a lot of time together in Tangiers at one point, yes.
Make any comment about the influence of Henry Miller's work on Kerouac and Yoda?
Very little on mine. I think some on Kerouac's, yes. Sort of the outpour, the immediate experience, emphasis on the immediate experience, yes.
In the early 70s, you were writing columns for Crawdaddy magazine, Time of the Assassins, and Jimmy Page interview and stuff. I wonder if this was a period that you enjoyed, if you liked that association with a monthly sort of thing, if you do that again, what it was like.
Well, no, I don't do much going out, socializing, and that sort of thing. Very little indeed. So it shouldn't be assumed that it's at all typical for me to.
So what's it like to have a monthly, install a monthly place where you can place whatever you want there? I enjoy reading it.
Well, it gets to be hard work. You see, you got to do it every month. So you don't get an idea every month, but you got to make an idea. Doing a regular column, I don't know how anyone could do a daily column. That would really be murder. But but say if you got a weekly column, you've only finished one, but you have to start thinking about the next one, unless you've got something all blocked out. Yes, Helen. Well, that's what my whole book is about, so I would almost say the same thing, that I don't have time to explain that. It's like I gave the comparison of creatures that live in water, and they can look up out of the water and see land, but they can't really imagine what it would be like, really realize what it would be like to live there. There are new fears up there. See, the fear of falling means nothing to a fish, but it'll mean something as soon as he gets a form where he can get up out onto land. But actually, the air-breathing potential has to be there first before the water creature can come up onto land. There were lungfish and various fish that developed rudimentary lungs and came up onto the land, but there's no way that one fish could have told another what it's going to be like when he gets out of the water. Nor can I say what it will be like when we get out of time into space, except to say that I would say our link with space is dreams. We now know that dreaming is a biologic necessity, and that if people don't dream, are prevented from dreaming, they will die eventually, just as they would die from loss of sleep. So it serves, obviously, a very deep and very necessary biologic function. And my interpretation is that dreams are our link with space, with our biological and spiritual destiny in space, which we may or may not realize. Yes? I can't understand you. Well, we take one at a time. That's all. Yes. What? Well, there's something called the serial universe by Dunn, where he has, you see, every universe, every person is observed by an observer who's observed by an observer, and so on ad infinity. Yes, I know something about what he's talking about. Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, how do you like the crawdads, Lawrence?
Like what? Man, I was brought up with crawdads, came from St. Louis. And they're no novelty, man. I think they have a terrific range. I've hardly been any place where there were no crawdads. Yeah.
What did you think
Well, I thought I did some editing on it. I thought it was, yes, a reasonable piece of work. Yes, I enjoyed it. Yes. What's the dream?
Daydreaming on meeting William S Burroughs. Firm handshake. Eye meet. A quick eyeball study. I'm glad to meet you. Finally meet. You writing. A cool remote mountain of mind pictures. Accessible to those with their crystal sets turned on. I read you loud and clear. Fields in the Hudson, you are medicine that is exactly right. The record ended long ago over cold city lights. The smell of wood smoke curls up from the river. I leave our modern age of progress knitting fan new shades. A searchlight cuts the sky.
You mean that I said all that in a dream? Huh?
No.
Oh, I thought, well, it'd be really something. I've always found dream communication to tend to be brief and cryptic. Oh, well, that's something. But what was the dream? You said something about a dream. Oh. Mm-hmm.
I had this mountain, cool remote mountain mind pictures, I guess, that I saw
Yeah.
from your work.
Yeah, it was an association. I understand, yeah. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. You went over here. Yes.
I read somewhere recently that you have been somewhat influenced by Julian James's ideas of the origin of consciousness.
I thought he had a very interesting thesis, but the end of it, he just didn't do anything with it at all. He was talking pure telepathy to somebody talking in someone else's mind. That's how he said speech got started by someone's voice in someone else's brain. Well, then he turns around and repudiates the whole idea of telepathy. So it sounded like he sort of was recanting to the establishment, the educational establishment under pressure, and sort of winding up by denying everything that he'd said, really. But the thesis itself was quite interesting, the idea that people, and I do get that feeling from reading the Odyssey and the Iliad and all that, that they didn't have this I that we have at all. It would never occur to them to wonder what they should do or whether this was right or this was wrong. Quite a different consciousness, really. Yes.
I don't know if this is fact or fiction, but I recall reading accounts that Jack would write something, sort of wondering specifically what you would think of it, and would, Jerry or whatever, bring you something that he wrote and say, here, read this and that, and there was remarks of humorously, the early comment would be, yes, or something that you didn't comment. I was wondering, did you
He didn't tend to bring very much to me. Sometimes I'd ask to see something like when he was in Mexico. I spent a lot of his time sitting around just writing away in a notebook. He did a lot of oral, a lot of written, handwritten material, and he was also very, very fast on the typewriter. And then I'd ask him sometimes what he was writing, and he would show me. He showed me some of the Mexico City stuff when he was there. But it was nothing that happened every day. See, we didn't see all that much of each other over there were long periods when we didn't see each other at all. When I really moved out of the States and he stayed where he was, he came over to visit in 1957 to Tangiers, rather briefly. So, and after that I didn't see him. I only saw him once. between 1957 and his death in 1969. Yeah.
Did he offer you any suggestions while he was typing up the manuscript for next month?
He didn't do all that much typing on it. Alan, no, he did a fair amount. Alan and Jack both did a lot of typing, and Alan Anson. No, he didn't. He didn't at all. He didn't tend to give people suggestions on writing. Yeah.
Ezra Pound suggested that the biological makeup, the biochemical makeup of the brain is similar to the sperm, seminal sperm. Would you ever comment on that?
I never thought of such a thing. I don't know. Maybe. I hadn't really considered it. I don't think scientifically it's very similar, is it? Not that I'm a biologist, God knows, but I just don't see that there would be any immediate similarity, biologically or chemically. Let's see, yes.
How would you rate your son's book?
Which one?
Well, I've read Speed and
Yeah. Well, I think, Speed is certainly, lots of people come to me and says that it said more to them than anything that I wrote. He seemed to catch a certain feeling in the 60s and transcribe it with great accuracy and sincerity. So I think they're very good books indeed, and I'm glad to say in no way influenced by me. They don't sound like he'd even read what I wrote, which is good. Very good. Pardon? He's dead, my dear. Did you know that? Yeah, he died about 2 years ago. Yeah. Yes.
I was curious if you feel sort of substantive difference between dreaming and astral experiences.
I think he's drawing an artificial line there where none exists. There may be sort of a spectrum, but I don't think there's any clear differential line to be drawn there. Well, gotta get somebody else here. Yeah.
mentioned Ezra Pound before.
Mentioned what?
Ezra Pound.
Oh, Ezra Pound, yeah.
What do you think of him? Have you read him, or what do you think of the Cantos? Do you think he's a major influence in modern writing, modern poetry?
Well, I am not really competent to say. I have not read the Cantos. I found them rather hard going. I found the fact that theories were expressed there are deplorable, and all this technocracy it was called, I believe, which was, to my mind, a lot of nonsense. I think he's a cranky person, but I really couldn't assess him as a poet at all. But well, yes, there's some good phrases in there. I remember Alan Anson used to read sections, like one called "Pull Down Thy Vanity," which was sort of first rate. But I don't read a great deal of modern poetry, and I just never really read Pound, the Cantos. Yeah, wait a minute, I get somebody else. Yeah?
What do you think of Bukowski as a writer?
Who? I don't. He's good. I don't know it very well. I really would be. I couldn't pass an opinion at all. Yeah.
Does silence have much influence on your work?
No. Not at all. I didn't find it so interesting, really. I can see that it's more interesting as a sociological document, or at least to me, it's more interesting as a sociological document than as something that I actually enjoy reading or find great going.
Have you ever read The Sound of Fury by William Faulkner?
Yes.
What did you think of it?
It's been a year since I read it. It seemed to me a very, very good book, and the experimentation there, the sort of the consciousness excerpts, I thought were very well done. That was good. I don't know whether it would reread well. Yeah.
At one point in time, those these and
Which was the first one? I don't know. Korzybski. Korzybski is very important to anyone of any age because that's the whole meaning of meaning. The meaninglessness of abstract words. They either are a proposition, something's either true or false, which he says is one of the great errors of Western thought, which I fully agree with. It's either hereditary or environment, both and. Either this. That's not the way the nervous system works. It's not the way the physical universe works. And abstract words like justice, communism, democracy, you have as many meanings for these words as people that use them. They all mean different things. They can never arrive at an agreement because they're not talking about the same thing. He is very important. I think Spengler is much less important. And Spengler is interesting because, since he has a theory, he collects a lot of disparate historical facts that you wouldn't find anywhere else and brings them into his cyclical theory of history. And I think a young person would learn quite a lot by reading Spengler, whether he subscribed to his, I don't think it's a very valid concept, to his cyclical theory of history. But the book would still have value. But Korzybski, I think everyone should be taught in high school, because all these purely verbal arguments that are quite unnecessary and time-wasting. Huh? Well, he wrote a book called Science and Sanity. Well, he was a mathematician, among other things, and it's very, very long. There's a long mathematical section in it. And I think the non-Aristotelian society, which he founded, is located somewhere in Connecticut. They have the details over at the bookstore because I ordered this condensation of Science and Sanity for one of my classes. And they sort of cooked the thing down into a reasonable book, but it can be obtained. And it's very much worth reading just for the simple. He used to start his talk by wrapping something, said, whatever this may be, it's not a table. It's not the word table. It's not the label. Yes. Yes, let's see, he wrote an article on Jones, Brian Jones. He's written various articles on Tijuca. He is currently working on a book called The Bardo Hotel. I think he's written also various articles for photography and painting magazines. I don't have the full list, but he's been quite active in writing since then. Yeah, that one particularly. And, well, let's see. I think his first one, which was To Master a Long Good Night about slavery in Canada, is out of print. Any more questions here?
I was in reading Desolation Acres. Harold was talking about when he was hiking up, he had a whole bunch of nightmares. And I noticed in reading a couple of your books, started reading very heavily, and I've spoken with another writer who told me he had to stop reading your works because he was having so many nightmares. And I was just wondering.
What was the content of his nightmares? Do you remember?
Yeah, he didn't tell me that.
Yes, I see. Yeah.
But I was just wondering if you'd spoken with people who felt reacted that similarly, or perhaps your work communicates on unconscious level.
Well, no, that's rather very interesting idea because I've never found any direct thing that would trigger a nightmare. There's always the influence. I can go to a movie like Blade Runner, and I know there's scenes in there that will probably appear in my dreams, and it has happened, or books. But, something that I should say specifically would produce a nightmare, because while I'm subject to them, I have them periodically. There doesn't seem to be any definite thing that would trigger it off at all. So I'm very surprised to hear that. He felt there was a direct connection. And that when he stopped reading my books, the nightmares disappeared.
My own experience was not nightmare. I just read about different people in books and read others, but they weren't nightmares, but just reading about Kerouac and talking to other guys, it just seemed that was a similar experience. And that maybe the power of the imagery or something communicated on that deep level.
Well, I think that anything that makes an impression on you certainly becomes material for dreams. No question of that. And since he may have had an effect on millions of people, I'm sure there are millions of dreams based on the road. Yes.
Do you think the human species will evolve beyond the differentiation between sexes?
Well, I don't think that's a crucial point, really, the differentiation. As to what moving from time into space, it's going to be very difficult to foresee what the alterations would be. I have a few ideas, but I'm not sure.
If we do make this step into space, could you elaborate a little bit on what function dreams are going to serve there?
Well, dreams are simply, I regard them as preparation for space conditions. Now, dreams actually serve the function of preparation. There's a whole theory of dreams that the species that does a lot of dreaming inside the womb is preparing it for certain movements that it will have to make later. I think they've done a lot of experiments. There's a article by Janet on dreaming, and that it does serve this preparatory function. In this case, for future bodily movements, etc. And I just postulate that it has the same function with us. We know that it has some very powerful biologic function.
In other words, it's sort of teaching us things that we're going to be doing later.
That's right, exactly.
Rather than giving us glimpses of perhaps future world or environment.
Well, there's no difference. You got a different environment, and you're different. You have to be different. The differentiation, it's like the fish looking up there. If he's going to get up there, he's got to change. He can't be the same, or he will die in the altered condition.
Dreams are going to be a source of strength then for us also?
No, preparation. Preparation. Yes, Michael.
Where's that article by Genet? Can you put that?
Huh? Where's?
By Genet on dreaming?
By Genet?
Is that what you just said?
Oh, no. Janet. A scientist. I'm sorry, I don't have. I do have at home a copy of the article, and he turned up the very interesting fact that cold-blooded animals don't dream. Juve. Yes, sure. No, I'm not sure, James. I'm not sure of the name. That cold-blooded animals do not dream. And this may be due to the fact that their neural tissue is renewable, although no one knows really. Any more? Yes. Well, you mean what corresponds to water? Well, I would say time. And what corresponds to land? Dream. That's as close as we get to it. Not just dream, but the moments in which you feel that you glimpse something beyond time. This may be a poem, a sunset, maybe any number of things, but we're all acquainted with the feeling when you feel for a moment that time is not relevant. And that medium is space. Uh-huh. Yes.
Since you like Blade Runner, I wonder if you're familiar with the author of the book on which that is based. Its title is The Android Screen.
Oh yes, oh yes. That's how I got the idea in the first place. I read the book. It wasn't Dick's book at all. It's someone named Norse.
No, I mean the movie though is based.
Oh well, I haven't read the book. I haven't read that book. I read the original Blade Runner, but I didn't read Dickey's book. I am not very fond of his work, frankly. Not that I know it very well. Yes.
Is that in some way you, or is that something that the person? What is that? Where's the connection? Because I feel if there's a connection, but I'm not sure.
Well, but there's no way of knowing. It's all kinds of variations. I mean, well, your conception, like for example, Jack had his conception of Dean Moriarty. And his Dean Moriarty was very different from my conception of Neil. Neil and I have ridden for 5 hours in a car and never exchanged a word. And Kerouac has him compulsively talking. Your conception of someone got very little to do with the person.
But perhaps an actual situation where you're visited in the dream by another person.
Exactly, yes, but the same thing, in a sense, applies. Sometimes a person may be aware of it, sometimes not at all. Not at all aware. And usually it's difficult to cross-check.
Do you think that people will start having relationships like that?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's an area where practice makes perfect at all. I wonder if practice makes perfect at all in that whole area. It's not a matter of practice, really. Although observation, yes. Well, yes.
You said earlier that you thought that the development of the main character is one of the most elusive elements in writing a story. Do you think that Jack used people like Neil Cassidy and Gary Snyder as a way of circumventing that problem?
No, I'm talking about the main character. I'm talking about the I. If someone says I, everyone assumes that he is the I represented. There is a unique situation in Jack, when you come to think of it. These people that he was writing about in some detail were actually alive. And I don't know, I think that Neil was rather upset that he felt that this part was sort of being forced on him. So that is rather unusual for a writer to do that. Usually the characters he writes about are fanciful or dead or disguised in some way, yes.
Did you describe the relationship with Neil Cassidy? Do you find a level of contemplative required than what you described?
No, I was just pointing out that his conception of Neil Cassidy is very different from mine, without going into mine, which isn't particularly interesting. I like Neil very much, but Kerouac just saw an entirely different side to him. That's all. And I think this is very common, that one person's concept of someone is quite different from another's, both of whom knew the person very well. Let's see. Yes. Start again. Maybe I'll quit again. It's a bad habit. There's no question of it, yes.
This is kind of a two-pronged question. First off, do you think the social and political climate that we live in now is an improvement on the one, say, in the 40s and 50s, obviously? And could you, if you do think it's better or worse, could you extrapolate what you think is going to happen in the near future, like maybe 1984, for example?
No, I wouldn't go as far as that, because I said in the other night, I think that we are living in a much freer America. I know goddamn well we're living in a much freer America, say, certainly than 40 years ago, when the four-letter word couldn't appear on a public page, when the rights of minorities were just simply ridiculous, not to be considered. A nigger was a nigger, a Mexican was a Mexican, and a homosexual was a fucking queer, and that's it. This is back in the 20s and 30s. Now, there's been a great change since then, and I think for the better. And we are living in a much freer America, and part of this is due to the whole beat movement, in all its ramifications, its connections with jazz, and rock and roll, and the political activists as well. That's all. Yes. Yes.
How's the evolution of timelessness based on
What? What? I can't hear you.
You're saying people evolving from time to framework of time into space. And I was asking how's it going to affect people's lives?
Well, obviously they're going to change, just as a fish changed when it came up on the water, right? It had to have lungs. But we're not quite sure what we have to have and don't have to have. But it of course, involves biological alterations. That's the point. Not just psychic, but biological. Otherwise, you're just going in an aqualung. It's like you take an aquarium with the fish in it and you put it up on the land. That doesn't give them any conception of what it means to live on land. And all we've done is send people to the moon in an aqualung. Useful, I think very useful. But there's another step to go, huh? Yes.
Some people seem to subscribe to the pendulum idea of society, in that there was a lot of liberties achieved in the 60s, and people in the Reagan administration perhaps think too many. Do you sense that there's been some regression in the last few years, or are you still basically optimistic about the outlook?
Well, it isn't a question of being optimistic or pessimistic. These are meaningless words. I mean, the captain says the ship is sinking, he's a pessimist. As to ultimately, there are a series of impasses that don't look very good for a long-time solution. Inflation is seemingly going to get worse and worse. All these insoluble problems, overpopulation, which is, of course, one of the causes of inflation, overpopulation, depletion of resources. There certainly is not a very good prognosis over a period of time unless some very drastic changes are made, and no politician could suggest the changes by cutting that population into. Yes.
You've spoken before of the need to break down distinctions between art and science, and you see this occurring now, and what would be the results of this?
Well, I think that it's very desirable. I say if scientists were more artistic and artists more scientific, and I think it happens. But these divisions are quite arbitrary. They have no existence outside of arbitrary opinion. Yes.
Do you share Jose and Larry's optimism with respect to the bomb and the question of the Holocaust?
I just would say I don't know. I wouldn't express an opinion there. You're talking about nuclear holocaust now. I just don't know. We hope not, that's all. Yes.
You had a good understanding of rock and roll music. Obviously, you've been an influence on a lot of what's happening. I wonder if what your involvement was, if you listened to it, or if music has anything to do with your living. All these people that are coming out now, they cite you as an influence.
I really am not knowledgeable about music at all. I should say that immediately, and particularly modern music. I don't listen to it as a rule. I like Moroccan music. I like some classical music, and sort of old-time jazz. But I'm just not very heavily into music at any point, really. Yes.
Kant gets upset about music that he wouldn't listen to it at all, that it hurt his writing.
Who said so? I don't feel that. I don't feel anything. It just it doesn't interest me terribly. Although, yes.
What do you think of Ismail Reed's work? He says that in reading your work, you can tell that you were white.
Well, that's a great compliment, I must say. I'm not as familiar with it as I could be. What I've seen, I did like, yes. I really can't be very knowledgeable. Yes?
Do you still take drugs, and what's your reason for drugs?
Well, really, mine, yeah. That's not a proper question. Everybody smokes pot, and I take a drink now and then, and I smoke cigarettes. Basta.
Could you just repeat the name of the author of Science and Sanity?
Alfred Korzybski. Korzybski, Polish, obviously.
Starts with a K?
Yeah. His name, he was Count Alfred Korzybski. He was a count of some sort. Yeah. What? There was what? It was based on what? Who wrote about it? Oh, no. Not at all. He wrote a book called Science and Sanity, and he gave some lectures once at the University of Chicago. But aside from that, nothing. Yes.
You said about the arts telling us what we know but don't know we know. What do you think they say about the transition from time to space?
Well, I think that all artists are talking about space, that art is another link to space, another preparation, we might say. Well, I think time's almost up. Maybe we take one more question. All right.
You've been described as somewhat of a misogynist, and see any influence on your style from women writers?
Oh, yes. Carson McCullers, very definitely. Jane Bowles. Well, those are the two main ones. And some, some from, wait a minute, I forget her name, the one that kept pigs in Georgia. Flannery O'Connor. Very great. I'm afraid she's dead. And Gianna Barnes, Knightwood. She was such a strong and distinctive stylist. I think she influenced every writer to some extent. Yes, decidedly there are influences. Well, I think that we will close now. Very good. Sure. Wait a minute. Yeah, you're first. Here we are. Right here. I think, yeah, that should go. Yes, be right here, I think. Can you all hear me? Good. Someone asked Beckett what he thought of Burroughs' work, and he said rather grudgingly, well, he's a writer. So certainly that's true of Kerouac. I'm quoting here from a historic memoir of America's greatest existentialist. I mean, he was the greatest existing exister. Certainly a meaningless word. Well, Kerouac was a writer. That is, he wrote. Many people who call themselves writers and have their names down on book jackets are not writers, and they can't write. The difference being a bullfighter who fights a bull is different from a bullshitter who makes passes with no bull there. The writer has been there. He couldn't write about it. And going there, he risked being gored. By that, I mean what the Germans call a time ghost. Fitzgerald wrote The Jazz Age, but he never found his own way back. And a whole migrant generation arose from on the roads to Morocco and Nigeria and Tangiers and so on. Well, Kerouac himself stayed pretty much in America. What are writers doing? And I would confine the use of this term to writers of novels. Well, in one sense, they're trying to create a universe in which they have lived or where they would like to live. To what extent writers can actually do, or how useful it is for their craft to act out their writing in so-called real life, is a very open question. For example, are you making your world more like real life, or are you pulling real life into your work? For example, Hemingway's determination to act out the least interesting aspects of his own writing and to actually be his main character was, I feel, very unfortunate for his writing. I mean, if a writer insists on doing well, what his characters do, he very drastically limits his characters. In The Vanity of Deleuze, Kerouac confesses to being a spy in someone else's body. He says that all his credentials, his press clippings, his birth certificates are just completely spurious. They're not real. And I think it's a professional feeling that all writers experience. And this arises from the dualism of being actor and chronicler at the same time. As you're pretending to be one of the actors while he's actually the scriptwriter, or trying to be. And this tends to give writers a vaguely ill-intentioned and furtive manner. Writers are bad by nature. No trouble, no story, no film, no novel, no painting. So if we can't find trouble, we tend to make it. Not directly, you understand, simply by the contagion of our ambiguous presence. On the surface, Kerouac was a non-violent person and completely non-hostile. And his sneaky writer trick surfaced in other ways. For example, I have never been able to divest myself of the trust fund that he foisted upon me. I mean, there isn't any trust fund. There never was a trust fund. When I was not able to support myself, which was many years, my family, I was supported by an allowance from my family, my hard-working parents who ran a gift and art shop in Palm Beach, Florida, called Cobblestone Gardens. My father was the only straight man in the industry. But you see, Kerouac thought a trust fund was more interesting and more romantic. Let's face it, there was a very strong sort of Sunday supplement streak in his mind. And he also saddled me with a Russian countess. Well, she's a little bit easier to get rid of than the trust fund. And he nurtured the myth of the Burroughs millions. There are no Burroughs millions except in the company, and the family got nothing out of it. I mean, it's an old story how the inventor's family winds up with zilch. Incompetent executors, they advised the children that the whole thing was absolutely impractical and they better sell out right now for what they could get, which they did, which was a very small amount. Then I asked Kerouac about this. What is this trust fund nonsense? And he said, oh, well, you'll see, you will have a trust fund. Such cheek, he's going to write me a trust fund. Well, writers are prone to very, very specific character flaws, and Kerouac had them all. No doubt about it that he was a writer. Well, since writers inhabit a fictional world, there's always an element of spuriousness when they touch down. Kerouac hated fights. I've seen him go out way out of his way to avoid fights in bars. But he liked to talk fights, you know, the left hook syndrome. And what an old fraud was Hemingway, the great white hunter, dropping his wildebeest neat and clean at 320 African paces. Got long legs, you know. But people will tend to take these roles, the writer's role, quite seriously, and many did see Kerouac as sort of the tough, brawling type. And this is what we might call a writer's gap. It's most evident and damaging in their personal and sexual lives, but I don't propose to discuss that. It sets a bad precedent. And don't snitch on a fellow writer. He'll snitch on himself sooner or later. As Mon said, and now and again he did say interesting things, just moments of clarity in the incredibly stupid and empty way of life. If you know how to read, that is, he says, writing marks a man, it reveals a man completely, no matter what he writes about. Any writer stands completely revealed in his writing, if you know how to read. And of course, the profession marks someone just as any profession does, being a doctor or a policeman or a lawyer. Kerouac never doubted his profession as a writer. He never thought of being anything else. When I first met him, he'd already written, that was, I think he was 20 years old, and he had already written 1 million words. Never thought of any other profession. I don't know if Kerouac ever asked himself what a writer is actually doing. It's a dangerous question for a writer. I mean, what is anyone doing, really doing? What indeed? Well, the answer is probably too horrific to be countenanced. And who was Kerouac? Well, a college athlete, a merchant seaman, a railroad worker, a Zen Buddhist, a conservative Catholic. All these, I think, essentially, of course, he was a traveler, but he's an American traveler. He hated Europe and he hated North Africa, and he never really felt comfortable outside of America. So while many of the people that really went on the road after reading On the Road went a hell of a lot further than Kerouac. They were the ones that went out to Kathmandu and the Far East and down into Africa. Well, Kerouac, he touched a wide range, but he didn't venture outside of this range. He never attempts to contact and transcribe alien data. Even Dr. Sachs is much too personal and homey to constitute a venture outside his chosen area, where fiction and fact are intermingled. Since everyone assumed that he was writing actual, accurate biography, and actually wasn't at all. And he achieves, in fact, an insidious blurring of the line between fact and fiction, which has produced far-reaching, even worldwide effects. Apart from his writing, Kerouac was a figure of worldwide import. And the beat movement spread everywhere, even to the Arab world in the Far East. It met and blended with Zen and married Castro and Raoul to father the hippies and the yippies. It was a real powder trail. We see the function of creation to make people aware of what they know and don't know that they know. You can see that Kerouac touched many areas. There's a tradition in Europe called the Wonder Year, during which middle-class youths are supposed to hit the road and make it on their own for a year with very little or no money. Then he will come back and go into the family business or profession. So the experience was already there, but he put new vigor into these rather petrified old world procedures. And the hippies and the yippies were contacting the third world on a very basic levels of drugs, sex, and money, and rock and roll, of course. But Jack seemed sort of anxious to disclaim responsibility. I don't know how seriously we take this. The spy in his body recants under pressure. The only valid criteria, I think, of accomplishments, in the words of Christ, by their fruits ye shall know them, and not by their disclaimers. Well, what is a writer actually doing? I put forward as a general proposition that any artist, and I include all creative thinkers, they are trying to make the viewer, the reader, the student aware of what he knows and doesn't know that he knows. People living on the seacoast in the Middle Ages, they knew the earth was round. They believed the earth was flat. And Galileo got in quite serious shit by saying the earth was round. Still is. And Cézanne shows people what a fish looks like, seen from a certain angle in a certain light. They couldn't see it. But now any child can see Cézanne's fish. Once you get the breakthrough, then there's a general increase in general awareness. And Joyce made people aware of their stream of consciousness, at least on one level, and was called unintelligible. The cut-ups, which were started by Brian Geisen, well, life is a cut-up. Every time you walk down the street, look out the window, your consciousness is cut by random factors. And we simply made the random factor explicit with a pair of scissors. Now, Kerouac didn't like the idea. He said, I do this in my mind. Well, I said, then you've excluded the essential ingredient of randomity. The throw of the dice, the clip of the coin, the blast of a gun. I exhibited a picture here created by first painting a piece of plywood, both sides, letting my hand have its way, just like I sat down and typed a page on the typewriter. Now, randomity is evoked. I pour paint into a little plastic pot bag and tack it to the plywood, not just anywhere. I know exactly where I'm going to place it. Now, with a double-barreled 12-gauge shotgun, number 6 shot, at 20 feet I blast the paint bag, throwing paint all over the painted wood. Now, see, no one could have foreseen the results in his mind. It's impossible. This is the Big Bang theory of creation. We have an outpouring of creation which slowly solidifies into art. Time for a bigger bang. Suppose the whole fabric of reality, what you see out there from your window, grass, people, trees, houses, mountains, sky, the whole fucking shithouse is suddenly ripped apart and revealed as a backdrop. The sheltering sky is thin as paper here. BB is designed to blow a hole in time. All it takes is one shot with the right ammunition. Well, Kerouac, with his theory that all life is a dream and that nothing is real, I think would have subscribed to that. So he couldn't have done it in his mind, and you can't even figure out how cut paper would come out. Now, novelists are also engaged in the ultimate blasphemy, that is, novelists, of the creation of life, the creation of living characters, which is, writing is quite literally table tapping. It's a psychic operation. Well, it's very useful to act out, and there are very definite rules of evocation. If you don't use the right evocation, your character won't be there. Now, I think it's very useful to act out a scene you're writing. Where is the door where this character came in, the door that he went out of? Now, I've had the experience of finding a scene, of writing a scene. What's this sticking together here? Of writing a scene and reading it over, and I said, there's something not right here. It just isn't working. So I acted out. Well, no wonder you had the character coming through a door where there is no door and seeing things that he couldn't have seen. In other words, I was asking my characters to perform impossible acts. I remember the film called Dead of Night where the ventriloquist dummy starts talking on its own. Well, a writer must encourage this phenomenon. Create a dummy and induce it to talk on its own. Now, this is known as an ear for dialogue in the trade. But you see, writing is, in fact, a magical operation. If you know the right spells, and what are spells but words, you can call all writers living and dead to write for you, to work for you. The use of cut-up is a key. What better way to evoke a writer than to cut and rearrange his very own words? Like all keys, to be used with caution. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Somebody changed the lock on that door. Well, another key is certainly image. What does your character look like? I build up an identical picture. There's a picture of a magazine or newspaper that looks like the character I'm looking for. And I've also used pose photos. Here we are. Well, writers are exposed to many traps. There are many snares. There's writer's block when the writer can't write at all, and there's a facility that can become mechanical and lifeless. Now, Kerouac always said that the first version is always the best. Well, that seemed to work for him. But I told him, well, that works for you, Kerouac, but it doesn't necessarily work for anyone else. It certainly never worked for me. I have to do a lot of editing. Sinclair Lewis said that if you've written something you think is just great and you can't wait to show it to somebody, said throw it away, it's terrible. Now, this is very often true. I've had the experience, say, of writing something that I thought was just great, and I read it the next day, and I say, for God's sakes, tear it into very small pieces and throw it in somebody else's garbage can. It's just awful. And that is one of the deterrents to writing. The amount of bad writing you're going to have to do before you do any good writing. I think it'd be very interesting to collect all the worst writing of a number of writers, like starting with Titus Andronicus. And with that great line, let us repair and order well the state, that like events may ne'er it ruinate. Oh boy, there's Shakespeare for you. But of course, if the writer is wise, he's destroyed them. I personally have destroyed at least 1,000 pages. Well, that's one. There's the trap of writer's block and excessive facility, the great book that nobody can read. Well, that, of course, was Joyce. He spent years and years, 20 years, writing the great book that nobody can read, Finnegan's Wake. And, of course, there is the bargain, the devil's bargain. I think it's a tribute to Kerouac's essential integrity that he was never approached with the devil's bargain, which means that he never laid himself open to the bargain. Now, the bargain can come in many forms. There's Hollywood, a rich wife, a bestseller. Did Truman Capote ever write anything comparable to Marion and Other Voices, Other Rooms after he wrote In Cold Blood? Bestsellers are written to the best of the writer's ability. If the writer makes the bargain, then that is his ability from there on out. The bargain is not to be taken lightly. Of course, a classic case of the bargain, and he even knew it, that he had made the devil's bargain, was Somerset Maugham. Now, the Fool's Pact, Conrad said that the devil's bargain is always a fool's bargain. He was a wary old seaman. But the Fool's Pact goes, as far as Maugham is concerned, I will make you rich. I will make you a uniquely famous writer. I will give you fame and lunches with the Queen and royalty at your door asking you to be invited to the so chic, so empty, so nowhere. Welcome to the biggest closet in the Mediterranean. As you can see, there is nothing here. You see, in his haste to sign, he hadn't even read the large print. The devil doesn't say anything about making him a good writer, or even a writer who maybe had written one good thing. Of course not. The devil deals only in quantitative merchandise. So for an artist who deals in quality, the devil's bargain is the worst and stupidest bargain possible. It really is a fool's bargain. Maugham screamed out petulantly at a party when his champagne was late or something, I don't expect much as a thoroughly second-rate writer. I don't deserve much. Good sir, to the purpose. I hope to be remembered as being in the first rank of the second-raters. Sorry, Mr. William, there is no such rank. Second-raters get into the first rank by maybe writing a paragraph, a story that is first-rate, that lifts them out of the second-rate category. You never did. It's all dead, level, and mortal. No wonder he didn't believe in immortality. But he denies it to his readers in every line that never comes alive and never breathes. The whole thing never gets off the ground. If this is the space age, Maugham has nothing to say to us. You never feel uplifted or changed or far out after reading Maugham. In his last years, he was wringing his hands, saying that he was a horrible and evil man. He was indeed. There's nothing in his work but a dead, malevolent spirit, a specialized brand of English evil. He exports rather well, you know. No, that you try to remember the hero of the Razor's Edge. What a profoundly uninspirational book. None of them, you just can't remember them. There's really nothing there. Because somebody else who made the bargain, he had a hell of a lot more to sell than Mon, was Hemingway. Sold out to Hollywood for a safari. He wrote one of the best stories on death in the English language, The Snows of Kilimanjaro. He knew a lot about it. He could smell it on others. There's a famous story where he met a general, and he was a real general lover. So they drive out and meet this major, who was in charge of some outpost. Yeah, the general's saying, I'll have to relieve him. And Ernie says, you won't have to relieve him, Bucky. He stinks of death. And by the time they got back to the general headquarters, the major had been killed. So he wrote his story, and it was the best thing he ever wrote about. This story about death was his specialty, and he lets Hollywood put a happy ending on it. A real live pilot comes in with penicillin. Even the vultures flap away in disgust at that sellout. You see, he had a unique opportunity. It could have been a great film about death. And it isn't about death at all. It isn't about shit. Thought he could pay death off with Hollywood crap, did he? Remember that old lady? It must be very dangerous to be a writer. It is, madam, and few survive it. Wait a minute, I find it here. There's a famous line by, here we are, yes. For years, Dryden held undisputed title to the most atrocious conceit in the English language for his breathtaking lines on Lord Hastings' smallpox. Each little pimple had a tear in it to wail the fault its rising did commit. Now Dryden must defend his title against Papa Hemingway. The hole in his forehead where the bullet went in was about the size of a pencil. The hole in the back of his head where the bullet came out was big enough to put your fist in it, if it was a small fist and you wanted to put it there. Oh, boy. Well, I reckon the hole in the back of his head where 2 barrels of number 6 heavy duck load came out was big enough to put your foot in, even if it was a medium-sized foot and you didn't want to put it there. But Kerouac is never approached. There's, of course, a certain moment of sellout. I think Mon was born sold out. Hemingway tended to sell himself a piece at a time, his macho image slowly eating away at his talent. There was that atrocious letter he wrote about duck hunting. I'd shoot my own mother if she was flying straight and clean in formation, and I could lead her at 50 yards with my Weatherby. Oh, my God. My God. Well, I put together a poem here from... I was struck by the similarity between the ending of The Great Gatsby and the ending of On the Road. Some rather nice lines came out. Enchanted moment when man held his tomorrow for the last time in history with his capacity for wonder. Dim houses begin to melt away and fold the final shore. Trees whisper to the last forlorn Dean Moriarty. All that road and nobody in the immensity of it. Children cry for the transitory father we never found face to face. Old Dean's gone, an obscene word scrawled by bright stars at the end of Daisy's dock. The stars are dropping silver dimes. Night blesses the river pier. Old Dean's gone. The orgiastic future. The last and greatest of Dean Moriarty, dreaming in future children. No matter, they let children cry. broken human dreams, and the stars go out one after the other. Thank you. I think I should mention another, speaking of all the difficulties by which the writer is faced. Alcoholism, which has been called which of course killed Kerouac, has been called the writer's vice. It's to be remembered that writing is a very stressful activity. When you write, you're experiencing hate, fear, war, death, but you're sitting there immobilized at the typewriter. And I think that this, which is essential, whether you're sitting at a typewriter or writing on longhand, which nobody hardly does now, and doesn't make a hell of a lot of difference. But you're sitting there immobilized in a state of stress, and I think the alcoholism is often an attempt to relieve the accompanying tension and anxiety. Well, I think we could have some questions now. We've got about an hour left. Yes, I don't think we need a microphone. Go ahead.
What about the use of a word processor in your writing? Are you still using typewriter?
I never used a word processor. I wouldn't know how. But I know that I had a recent experience that they're terribly useful in editing. I don't think in composition so much as in editing. No, I use a typewriter, just the plainest sort of typewriter. I'm practically illiterate longhand.
They said the other night that you see your scenes in pictures rather than in words. How do you conjure up these images when you're writing?
You see them both. It's like a film. Exactly. The writer is sitting there and he's looking at a film and he's trying to get it on paper. That's what's happening. I think we had one up there. Well, that's an either-or proposition that presupposes there's some line down the middle. That would be unfortunate if there were. But I just don't think it corresponds to the fact. I don't know what love means. God knows. Presumably, it's sort of a mixture between sex and liking. That's as close as I can come. Well, I'll tell you, I read it over and I thought it was pretty terrible. So it's in the archives in Vaduz. I did save it, but I wouldn't want to publish it. I'm not going to dig out my high school themes and publish them. It just wasn't good. I can do a hell of a lot better now. There wasn't any point really in publishing it. Yeah. I don't understand the question.
What's the impulse behind proceeding more now than we have in recent years?
Money. Yeah.
There's a certain joyful playfulness in some of Kerouac's writing and its style. I'm thinking particularly of the poem about Big Sur. Do you see a relationship between, and was Kerouac, do you think Kerouac was influenced by Joyce and Joyce's love playing with language and the resonance of different?
Well, he was Kerouac was quite a reader. He had read Joyce extensively, and I know he was influenced. Certainly, was influenced by Joyce. He was certainly influenced by Thomas Wolfe and by Celine. But he really read extraordinary extent. Yes, I think there probably was an influence there. Yes.
Celine was one of the writers that you had recommended to him. Was that something that happened greatly, or writers that you told him about that eventually you saw in his work?
Well, sometimes it worked one way and sometimes another. I think I turned him on to Celine. I believe he turned me on to one of the principal influences in my work, Denton Welch. So it worked both ways. Yes. Well, for heaven's sakes, it needs control and time in which to control. People even need time in which to die. Well, yes, it's the principal means, I would say. Yes. I think they have them in the library here. You sure? Because at one time I got one of them from the library here. I forget which one. The main ones are Maiden Voice. There aren't so many. You see, there's Maiden Voice and Youth is Pleasure. Voice Through a Cloud. That was the last that he wrote. There was also some short stories, The Brave and Cruel. They may have another name somewhere else. And the journals. And then some fragments. See, he died when he was 31. He killed what? I forget who published them in England. Someone named Fisher published some of them in America. But I don't know. I think about 5 years ago, the University of Texas brought out A Voice Through the Cloud, A Cloud. And I know I did get one of them here in the library. I found someone here who had them all.
Do you ever use any kind of process to determine your cut-ups, or are they always completely arbitrary?
Well, no, it's you can use any process you want. I mean,
for instance, like John Cage uses the I Ching sometimes when he's working with Burroughs journal, so I was just wondering if you ever used anything similar to that?
No, it's usually I just want to get a new angle on what I've just written. I don't do it all the time. But sometimes I'll do it and I'll get a sentence that's useful or a sentence that orients me in some way. I do it sort of for orientation now.
So sometimes it's groups of words, sometimes whole sentences?
Well, I'll take a page, cut it up and arrange it around and see if it looks any better that way. That's about what it amounts to. Yes. Yes. That's right. Well, yes, it doesn't. It's just a method. It's just a method, like a technique in painting or something like that. It may be suitable in one place and not in another. I was trying to just tell a straight story there. There are cut-ups in there. It's still useful in a straight context for transcribing something that is confused, say like a delirium, a fever delirium, or something like that. You'll do much better by taking what you want and cutting it up than you would by trying to concoct a fever delirium. That's right. Absolutely. Yes. Well, it just seems to me that in many cases, poets are lazy prose writers. I've just done it. I can take a page of poetic prose and cut it up into lines and rearrange it and call it poetry. As soon as you get away from strict metric traditions, then what's the difference between prose and poetry? There isn't any. Well, there's no sign of that. There certainly is no substitute in sight that I can see in any wide sense. Well, it depends on how much time I have. Sometimes I won't do it for a long time, then I'll do it. But I always naturally keep my eyes open for material. Yes, well, get one over here. If I can't see it, I can't write it. If I can't see the writer, the reader's not going to see him or her. So I got to see it. And there's no difference between seeing and hearing. I mean, you've got the person. Now, what will such a person say? What tone of voice would he say it in? Actually, a lot of the general sort of tradecraft of writing is quite similar to the tradecraft of intelligence. As teach students to keep their eyes open on the street. If they see a person more than 3 times, take a good look. It may be someone that has something to say to you. Maybe he's a character trying for an audition, you see. I get many of my characters right out of the street like that. A writer shouldn't try to create in a vacuum, just a writer and his typewriter. These people that hold themselves up to write the great American novel, they're cutting their input. They haven't got anything to write about. A balance, of course, you've got to find a balance there, because it takes, just tell me how many books someone has written, and I can tell you how long he had to sit at a typewriter. That is one of the things about the profession. You have to be able to sit hours and hours and hours, years and years and years at a typewriter, or, well, that's one of Sinclair Lewis's piece of advice to young writers: learn to type. I agree entirely. Almost nobody uses longhand anymore. Yes.
Could you tell me what you see as the influence of people like Spengler and Brzezinski on Kerouac's writing?
What effect they had on Kerouac's writing? Well, I don't know. He talks more about them just without incorporating their ideas into his writing, it seems to me. I can't think of very clear examples of influence there, yes. I don't understand you. Why do what? There is. If it isn't, it isn't much good. I remember Genet talking about Julian Green, says, il n'y a pas le courage d'être un écrivain. He doesn't have the courage to be a writer. He was talking about the courage, for one thing, to take full responsibility for your characters, your creations. It is a dangerous profession, and that's implicit in the profession. It's very dangerous to be a writer. Because it's my job. If I don't do it, I'll starve to death. You telling you what? I need a what? Not unless I collaborated with someone. There have been very few successful collaborations. Very few indeed. Yes. Oh, I read. Let's see. I read a lot of unspeakable horror, that kind of stuff. You know. For airplane trips, it's terribly dull, and I read some spy stuff and a lot of spy stuff. I read all Le Carré. I don't do much serious reading, or if I do, it's mostly rereading. Conrad, Denton Welch, Pierce, Rambo, mostly. Yes. Oh my God, we spent about 6 or 7 years on that project to write a novel about it. One day, oh yeah, we're going to do this film, $10 million. And the next day you can't get through the secretary. That's the way it is. Nothing happens until money actually changes hands. And that only happened once. And that's another story. In other words, we have more than thought about it. Done a great deal about it at one time or another. Terry Southern and I went out to Hollywood once and tried to sell the Naked Lunch script.
Yes. No. This is a funny story. I read this book called Blade Runner, and then I wanted to write something based on it, very loosely based on it, I may say. And so he got in touch with the author is Alan Norris, the writer of science fiction. So we got in touch with him, and he gave his permission to use the title, figuring that it would be good publicity for him. Then, now somebody has taken just the title, which has nothing to do with the original title, which is good, as far as I'm concerned. But there's no relation between even my concept of the Blade Runner and his. I thought it was a great movie, by the way. Fantastic. I mean, the sets there, wow. That's the most impressive sci-fi movie I've seen. Very definitely, far and away. Yeah. How do I overcome my what? Well, the general direction, I do something else. Don't do about it. In one case, I turned to this art, this Big Bang art, and did a lot of target shooting. Just wait to come out of it, that's all. Some people have it, they never get over it. I know people that have written one book and they just won't write another. Trokey is an example. He wrote Kane's book and he hasn't written since. Pardon? I haven't seen him in a long, long time. I will see him. I'm going to England, and I will see him then. Yeah, it is a great book, and he just wouldn't write. He just won't write anything. And so he'll do anything. He'd rather do anything than write. Yeah. Oh, everybody uses pot. Everybody uses pot. I think that's the most sort of useful all-around drug, just an adjunct. Yes. I mean, the whole question of not writing, I wasn't talking about writing, I was talking about existing in space rather than in time. I feel it would be as definite a transition as the transition from water to land. There's people, creatures living in the water, they look up at the land, they can't imagine what it's like, or only partially imagine what it's like to live up there. And that is the same way, and this will be the next biological step, if it is made, from time into space. Will involve biological changes. Quite inconceivable at the present time, I guess.
If you're going to shoot a hole through time, what ammunition will you use?
Huh?
You mentioned shooting a hole through time. What ammunition?
That is exactly what I'm describing in my current book, The Place of Dead Roads, which starts out as a Western, and I'm exactly describing what kind of ammunition. So in order to answer your question, I'd have to read the whole book. It's about 500 pages or 250 book pages. Well, you get the manuscript in September. I don't know. I might possibly make the spring list, but I doubt it very much. I would say probably next fall. I mean, that is a year from this September. Yes.
When you lived in New Waverly, Texas, were the people there very curious about what you were doing, and also, do you remember exactly where it was that you lived?
Well, of course I remember where I lived. I don't know what's there now. Well, they're small town people. They were curious, naturally. Curious and somewhat malicious. Like in any small town, you have your friends, your allies, and your enemies. That is, this store is hostile, this store is friendly, and so you have set up your route. Yeah, of course, they're small town people. They're very curious about anything. Yeah. Huh? Yes, there's nothing discreditable. God knows. Yes, it is. Yes.
Reading Cities of the Red Night, I recognize some images that I've seen in other of your books, references to insects and penguins, that sort of thing. And I was wondering, do you regard your set of works as having like an overall theme? Let's say Kerouac often felt it as if all of his books were loose legend. And I just wondered if you had some kind of overall scheme to the works.
Well, yes, I think it's all in a sense one work. You can trace a progress like this. Cities of the Red Night is the first of a trilogy. Like Naked Lunch, then The Ticket the Exploder, The Soft Machine, and Nova Express sort of formed one group. And Wild Boys and Exterminator and Port of Saints formed another. And now I'm starting a new group with Cities of the Red Night, and the book that I'm writing now that I've just finished is a sequel to Cities of the Red Night, taking place in late 1800s and early 1900s in America and Europe. Yeah.
Why did you decide in Cities of the Red Night to make it slightly more conventional type of writing?
Because the theme lends itself to that. I have a complicated enough story anyway. I have two stories going at once. And unless I maintain some sort of coherence, it would just, people just won't read something they can't understand at all. So I felt that I had to really make it coherent and accessible.
Hadn't that been the point of the books in a way that we don't understand it maybe in a conventional way of, the character Joe Blow goes through his emotions and ends up at the end of the novel. With yours, it was, for me, the effect of like walking down the street sort of with you or being guided by you, and the snatches of music, bits of conversation, your license plates came in. And I guess my own personal feeling is that Cities of the Red Night perhaps suffered a little bit. I'm not saying, that you always have to get locked in the Naked Lunch. You have to keep on writing Naked Lunch. I'm just wondering how you personally feel about Cities.
Well, I feel it was successful in accomplishing what I set out to accomplish. That's all. I wanted to write quite a straight story, but actually it is a complicated story, very complex story. And I followed more or less the same method in the book that I'm writing now. It's quite straightforward, but a very complicated story. Straightforward in writing, I mean, yes.
With the concept about the word and conventional word use being able to remove from reality, I was wondering how you, as a writer, can rationalize the fact that you have to work in words.
I never feel any necessity to rationalize anything. I'm a writer, it's my job. That's all. What's to rationalize? I'm working with words. I think they're a very inadequate means of communication, and maybe replaced in time, but right now it's what I'm working with. So, yeah.
Have you developed, or do you have a way to read that you can find the true author in the field and not just the person that you think or want to see as the author, without having to read an accompanying biography?
Well, it's very confusing, actually. The confusion between I've got something here on that subject. There's nothing more elusive than a writer's main character, the character that is assumed by the reader to be the writer himself, actually doing the things he writes about. But this main character is simply a point of view interposed by the writer. He's not the writer at all. The main characters then he becomes another character in the book, but usually is the most difficult to see because he is mistaken for the writer himself. but he isn't. He's simply the writer's point of observation, rather like a camera. Yes.
This past spring, I saw a performance of AJ's annual party in New York. I was wondering how much you had to do with the script of that.
I didn't have anything to do with it. It was, it was a group called the Chicago Project, and they came to me and asked me if they could make these, act out these sections, and I said, sure, go ahead. No, not at all. Not at all. Well, they've done not too bad. They even made a little money. Get one over here, yes. Have I read what? I have not read The Executioner's Song, no. I like Norman Mailer very much, and I read The Naked and the Dead, and some of his, a little bit of his critical writing. But I don't know his work well at all, not well enough to really formulate an opinion. Let's see. Okay. Yeah.
On the subject of unreadable books, have you read anything by Thomas Pynchon?
Yes, I read Gravity's Rainbow, and I found it very, very. This is a great book, but my God, it's hard to read. It's like wading through molasses. So, that's it. A great book that nobody can read, but a lot of people did read it. I think it was rather a good seller. I understand he's very reclusive. That's what I heard. Yes.
I got a copy of this here from England. What's the status of the American publications, and is that going to have a picture of you?
As far as I know, no American publication is planned at this point. There probably will be eventually. And as to whether we'll have the pictures, I don't know. But we just haven't gotten anything together on that. Yeah.
Possible to get a copy of So Who Owns Death TV?
Of what?
So Who Owns Death TV?
Oh, I think it was just a title for a short piece. Yeah. I think there was someone put out a magazine or a pamphlet or something. I'm not sure. It was a long time ago or some time ago. Yes.
Looking back now, how would you sum up Kerouac's literary and cultural contributions?
How would I sum up the whole Kerouac? Well, I really couldn't sum up Kerouac. I've just said he's a writer, was a writer. He wrote, he was important, and he reached and touched millions of people, and was very influential with millions of people and with the whole lifestyle that we see today. Yeah.
Besides yourself, do you see other writers who put these influence in their experiments with form by the art world of the experiments that are going on, like action painting and conceptualism, things of that nature?
I don't know much about the art market, but there seems to be a tendency to sort of break down the lines between. So many writers are going in for some kind of art now. Yes.
Are you still in any kind of contact with Genesis, Orib, and Tommy Gristle?
Oh, very, very definite contact, yes.
I looked at that research number that
Mm-hmm.
you were in. What's his, or I assume, or something, was interested in the Charlie Manson thing, and the sort of, even just in the presentation of that magazine, that sort of slightly sort of fascist-seeming symbol on the back.
Mm-hmm.
What is that about?
Well, I don't know. He always had an element of sort of outrage. That seems to be one of the.
So he wants to.
Who, I don't know, they stole it from. Board syndicates, government of the earth, pay. Pay back the color you stole. Pay back red. Pay red. Pay back the red you stole for your lying flags and your Coca-Cola signs. Pay that red back to penis and blood and the sun. Pay blue. Pay back the blue you stole and bottled and doled out in eyedroppers of junk. Pay back the blue you stole for your police uniforms. Pay that blue back to the sea and sky and eyes of the earth. Pay green. Pay back the green you stole for your money. And you, dead hands stretching the vegetable people, pay back the green you stole for the Green Deal to sell out peoples of the earth and board the first lifeboat in drag. Pay that green back to flowers in jungle and river and sky. Board syndicates, governments of the earth, pay back your stolen colors. Pay color back to Hassani Sabah. It's just like a little tiny sketch in which he's actually taking the abstract colors and the blue, the police uniforms. Hassani Sabah is, is a character that goes in and out of Burroughs, a Hashishin, during the Crusades, a mysterious Arab who lived in Mount Alamut, somewhere, I guess, in Persia, and sent out hashish-maddened assassins to do his errands and re-regulate the politics of the planet, of Europe. How many of you have read some of Burroughs? And how many have not? So very few have not. So maybe I'll read a page or two that's exemplary for, see if I can find some stuff that's exemplary for clarity of pictures and clarity of details. The intolerable kid is a character who goes around making trouble for everybody. This is a sort of cut-up of very concrete, specific images. I said that the basic techniques of nova, that is to say, blowing up the universe, starting a nuclear war which will blow up the universe, the basic techniques of nova are very simple, consist in creating and aggravating conflicts. No riots like injustice directed between enemies. At any given time, recorders fix the nature of absolute need and dictate the use of total weapons, like this. Collect and record violent anti-Semitic statements. Now, play back to Jews who are after Belsen. Record what they say and play it back to the anti-Semites. Clip, clap. You got it? Want more? Record white supremacy. This is like Jesse Jackson right now. Record white supremacy statements. Play to Negroes. Play back answer. Now, the women and the men. No riots like injustice directed between so-called enemies. At any given time, position of recorders fixes the nature of absolute need and dictates the use of total weapons. So leave recorders running and get your heavy metal ass in a spaceship. Did it. Nothing here now but the recordings on Earth. Shut the whole thing right off. Silence. When you answer the machine, you're provided with more recordings to be played back to your enemies. Keep the whole Nova machine running. The Chinese character for enemy means to be similar or to answer. Don't answer in the machine. Shut it off. The subliminal kid took over the streets of the world. Subliminal kid is a kid that goes around making subliminal suggestions toward violence and aggression. A major character in Burroughs is always creating wars. Took over the streets of the world. Cruise cars with revolving turrets, telescope movie lenses and recorders, sweeping up sound and image of the city around and around, faster and faster. Cars racing through all the streets of image record. Take, play back, projects on walls and windows, people and sky, and slowly moving turrets on slow cars and wagons, slower and slower. Record, take, play back, project, slow motion, street scene, now fast, now slow, slower, stop, shut off, no more. My writing arm is paralyzed. His writing arm was actually, it's an old junkie's phrase for somebody who's got a doctor who writes out morphine prescriptions for you. He's got a great writing arm. My writing arm is paralyzed. No more junk scripts, no more word scripts, no more flesh scripts. He all went away. No good. No bueno. Couldn't reach flesh. No glot. Clum fly day. It's from an old Chinese laundryman saying, no glot your laundry. Clum fly day. Through the invisible door. Adios, Mr. William, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin. I have said the basic technique creating and aggravating cabinet officers. At any given time dictate total war of the past. Change place of years in the end is just the same. I have said the basic techniques of Nova reports are now ended. Wind spirits melted between enemies. Dead absolute need dictates use of throat bones. On this green land recorders get your heavy summons and are melted. Nothing here now but the recordings may not refuse vision in setting forth. Silence. Don't answer. That hospital melted into air. Into this he's cut up a phrase of Shakespeare. These are players as I foretold you, all actors, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the insubstantial fabric of this pageant faded, with the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, yea, the great globe itself shall dissolve and leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. You all know that? Yeah. Shakespeare line. Actually, I saw in the New York Times, at the center of our galaxy, they've now determined is a black hole, which actually would make sense in terms of Shakespeare. That would mean whatever is here is like this big floating dream which will disappear, just like in Shakespeare. Burroughs looked like he's on his way, or anybody seen sight of him?
No. Well, not quite.
Yes. Are they trying to drag him?
Sort of.
Yes, okay. Silence. Don't answer. The hospital melted into air. The great wind revolving turrets, palaces, towers, insubstantial sound and image flakes fall through all the streets of time for him to forbear. Blessed be he on your... Oh, he's cutting up caddish now. Blessed be he on your walls and windows, people and sky, on every part of your dust slowly, softly falling into the dark mutinous no more. My writing arm is paralyzed on this green land. Dead hand, no more flesh scripts. Last door, shut off Mr. Bradley, mister. He heard your summons, melted into air. You are yourself, Mr. Bradley, Mr. Martin. All the living and the dead. You are yourself. There be. Well, that's about the closest way I know to tell you, in the papers rustling across city desks. Fresh southerly winds a long time ago. September 17th, 1899, over New York. And that's the end of a novel. The end of Nova Express. Actually, it's not very much exemplary of what I was talking about at all. What it is actually is a cut-up of those details good deal. Mr. Burroughs.
Just again.
How do you do? Mr. Laurel. Mr. Hardy.
Wait a minute.
I was just reading from Payback. What I have been discussing was specificity of detail, minute particulars, concrete, specific, particular facts as the life of prose, and had said that at one time you said that you primarily thought in pictures, and so that most of your prose was a good example of concrete picture images, and then opened and read Payback, and then wound up reading some of the end of Nova Express, the cut-up of Shakespeare.
Mm-hmm.
But I was wondering, what would be a good passage which would exemplify detail? And I thought this one. You know, we ate this smorgasbord with hot chocolate.
Yeah. there's a phrase from Conrad, I believe, called bits of vivid and vanishing detail. We drank the beer and ate the smorgasbord. I dropped half a sandwich in my lap, and she wiped the butter off with a napkin, laughing as the cloth bowed under her fingers. Well, vivid detail. In other words, the way that you, well, suppose you walk into a room, you're the writer, and you start picking out details, the first details that meet your eyes. Mm-hmm. And that's the way you pick up descriptions of people. What is the first thing about the person that attracts your attention? What is the first thing about the room that attracts your attention?
Okay, so when you walked in here, what did you notice? Or what did you actually consciously check to see that there was a detail, for any detail?
Oh, of course.
So you make a practice of doing that wherever you are?
Well, no.
Does anybody else do that? I don't. I walk around half unconscious. And so I'm really astounded, actually picking up, reading my collected works, I realized how, because I'm putting together collected poems, I realized how little real detail there is and how little I notice. Then opening up Burroughs's 3 volumes, I'm amazed by how much actual precision there is. Yeah. But years ago you said you did constant practice of awareness practice of checking out detail.
Oh yeah, walking down a street and seeing everything on the street, and then coming back and thinking also what you were thinking when you saw this detail or that detail, these intersection points between what you were thinking and what you saw. And you will often see that how significant these intersection points are.
Well, your original interest was in the synchronicity and the nameless synchronicity and ominous sense of the intersection points.
Well, it's not necessarily ominous. It is simply that these intersection points are significant. You're thinking about something, and all of a sudden you look up there, and there is what you were thinking about in speech time.
And how constant is that practice? In other words, when you walked in here, you said you checked out for a detail. Do you remember what it was you saw?
That?
Painting?
I don't want to embarrass a young man here, but...
Okay. Which one?
A young man with black hair.
Yeah.
I just have to
Peter Timmis.
Yes. Just
Peter Timmis was here last year.
Pick out
how come him?
Well, how do I know?
But then how do you notice what you noticed?
What do you mean, how do you know?
Now, how do you remember the first thing you noticed when you came in the room?
Well, unless your memory is completely flawed, you remember what you have seen when you walk in the room. Just like, now, for example, you get 5 people walking down the street, and suppose all of those people had cameras in their eyes, and we will see what they saw. Well, you get 5 people there, and then you project onto a screen what 5 people saw, and it will not look like the same street, because they were all seeing different things for various reasons. Well, now, I set up these exercises that will train you to break down your automatic selection of details by having an arbitrary selection of details. For example, you walk down the street and you pick out all the blues in the street, all the greens, all the reds. I've had some extraordinary things. I'm picking out reds. So I've gone down, I'm sticking on reds, and then suddenly a red car will come up from behind a blue car.
Could you explain it as an exercise that we could do for homework?
Well, certainly. Walk down the street and pick out colors.
How many blocks?
As many as you want.
The first walk of the day, or a specific moment you set yourself out to do that?
Whenever you want.
Everybody follow it?
Yeah, sure, it's very simple.
So,
there are many others.
So, you divide it into a blue walk, a green walk, a red walk?
Oh, no, you keep shifting them.
Yes.
You keep shifting them. I will say, well, now I'm on blue. Blue cars are coming up. Then you'll see a red over there, shifting to red, shifting to orange.
Within the same red, and within the same walk? Within the same walk? Okay. No, I never understood that. I thought you would go on one walk, which would be just all blue.
No, good God. You shift it all the time. You know when to shift. Wait a minute, I'm running out of blue here.
Okay.
Time to shift to red.
So then what you would be doing would be notating the blue objects or the things on the walk, and then the red. And then noting on paper, or noting in the mind and then taking back to the house.
In the mind, you can't notice on paper when you walk in.
Well, you could carry a notebook or a tape machine. Have you ever tried that?
Of course. Many times. Then you should. And you'll often find that it's very interesting. You find that there's something that you, when you play the tape back, you'll often find there's something you didn't notice at all. It's quite loud on tape.
Yeah. You mean a noise, are you speaking of, or a comment?
Well, what else would you hear?
Well, now to reduce this to a classroom assignment, that would be then for the next class, to take a walk following these directions.
Now, there are many. Listen,
what would be the simplest?
The simplest way is simply to walk around the block or whatever perimeter.
Burroughs used to start at the Varsity Townhouse.
Doesn't matter where you start. All right, you come back and put down on paper what you have seen and heard with particular attention to what you were thinking when you saw a certain object, when you saw a truck pass, when you saw this happen. The intersection points between your inner reality and the outer reality. That's the simplest. Then you can, as I say, you can do it on colors, which is a further extension of that. That is, you're moving on colors.
The first one would then be not working with colors, but whatever main object you saw on the walk, or whatever main object you saw on the walk, and what intersecting thoughts What subjective thoughts? So that's first
What
exercise.
subjective thoughts? The intersection between your subjective experience and what you were seeing that very moment, and you will find that these are often very significant indeed.
And the second exercise was with color.
Well, it's one.
Yeah.
You can do it with color. You can.
What else? You developed a lot of these here, didn't you? Or was that intentional?
Oh no, I developed these for years. Another one is to walk down the street and try to see everyone on the street before they see you. When you do that, you will often find that they don't see you. They won't see you. You're making yourself invisible by seeing them before they see you. This is what I learned from an old mafia don in Columbus, Ohio. He claimed nobody could ever see him before he saw them.
So that would mean paying particular attention to the people on the street and checking them out constantly as you're walking, or being completely aware of everybody else moving around on the street.
Well, nice.
So with your eyes up and looking around and not drifting off.
Most people, you'll ask people who've lived on the street for years, what is the next shop down, etc., etc. They don't know. It comes under, the whole thing comes under the head of keeping your eyes open, which is a very good practice for a writer. Because some writers don't have to keep their eyes open because their eyes are going inwards, like Beckett. There's no dichotomy in that. No dichotomy at all.
Anybody have any comments or questions?
Yeah.
Do you write every day? If the days that you do write, how long do you usually go for in a stretch?
Sometimes I'll write every day and write for 5 or 6 hours. Some days I may not write at all. I don't have any rules. In other words, I don't say that I sit myself down and I have to write for so many hours, because I find that to force yourself to write if you don't feel like it is very unproductive. The difference between writing, okay, a lawyer may not really feel like trying a case, or a doctor may not feel like seeing patients, but he can do it. But if a writer doesn't want to do it, he can't do it. The results will be lamentable. He has to want to do it.
How do you define the concept of discipline as it applies to writing?
Pardon?
How do you define the concept of discipline as it applies to writing?
There's no discipline with regard to writing, other than the discipline of simply making yourself available. As Henry Miller said, who writes the great books? He said, not the people who have their names on the pages. They have simply made themselves available. They simply made themselves available to various cosmic currents.
That's a quote from Miller. I saw Bill had that written down in a little sheaf of papers today. Did you bring your cut up?
No, I didn't.
What did you cut up? Absolutely.
Some stuff from Dead Roads. Basically, I did a pre-Baron collage where I would take one sentence beginning with Kim, then I would go something else with like it, because it seems you have a lot of things beginning with Kim and it. I'd go to Kim, and then I'd say something with it, like something about I don't know, wildcat or something, smelled terrible, something like that, or the yellow tadpoles in the deep stream or something like that. I would go with that, and then I'd come back with Kim, saying, like, if you went each one with Kim, it'd be like a continuous story. If you went every other one, if you went every other one with the other one, we'd go with kind of a story. I didn't really pick out a special selection of sentences. I just picked something of interest, basically, for the reader.
Well, but if someone is making a cut-up, they look through a book, and their selection, the selection they make is already a cut-up. And then when they start cutting that up, that is a further degree of randomity. You see, life is a cut-up. Every time you look out the window or walk down the street, you are exposed to random processes.
Anything coming in.
Yeah, anything coming in.
What just came in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jim Honeycutt in an explosion.
Yeah. The idea that, you see, a writer doesn't write in a vacuum.
Yeah, he doesn't suck it in, it comes into him, maybe, right?
Yeah.
How come you got so interested?
In what?
In that aspect of writing or mind or perception?
Just doing basically whatever I want, just taking in anything from my past experiences, putting it together in some different way.
Do you write that way yourself? I mean, is that your form of writing?
Yeah, sometimes, usually creative. I don't like to do the, let's say, from other people's things, not unless it's imaginative like his, but, I like to explore something new, If it makes me think, I usually like it. If I look at a piece of art and it inspires me to do more art, I usually like it, I keep looking for things that, inspire me and make me feel good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, that's the way I work. If I go like reading a book of poetry that turns me on to start writing.
Yeah.
I think almost you do that a lot.
Sure. Well, you see, the painters had the whole representational position knocked out from under them by photography. There's never been anything like that that's happened to writers, but you have this, representational painting. Here you have someone standing, sitting in front of the thing that he's painting. And he has the whole perspective of time is left out. Suppose instead of been sitting there painting the cows and the grass or whatever he's painting, he'd been moving. And then he can be moving at differential speeds. And there you get a montage, that is to say, a blur. You have pictures, a car cutting a street sign in half, and reflections from shop windows and so forth. So actually, the montage method is closer to the actual facts of human perception than the so-called representational painting.
where you had said that you couldn't stand your own writing until you were about 35. What was the change then?
Oh, that's a terribly difficult question to answer. It's one of the writer's block is the inability to endure what you have written. And I would say any writer has to do an incredibly amount of very bad writing before he can do any good writing. I have destroyed at least 1,000 pages. I mean, just out now, destroyed. Often, when I write a book that's 200 pages, there will probably be 600 pages that didn't go into the book that may go into another book. And then there'll be a whole batch of stuff that was so awful it just has to be destroyed.
Why does it have to be destroyed?
Because it's terrible, you know. Sinclair Lewis said, "You've written something that you think is just great and you can't hardly wait to show it to somebody." He said, "Tear it up, it's terrible." And I have found that to be true. Tear it up into very small pieces and put it into somebody else's garbage. Yes.
What do you think about when you rewrite? Or do you rewrite?
Oh, rewrite, my God, yes. I will figure to rewrite any passage about 4 times. The first is just sort of a rough sketch, and then I get closer to it.
Would you overwrite the first sketch?
Pardon?
Would you write everything you think of and then cut it down from there?
Not exactly. I will make a first sketch, and then I'll start rewriting, and I'll correct the first sketch, and then rewrite it again. And it usually takes three rewrites.
Retype. Write the first sketch, correct it, then retype?
Yeah. Well, no, I make the first sketch, then often correct it in handwriting, and then do it again. Now, Kerouac always said that the first thing is always the best. I said, well, Jack, is bullshit. It may work for you, but it doesn't work for me. I have to edit. If I presented my first sketches, they'd be terrible. And I think Wolf was another
Yes, well, except he was edited. He was edited. Yeah. Wolf was edited. I find myself half and half, depending on the first sketch, and then blue penciling later.
Oh, sure.
But not much. But not much reconstruction. Just blue penciling.
Yeah. Well,
nothing else.
I don't know. There are
a little bit of transposition.
There aren't any hard and fast rules, but I do an awful lot of editing and an awful lot of drawing out. Got any more questions?
More.
About your sense of time in your novels, you like to twist it also. It's like using different, the montage with time as well as space.
Well, of course, time is a very mysterious factor, but I use, here you have the representational painter. he's sitting in front of the object, painting, but time is suspended there. And as soon as someone moves, you have a whole different concept of time. He can move slowly, or he can move quickly. Say if he's moving quickly, you get a blur of trees or a blur of this. Your time is very, very important aspect. Yes.
Whose paintings do you get into?
Huh?
What paintings do you dig? Like,
Oh.
you know, what painter?
Many. Brian Garson, I think, is the only painter of the space age who has
Brian
Garson. And he will show a picture where you have solid cars and abandoned cars, and this is simply the factual condition. You're walking down the street you walked down many times before, and here are cars that were there 10 years ago, phantom cars, and here are cars that were there 2 years ago, and so on. You're seeing this whole spectrum of time from space. You're looking at time from a spatial position. Yeah.
Right before we came here, we were sent a copy of an article. I think Joe Ritchie wrote it, and there was reference to a comment you made about copying out being a one-shot deal.
What?
You talked about
Copying
copying
out.
out being a one-shot deal.
Yeah, Leary was in that class. What was it? What was
Selling
it?
out.
Selling it.
Oh, selling out. That's it.
I don't quite follow.
But last year, in the classroom, you were talking about Hemingway having sold out by allowing The Snows of Kilimanjaro to be made into a movie with a fake ending.
Well, sure. He sold his soul to Hollywood.
And then
nothing complicated about that.
And then I think you said that once you had done that, there was no way back or something. I forgot what it was. It was irrevocable or some such comment.
Well, it was pretty irrevocable. Yes.
And then Timothy Leary was in the class and said, and what was his question? You remember he asked a question? At that point, he asked the question as if a guilty thing appraised. Surprise. You remember that?
No, I don't think.
Yeah, that was what was so funny.
Is there a way back?
You were there.
Sell out, is there a way back? Is there a way back?
Yeah, you didn't even notice that, I'll bet.
I don't
Leary
think
raised
was
his
there.
hand just at that point in the class and said, "Is there what was it?" I think.
If you sell out, is there a way back?
And you probably didn't notice it was Leary because then you said, "Nope." And that was the end. So it was a very funny moment. You didn't notice.
No, there's not much.
Were you there? In that, was anybody here in that class? Besides me and Effie? I remember that very clearly. I was a little shocked, actually.
No. The point that I was making is, here is Hemingway, who had more feeling for death than almost any other writer. He could smell it. He lets Hollywood take one of the great stories about death in the English language, which is The Snows of Kilimanjaro, and tap a Hollywood happy ending on it. They come in with penicillin, which wasn't even invented at that point. And I think it was disgusting because it could have been a great story about death. Terrible.
Why did that strike you?
Well, there was no Hemingway story in it. It was just a comment about selling out being a one-shot deal, the mention of Larry raising his hand, and you said that was it, was just that short excerpt.
Yeah.
And it,
No, actually, see, I didn't think, when you said your curt no, there's no way back, I think you weren't aware that Leary was perhaps asking in his own case, and you were so much involved with thinking about Hemingway, you may not have even noticed it was Leary asking the question at that point. At least that's what I thought. Yeah?
How did you and Laurie Anderson get involved to do Sharky's Machine on her legs down?
Oh, well.
I just heard that. That's right.
No, she simply wanted me to read this Sharky piece. I didn't write it.
That's her writing?
Of course. I had nothing to do with it at all except to read it. She asked me to read it, and I read it. That's all. It was her piece, not mine.
Where'd you read it? Where'd you do it, in a studio?
Studio.
Which one?
How
New York?
do I know, New York. Studio.
So Peter Livingston is a writer agent. So we have this big giant manuscript by Brian Geisen.
Oh.
Do you want to try taking it around?
I'd like to take a look at it.
He's also got The Process, which needs a novel by him that needs recycling through publishing again.
Yeah, it's a very great book, and it's out of print and should be back in print. The other book is difficult in a way. It's sort of a Finnegan's Wake, but I think it's a very great book and a very beautiful book. And I certainly would like to see it published.
Did you have any agent look at it? Or?
Yeah. Well, the only one was
Matson.
Well, Matson didn't want to do anything about it, and Philip Wiley,
Andrew
Wiley didn't feel that he could represent it. Yeah.
you've been getting book lists from everybody else. I'm curious as to who you would recommend to read.
Well,
someone said, just as you came in, someone said he was reading Conrad. Who was that? Yeah, oh, that's right.
Well, all sorts of people. Jane Bowles' work.
Jane Bowles?
Jane Bowles. Denton Welch, who's pretty much out of print. He's one of the principal influences on my own work is Denton
Welch.
Denton Welch is Kim Carson. And there's some others like Julian Green and well, let's see, I didn't bring along my list.
Actually, we have you have your old lists. Brandy has a copy of her old list.
Oh, good.
Would anybody be interested in seeing that? What is that? A list of neglected or
well,
basic?
Some of them are neglected, and some of them aren't. Yeah, but let's see. Green, Conrad, of course. Conrad wrote 2 books in collaboration with Ford Maddox Ford, one called Romance and one The Inheritors.
How are those?
They're quite interesting.
You know, Basil Bunting says he was the secretary between the two of them when they were doing that, and that Basil Bunting had actually put them together.
Okay.
To do the real writing. To get
yeah.
He got fragments from them and actually put them together. And he's still alive in England. But I didn't know they were that valuable.
Basil Bunting is
yeah.
still alive.
You never met him. No. He's like a really great mouth. Great pronunciation. Great diction. Most elegant English diction imaginable. What else?
I can't.
Rambo.
Well,
Denton Welch.
Yeah, we had that.
Welch.
Yeah, Julian Green, Denton Welch so far. Jane Bowles.
Hobos.
Julian Green.
Hobos. Don't forget
Hobos.
hobos, for God's sake. He's written some great things like Let It Come Down the Sheltering Sky. And some of his short stories have a very special sort of atmosphere, like underexposed film, very sinister, very special for Paul. Let me see.
Is there any text of Kerouac that you check back at occasionally? Do you ever read him for pleasure at all?
Yes, the Bounty of Deleuze.
Yeah, that's very sharp. Deleuze.
Huh?
Deleuze. Kerouac, Deleuze.
Yeah.
That's Kerouac's last big, long book.
Yeah.
A sort of retrospective judgment on his own life
Mm-hmm.
and visions and illusions. How come you like that? Because it's so dry?
Yeah, well, no, it just seemed to sum up. He said there something a great deal about the position of the writer. I am a spy in someone else's body. Everything about me is a fake. In other words, that a writer is nothing but his work. Everything else is fictitious.
As a writer, do you feel yourself adopting different personalities usually? Like, you feel yourself being this way for a while?
Oh, yeah. See, as a writer, I have no personality of my own. No ego of my own. Well, I could write in the style of Conrad, Graham Greene, all sorts of people.
Try out different personalities.
Well, of their own mind, which probably I don't. Yeah.
What made you decide to become a writer?
Well, it was sort of an accident. Somebody suggested to me that I should write my experiences as a drug addict, and I did it. I wrote this out, and then it was eventually published, and then went on from there until eventually a writer has no other context than his writing. Yeah.
When you describe the experiment of walking down the street and noticing random details, just say the red details that stand out to you, what are you reaching for? Are you trying to just to not be as locked into the details that your consciousness would be?
You're not reaching for anything. You're just seeing what happens, what you actually notice. That's all.
Do you find that maybe after doing that, you notice different things in the street?
You have a different what?
That you end up noticing different things on the street?
Yeah. Yes. If you have an arbitrary exercise, say, of noticing, then you'll begin to, it sort of expands your area of awareness. You start really looking around and seeing what's going on, what you're seeing.
But I'm curious, when did you start that kind of exercise? Before you started writing of it?
No, really. Although,
was it motivated by writing, by needing to make?
No. someone asked Jean Genet when he started to write, and he said at birth. But I think this is true. Even though you may not be aware of it, you're doing all these, making all these observations that will later, even though you don't know that you're going to be a writer, these observations that will later be used in your writing.
I'm wondering, when did you consciously begin directing your mind toward the practice of observation?
Oh,
and begin making games or
I wouldn't be able to
exercises.
I wouldn't be able to say that at all.
I don't remember back at.
I remember
there were some kinds of things you were doing
I
back
wouldn't
in.
be able to say that at all.
When you were rolling drunks in the subway, I seem to remember you had developed a couple of criteria for who would be susceptible. I think you or Phil White had some criminals types had criteria for noticing who could be a John or who could be a Mark.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's the first I remember of it.
Sure. And this whole similarity between writing and spying, which are very much the same. That is, you've got to watch what's going on. You see that the spy said, well, you see the same person twice. Look down at his shoes, because often they don't change their shoes.
The purpose of that would be to make sure that it's the same person, or to check, or to get some mnemonic device.
Oh, no. For a spy.
Yeah.
For the spy, it is that a watcher, someone following the spy, he will change his clothes, but he won't usually change his shoes.
Right.
Watch the shoes.
Yeah. If someone's spying on you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And he changes his clothes so that you're not quite sure it's him, then check out the shoes for the mark. Do you remember any of the criteria for rolling drunks in subways? How you could tell whether somebody was going to be the right kind of victim?
Oh, well, lots of
I seem to remember that was the first time I thought.
Are they half asleep or whatever?
Whose idea was it? Phil White's or Hunky's?
Phil's. Yeah. You gotta watch. Well, I would hold the New York Times out. He was working behind my back. But there's even a rhythm of snores, as you can tell. A rhythm of snores when they're going, they're about to come up on you. Brings on my ulcers to think about it. God almighty. Well.
Yes.
Yes.
Aware that, psychic phenomena interests you and also plays a part in your work, but I know people also have different definitions of what they include and what is psychic phenomena and what is ordinary things. I'm curious as to your definition of that.
There isn't any definition. For example, all right, these people that run, they're trying to isolate it, but that's ridiculous because psychic phenomena don't exist in a vacuum. There's all the, the body language and everything else if you're safe face to face with the person. I don't think you can isolate these things at all. But the point about psychic phenomena is that they're not rare, that they happen all the time, and that everybody who is good at anything uses it. I read an article by a cop, and he was describing what he called his survival IQ. All right, he stopped a guy for a traffic offense, and dignified, middle-aged man. He's reaching over for the glove compartment. Well, lots of people keep their
registration,
driver's license. All of a sudden, he knew something was wrong. He rushed over there, ripped the door up, and dragged the guy out. And he had a gun in the glove compartment. He knew somehow that something was wrong. And he gave a number of other instances where he just knew that something was wrong. And I think that it's just a common phenomenon.
Do you think it's a matter of then, therefore, opening up your awareness as through simple things just like this exercise and stuff, as far as just more or less being tuned into?
Well, someone who's on the edge, that is, where their life depends on it, will develop this awareness. And he gave a number of instances like that where he just knew that somebody had a gun in his pocket or this or that. He could see it. A good doctor knows what's wrong with someone as soon as he walks into the room. So, yes.
Can you tell me some of the things you learned in Tangier while you lived there about yourself and people that you might not have learned from
Oh my God. Well, I've learned about Arab music, about Arabs and how where they are, that they know who they walk down the street, and they know where everyone is in that town. They would know that Paul Bowles is on his way to the post office. They would know what fruit was in town, who had brought them in, by what was in the market, and so on and so forth. Well, I can't begin to tell you all the things I learned from being in Tangier and living among the Arabs, because they're aware of everything that's going on, unlike, you say, people like living in a big city like New York or something. They don't know anything. They don't pay any attention to what's going on around them. But this is a sort of a community where everyone can tell from what's going on over here what must be going on over there, and so forth. I never learned the language, unfortunately. Yes.
If you could read or write for the rest of your life, which would you do?
Fun?
If you could only read or only write for the rest of your life, which one would you do?
Right, of course. Because I don't do all that much reading. Oh, I do a lot of reading. I read a lot of trash, and some that's very interesting. I said, man, he had a dry, rustling laugh like a snake getting its skin. I said, my God, that's good enough to steal.
What were you telling me yesterday about the control of the bestsellers? Because he does read a lot of trash. So he reads all the trash, all the drugstore blockbusters.
But someone must sort of orchestrate these things. You see how the CIA now, all the fiendish KGB people torturing people with blow torches and all like that. But you never have a story about the CIA doing these things. And the fiendish Arabs who, I remember one, he was a monster, he used to take chickens when he was a child and burn their heads off instead of cutting their heads off.
What novel was that?
Jesus, I
It was in Mossad.
Oh, the Mossads were so kindly and such beautiful people.
The Mossad is the Israeli secret police. So it's actually all those big bestseller blockbusters are part of the Cold War propaganda.
Absolutely.
You couldn't conceive of what
maybe very carefully orchestrated.
Yeah, I never read them myself, so but I know.
read,
what little I've dipped in, I noticed there is that bias.
I read hundreds of enough to get the tendency, the tendacious nature.
Tendentious
nature that.
Does anybody notice that?
That Arabs are fiends. That the Israeli are marvelous people. That the
Ruskies,
the Ruskies are also fiends, torturing, and that they push somebody into a cremation, that alive, and all this sort of thing, and the CIA never do these sort of things.
Actually, that was a revelation when he said that, because I suddenly, a lot of things fell into place in my head. Because I'd looked at bestsellers occasionally, maybe, one page.
These are not necessarily bestsellers. This is just a run-of-the-mill of these paperback thrillers.
Does that include like those gold-leafed, the gold-embossed paperback?
Yeah, like one was Doomsday Spiral. I've got a batch of them, and I made notes. And
who do you like, Bill? You like Stephen King, though, don't you?
I just got so I couldn't stand him. I read The Shining, which is sort of interesting because of Boulder, where I read, and The Stand. Yeah, but being here and The Stand. And then after that, I said, man, no, it's just getting too banal. And when a psychic novel gets too solid, you see, psychic phenomena shouldn't be so solid where tappery start walking around. You're violating the rules of psychic.
Where what starts walking around?
Tapestries.
Tapestries.
No, topiaries. Topiaries. He had topiaries, lion topiaries running around and jumping on.
Sculpted bushes.
Sculpted bushes.
Oh.
So that just doesn't, it's violating the rules of what can happen in these areas.
Make a movie out of it.
Yeah, the movie was not bad. I thought that he did a pretty good job of that. And then I saw the Dead Zone, so that was pretty good.
He was great, Walker.
Yeah. Yeah, but I didn't read the book.
I didn't read it either.
I saw the movie.
Should we invite him next?
The movie was good. Yeah, what?
I saw the documentary, Burroughs. It was playing in Chicago, and I was very impressed with the way you can handle weapons.
Yeah.
There's a part in the movie. And I was a little curious and wondering when you began your infatuation with weapons.
Oh, well, I was brought up with guns as a kid, and then I was away in Europe and places where I didn't have access to guns. Then I got back here, and now I'm back into weapons, and I go to a...
You got anything on you?
What?
You have your blackjack on you?
No. So then I go to the shooting range now 2 or 3 times a week and have a lot of fun. I'm as good a shot as the average cop. I can qualify. Much better, actually. 50 feet, yeah.
Do you think of mace as like a weapon, street defense weapon?
It's there's various kinds of mace. Some of it doesn't work on animals, psychotics, and and drunks. But then there's a kind that I've got that works on anything, and I guarantee it works because I use it on a dog.
Like cop mace, or?
Well, it's supposedly authorized for only, but I got some. I give this dog a squirt of it. Wow. Stop like it hit a stone wall. Yeah, it's a good weapon. It's one of the best because it's not lethal. You could use that if that. You should have a backup. If that don't work, you should have something else.
See, what struck me around here, the Shambhala people are reading the Chinese book on the art of war. Do you know who is that?
No.
Whom? Do you know that at all?
No.
It's sort of their realistic appraisal of strategies of war.
Yeah.
I found it interesting. Barbara Dilley was reading it.
Yeah.
And saying that apparently there's a whole reading list of materials on warriorship and war that are being taught here as part of the Shambhala.
Yeah.
That sounded interesting. Up this alley of just a realistic relationship to the possible violence around you and how to relate to it without fear.
Well, there's all sorts of, and then improvised weapons, a sock, cake of soap is a good blackjack. But I've had very little actual trouble with violence. But if you're prepared to handle it, it becomes more unlikely that you will need to, because you exude confidence. Yeah.
Well, I live in a bad neighborhood in Denver, and I want some.
Well, listen, the mace
Sometimes
is
there's like 3 or 4 people giving you the stare.
mace is very good. Mace is very good, and various forms of blackjacks.
Well, if we were to extrapolate this to the nuclear problem, how would you approach? Can you extrapolate
You
it?
cannot extrapolate personal protection to nuclear. It just doesn't. No, it doesn't go on.
Norman Podhoretz does. He says that the United States has got to defend itself from being gang-banged by the Ruskies. So how do you see the nuclear mutual assured deterrence? Have you thought much about it? If you were president, what would you do? If you were vice president, what would you advise the president to do?
Excuse me. I am not vice president. Would never be vice president. If I was, I would have been bound hand and foot to do certain things. You just don't catapult yourself into this. I can, all right, I'll say, well, what the hell? First, let's cut out all this drug law nonsense and do this and do that, and by that time I'd be dead. Talking about, you don't, what would you do if you were president? You would never be president if you had any such ideas. You wouldn't have a chance. As to what you could do, say, on the nuclear war thing, I just don't know. It might be that the only solution would be to release a biologic weapon that would make the whole thing
release a biological weapon that would make the whole thing redundant. That is to say, a specific virus that would only get people who were interested in nuclear warfare?
No, it would not be that simple, but it would be a devastating pestilence, so there wouldn't be anybody to press the buttons. But
the abolition of the human race.
Not necessarily.
To save the planet.
No, much less of an abolition of the human race than would occur with nuclear weapons, because there'd be plenty of survivors from a massive release of biological weapons, and the whole environment would not be polluted. But I am not called upon to make such a heart-rending decision. Thank God.
Shall we wrap it up then?
Yeah.
Folks?
Mr. Bruce, I was wondering, you started writing about your drug addiction, and that's kind of how you got started. Have you ever found yourself putting yourself through perhaps an extreme situation for the sake of something interesting to write, how you reacted to being in that situation? Maybe something you wouldn't have normally done otherwise?
Well, no, you can't. Well, I don't think you can put yourself through artificial situations. Is that what you mean?
Well,
an obstacle course?
Maybe trying something that you wouldn't normally try that might be a bit extreme. Say like
what? Give me an example.
Let me think of something.
Yeah.
Making dirty movies, I don't know.
Well, I thought of making dirty movies, but that's not very extreme. I mean, get yourself into too much trouble that way.
What about the retreat? What about the retreat?
Oh, retreats. Well, everybody said when I went to make a retreat, oh, you'll go, not something. Well, of course, this is ridiculous because, remember, our pioneer ancestors were often isolated in cabins for months at a time. And I found it very easy. In fact, I found it very pleasant to know that no one could call me on the phone or anything, and I was out there. I found it very easy. I could have been there much longer, but after a while it gets to diminishing returns. You know, you've gotten about as much as you can from isolation.
Unless you have a practice. I found the longer I stay in, the deeper it gets and the more interesting.
Well, I didn't have any practice. I've got my own special.
You've got a lot of practices.
I've got my own special practices.
What are your most secret practice that you've never mentioned to anybody?
They aren't secret at all, but they're very hard to explain. It's simply cutting out all words in your mind. It's very difficult to do, and it's just lately that I've been able to accomplish.
Literally cutting out all talk in your head.
No talk.
Is anybody here that can do that?
It's difficult. It's difficult.
Anybody try?
Lots of people try. It's hard.
It's real tough.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Well.
So what should we do now? I think maybe go to
make a party.
We might as well go out. Do we want to do that Shelley thing, or should we save it for next time?
Next time.
Next time. How many want to save it for next time? How many want to do it now? Next time. Okay, let's adjourn the class. And, the next class, 7:30 Friday. Mailer may be present for that one.
Is that one up at the house again?
Up at the house.
No, I didn't.
And director of the poetics program of NAROPA, Ann Waldman, who has a few announcements to make.
Well, we're nearing the end of the second week of our summer writing program. We have 2 more weeks to go. And for those of you who have just come this afternoon and want to know more about our program, particularly the last week, the 4th week, the One World Poetics Conference might be very interesting to some of you. And we'll be having guest poets of many ethnic traditions, including Amiri Baraka, Joy Harjo, Simon Ortiz, Jerome Rothenberg, who is a ethnopoetic specialist, and many others. There are also several readings coming up. One August 1st, which is going to be held at the St. John's Church at 14th and Pine. This is a benefit for the Action at Rocky Flats, which is going to be taking place August 4th through 9th. And there'll be films, dance, music, and poetry with artists Bonnie Carroll, Allen Ginsberg. Stan Brakhage will be showing films, Jane Franklin and dancers, Gregory Corso, myself, and others. So anybody who wants any further information about that event and events coming up at NAROPA, please look for me afterwards, or Randy Rourke, who is here somewhere. Randy Rourke, who's the director of the summer writing program. Now let me turn it over to Allen Ginsberg. Thank you.
So I wanted also to re-emphasize this evening at 8, following the Venerable William Burroughs' reading, there'll be a lecture by the Venerable Eido Roshi up at Sacred Heart, real live Zen master, just like a real live Western genius. And I think it's Monday evening at 8, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, also poet, will be speaking at Sacred Heart. And then on Wednesday at 5, is it? Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche will be speaking in this hall. So you have a series of amazing heads addressing you. You're smart enough to pick up on them, beginning now. William Burroughs, at the present age of 71, has been teaching at NAROPA steadily every summer. Maybe one exception, but I'm not sure. I don't think any were missed since he was 60 years old, which is 11 years. One of our first adjunct instructors in the poetics department, and he has been faithfully helping us out in uniting the poetic community and inspiring the younger students here, as all over America and all over the world, with his intelligence and his insight, prajna, wisdom, and cutting through humor. At the moment, the bound proof copies of an antique manuscript from 1953 called Queer is circulating among reviewers, with a 1984-85 introduction by Mr. Burroughs, occupying about a third of the space of the book, linking his thought of 1953 and his thought and emotion of 1985. So that will be the next book published. He's also working on a long-range novel, the end of his trilogy, Cities of the Red Night, Place of Dead Roads. So the third volume, which I think the first draft of which is almost done, is The Western Lands, part of a long-range writing project that's occupied, I guess, the last 10 years. Very few writers have that much patience and devotion and energy with their work Certainly I don't. Not many prose writers even have that sense of long-range composition. But Mr. Burroughs has pursued his subject, which is control and consciousness, examination of basic good for the last 40 years, as I remember, and is now at the height of his powers, not only with the new manuscript Queer, the new novel sequel, The Western Lands, but also a very acute, curious book called Cat Inside. Mr. Burroughs has 6 cats in Lawrence, Kansas, upon all of whom he projects his imagination and is like his T.S. Eliot, St. Louis compeer, also interested in cats as a medium between himself and the public. And so there's a big cat book, the manuscript of which Mr. Burroughs has here. So he'll be reading from The Cat Inside, The Western Lands, and other notes. So we'll have all new, fresh intelligence from William Seward Burroughs.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to pass along a flatly insane recent news story. A man swimming in a canal in Florida attacked 2 alligators with his fist, screaming obscenities. The alligators dragged him down and drowned him, and the sheriff's office said no attempt would be made to locate or sanction the alligators. I guess he got what he was looking for. How many of you have read my novel, The Place of Dead Roads? Good. Excellent. And you will remember that Kim Carson and Mike Chase get greased in the end. Not that they're likely to stay dead. In this league of operatives, dying is like trading in your old car. Time for a new chassis. Now, I just wonder how many of you figured out who killed them. Yes? It has to be someone I didn't tell, because I told quite a few people here. Did I tell you? Well, no, that's not fair then. No, it has to be someone that I didn't give the answer to. Huh. Looks like I really wrote a whodunit. But obviously in a whodunit, the obvious suspects are not the ones. It wasn't Bickford's agents at all. And the clues to be found on page 126. Kim was aware of the danger from Joe the Dead, thought he could handle it. Famous last thoughts. Joe says, "Here I am, the best technician in or out of hell, and he brings me back from hell to make slingshots and scout knives and zip guns. Yeah, leave the details to Joe. He left one too many." Joe laughs, a dry, rustling sound like a snake shedding its skin. I lifted that out of a spy novel. Good enough to steal. Joe the Dead belongs to a select breed of outlaws known as NOs. Natural outlaws dedicated to breaking the so-called natural laws of the universe, foisted on us by physicists, chemists, mathematicians, and biologists, and above all, the monumental fraud of cause and effect, to be replaced with the more fruitful concept of synchronicity. Why, it even fits right into a song. It must be the Madam Synchronicity. Ordinary outlaws break man-made laws. Laws against theft and murder, of course, are broken every second. You only break a natural law once. To the ordinary criminal, breaking a law is a means to an end, obtaining money, removing an obstruction. To the no, breaking a natural law is an end, the end of that law. Ordinary outlaws specialize in accordance with inclination and aptitude, or they did. Many of them are on the endangered species list, with the gliding lemurs, the rusty spotted cat, and the monkey-eating eagle. Well, the monkey-eating eagle will not be missed by the monkeys. Consider the Murphy Man. How many of you know what a Murphy Man is? Not one. Your Murphy Man steers a mark to a non-existent whore, having located an apartment building without a doorman and with the front door open. It's mostly a black art. Only a black man has the Murphy Man voice, cool, insinuating, familiar, and the Murphy Man face. Sincere, unflappable, untrustworthy. He spots a mark from out of town, away from wife and kids for a night on the town. Looking for some action, friend? Yes. The Murphy Man makes a phone call. It's all set up. He leads the mark to this apartment. Go up one flight, first door on your left. 1A prime grade, friend. And she's ready and waiting. He gives her a big, toothy smile. I wonder if there are any Murphy men left. And then there was the practitioners of the hype or the bill. It's the short change routine. You start with $20. You get the change on the counter. And then, oh, wait a minute, I don't want to take all your change. Give me 10, and counts it back minus the 10. It's hard to get a conviction because nobody can explain exactly what happened. I've had it explained to me many, many times, and I still don't see how it works. But the basic principle can be found in a sketch by Edgar Allan Poe on 19th century hustlers who were known as diddlers. Now, the diddler walks into a tobacco store and asks for a plug of tobacco. When the plug is on the counter, he changes his mind. Give me a cigar instead. He takes the cigar and starts to walk out. Wait a minute, you didn't pay me for the cigar. Of course not. I traded it against the tobacco plug. Well, I don't recall you paid me for that either. Paid you for it? Why, there it is. None of your tricks on traveling men. There's a neat little double bind there somewhere. Unobtrusive, insistent practitioners of the bill were almost always addicts. I wonder if there are any hype men left. Remember Yellow Kid Wild in the big store? He would set up a whole prop brokerage office. The old-time bank robbers and the burglars who knew what they were looking for, and the pickpockets trained from early childhood. The best came from Columbia, they tell me. Where are they now, the Murphy men and the hype artists? The big store. Gone, all gone. Où sont les neiges d'antan? Oh, yes. Well, here. Noteworthy is the hideously sordid yachting swindle, still practiced. They're going to buy a boat together and sail the South Seas. This swindle requires that Mark and Swindler live in the same trailer, get drunk together every night, and lay the same whore. Yellow Kid Wild would have been scandalized. Never drink with a savage was one of his rules. Well, ordinary outlaws specialize, and so do the No's. Joe the Dead specializes in evolutionary biology. He dedicates his dearly bought knowledge of pain and death to cracking 2 biologic laws. Law 1. Hybrids are permitted only between closely related species and then grudgingly. The biologic police bluntly warn to break down the lines that Mother Nature in her ripe wisdom, I can smell it from here, has established between species is to invite biologic and social chaos. Joe says, "What do you think I'm doing here? Let it come down." Rule 2. An evolutionary step that involves biologic mutation is irretrievable and irreversible. Newts start life in the water with gills. At the determined time, the newt sheds his gills and crawls up onto the ordained land, now equipped with air-breathing lungs. The newt then returns to the water, where he lives out his days. It might be convenient to reclaim his gills and breathe underwater again. No glot clum flighty, says the cosmic uncle. It's the law. So for starters, Joe pulls a baby mule out of the cosmic manger. There is Mary Mother Mule, and John the Father, and the impossible child with a glowing, pulsing halo. Incidentally, the fact that John was a part-time veterinarian might, should we say, illuminate without denying the virgin birth. After all, a sterile syringe is not a corrupt and impure member. So she can still qualify as the Virgin Mary. A Kansas vet known as Joe Lazarus, after he was pronounced dead at Lawrence Memorial Hospital, having been kicked in the head by a mule, was the instrument of altered destiny. Like St. Paul, knocked off his ass on his way to Damascus, Joe Laz, following his miraculous recovery, knew what he had to do. He set out to produce a fertile mule. He exposed sperm from his horses and donkeys to orgone radiation in the magnetized pyramid. Didn't hack it. So Laz went further. He rigged the magnetized manger and bombarded the copulating animals with deadly orgone radiation, DOR. And he sewed himself into a goatskin and whipped his beast to wild pan music. Any woman hit by the whip of the goat guard will conceive in 9 months. And finally, he created a fertile mule. Skeptics pronounced Joe Laz's mule the most colossal hoax since the virgin birth. I had it up my sleeve, Joe deadpanned. A quiet, enigmatic former herpetologist resident in Florida challenges Rule 2. His name is Joe Sanford. Bitten by a king cobra, he recovered and devoted himself to a study of newts and salamanders. Sanford claims to have reinstituted gills in mature air-breathing newts by injections of a lamb placenta concentrate. The same preparation used, in fact, by Dr. Niehaus of Switzerland to turn back the clock for his wealthy patients, to name a few. This is true now. Somerset Maugham, Noel Coward, Pope Pius XIII, President Eisenhower. I recall Eisenhower waving a tiny American flag from his hospital bed with a big stupid grin on his face and wondering if he would ever die. Winston Churchill couldn't qualify because he couldn't or wouldn't lay off the sauce for 6 weeks, which was a prerequisite for the Niehaus treatment, no exceptions. You will note that Rule 2 carries the implicit assumption that time is irreversible. Sanford made a hole in time, and Joe sloshed through the hybrids. All is in the not done, the diffidence that faltered. Let others quaver out, I dare do all that may become a man, who dares do more is none. Not so, says Joe, he who dares at all must dare all. When mules foals, anything goes. When mules glows, anything folds. Hybrids unlimited. Who? It is not necessary to prove, simply to state. This is a biologic revolution fought with new species and new ways of thinking and feeling. A war where the bullet may take millenniums to hit, like the old joke about someone makes a swipe with a razor, you know. Well, miss me that time. Just try and shake your head 300 years from now. This is Dead Souls. This is from Gogol, of course, a film idea loosely suggested by a sci-fi book called Lost Souls. Dead Souls postulates that a soul is an electromagnetic field, probably several of them, a complicated grid, designed to occupy and activate a certain organism. While infinitely less vulnerable than the artifact it occupies, the soul can be dispersed and destroyed by a nuclear blast. This is, in fact, the sensitive function of the atom bomb, a soul killer. Stacked up, you understand, like cordwood and non-recyclable by the old hellfire like fucking plastics. We have to stay ahead of ourselves and the Ivans, lest some joker endanger national security by braying out, "You have souls. You can survive your physical death." Ruins of Hiroshima on screen. Pull back to show technician at a switchboard. Behind him, 3 middle-aged men in dark suits with a cold, dead look of heavy power. Technician twiddles his knob. "All clear." "Are you sure?" The technician shrugs. "The instruments say so." Opie says, "Thank God it wasn't a dud." "Oh, hurry with those printouts, Joe." "Yes, sir." He looks after them sourly. "Thank Joe it wasn't a dud. God doesn't know what buttons to push." However, some tough old souls, horribly maimed and very disgruntled, do survive Hiroshima and come back to endanger national security. So the scientists are put to work to devise a super soul killer. No job too dirty for a fucking scientist. Not even the worst of all crimes, soul murder. They start with animals when there are some laboratory accidents. "Run for your lives, gentlemen. A purple-ass baboon has survived 23 skidoo. It's the most savage animal on earth." The incandescent baboon soul rips through a steel door like wet paper. We had to vaporize the installation. Lost expensive equipment and personnel. Irreplaceable, some of them. Real soul food chefs. Cordon bleu, you might say. There's an interesting detail from the book. The soul killer gives off a smell of burning plastic and rotten oranges. Anything so bizarrely arbitrary is good enough to steal. I'll be reading some trash sci-fi unspeakable horror book and suddenly I yelp out, gets, good enough to steal. Like that agent shedding his, with a laugh like a dry rustling sound, like a snake shedding its skin. That's gets. Well, trial and error, we now have soul killers that won't quit. State of the fart. Sure, the big fart. We know how it's all going to end. The first sound and the last sound. Meanwhile, all personnel on planet Earth confined to quarters. Permanent party, you might say. Convince them they got no souls. It's more humane that way. Scientists always said there's no such thing as a soul, and they are now in a position to prove it. Total death, soul death.
It's what the Egyptians called the second and final death. This awesome power to destroy souls forever is now vested in far-sighted and responsible men in the State Department and the CIA. The president, with his toadies and familiars, is now 500 feet down in solid rock, with enough fine foods, wines, liquors, hash, coke, and heroin to last 100 years, and the longevity drugs to enjoy, held off the market in the interest of national security. The president appears on national TV with his well-cut suit hanging loose on his skinny frame to pipe out in adolescent treble, alternately pompous and cracking. We categorically deny that there are any crack, so-called fountain of youth, drugs, procedures, or treatments that are being held back from the American people crack. He flashes a boyish smile and runs a comb through his unruly, abundant hair. And I categorically dismiss as without foundation rumors that I myself, the First Lady, my fag son, and my colleagues in the cabinet are sustaining ourselves on state-of-the-art vampiric technology, drawing off from the American pimples, crack, giggle, so-called energy units. His hair stands up and crackles, and he gives the American people a finger. I got mine, fuck you, every crumb for himself. Well, I hesitated to read this piece because not wishing to identify myself with the subject, but I nominate for the most flatly disgusting passages in recent fiction the typical interview between the young intelligence operative and the chief. When Peter walked into the office, the chief smiled. Agents have been known to get frostbite from the chief's smile. Having trouble with a Jew boy? He's a bit standoffish, said Peter, noncommittally. Sure he is. Well, treat a kike like a Jew and treat a high-class Jew like a kike, and he will come back moaning for more. Come on right out with it. You want to get into a nice, genteel country club? Well, we like nice Jews with atom bombs and Jew jokes. Peter could see the chief as some cod-eyed old exterminator deciding on the bait to poison a warehouse full of rats. A little molasses, a little tinned salmon, plenty of arsenic. Peter knew he was in the presence of greatness. He squirmed with the smalts of it and broke out fulsomely. I'm just beginning to realize what a cold-hearted bastard you are. The chief was pleased. He couldn't help squirming a little, but his voice was cool. Well, that's one way of looking at it. I call it staying on top of an op. The casualties could run into the millions. The billions, Peter, the billions. The chief spread his hands and smiled. Outsiders, none of our people will be touched. Operation Bunker. How long? Long enough for things to cool down, then we emerge like the phoenix, without, of course, the inconvenience of being burned. Just drop a few hints, room in the bunker for the right kind of Jew. You know what I mean, white Jews, none of that Galatian trash. Now, they tell me Portuguese Jews is the best kind, like Portuguese oysters. Peter squirmed deliciously. This was true greatness. You can't fake the real thing. You are a cold-hearted bastard, he ejaculated, white out and back. He's coming around, Chief, just like you said he would, suddenly out of a clear sky, he says. It's the kikes in our race that give us a bad name. Any trouble with the cracker boy? Not a peep. I gave him the old right smallts right down the line like you told me. What are you doing over there with the niggers and the apes? Why don't you come over here where you belong and act like a white man? Always a place in the bunker for the right kind of darky, huh? He swallowed that, did he? I thought he would. Believes in the American dream like all niggers. Well, as one menstruating cunt said to another, I guess it's in the rag, Mary. The chief smiles slow and dirty. It is Colonel Bradfield's job to investigate the practical potentials of ESP, sorcery, witchcraft, the lot. He doesn't give a shit for natural laws or what is and isn't possible. All he cares about are results. Bring me the ones that work. What'd you bring this old beast in here for? A withered old man dressed only in a loincloth, stiff with yellow piss stains, stinking like a snake cave in spring, sits down in a leather armchair. Fumigating the chair will be inadequate, the colonel decides. He's a natural chief. He can throw an operative curse. I don't doubt it. He can kill by proximity. He's got a good track record, Chief. Sure. And 80 years in the making. So how did he get that way? To be a magician, you gotta be inhuman in some way. Easiest is to eat your own shit and eat it steady. You eat it in and shit it out and eat it in again. It gets eviler and dirtier, a stink nobody can smell and live. But who am I to be critical? Trouble is, it just isn't practical. But Chief, no trace. No way it can be traced to us. The hell there isn't. You think the Ivans aren't into this shit up to the ass? They can make up the evidence, we all do it, no way to trace it, big deal. 80 shit-eating years to turn out one old human centipede can throw a curse if you hold him steady on target. I can train an agent in hours with untraceable poisons and toxins, electronic devices to produce arrhythmical heartbeats. He died in his sleep, dreaming about a beautiful, deadly woman, and all he wanted to do was die in her arms. See what I mean? We don't need it. But, Chief, we can't just throw away a thing like this. Indeed, where can we throw it? It's radioactive. Get it out of here for starters and take the chair out with it. I've been reading a lot of these doctor books lately. My Dr. Benway really shines forth as a model of responsibility and competence by comparison. Perhaps the most distasteful book of this genre is entitled A Pride of Healers. It's to be remembered there's pathology. Who decides, well, patient's got cancer or don't got it? The doctors open up and anything suspicious, they send a hunk down to pathology, and then they stand around, twiddle their scalpels, and wait. Get a green light. It's malignant, boys. Let's go. So in this pride of prowling healers, the runty, ugly, half-impotent pathologist finds a big surgeon humping his old lady. So he carefully frames the adulterous surgeon for prostate cancer, falsifying the results. And everybody knows there's only one answer to that. The surgeon is castrated, and his nuts sent down to pathology. Holding the nuts of his enemy in his hand gets him aroused, and he surprises his wife by a real pimp fuck. She's got another surprise for her. As she comes, he shoves the severed nuts down her throat. As the Germans say, unappetitlich, unappetitlich. And most of them aren't quite as lurid as that, just ordinary, no good, greedy, callous. bigoted humans with a grossly inflated self-image. Here is Mike Sadens from Final Diagnosis, attractive, red-haired, empty as an empty waiting room. Well, how can anyone believe in God or ESP or anything like that in the face of these vast medical complexes, monuments of progress and science and rationality and healing? This wretched specimen has fallen for a 19-year-old nurse. He fucked her in a broom closet to a reek of Mr. Clean. He has proposed. She is accepted. Then she comes down with a bone cancer. They have to take off her left leg stat. Scalpel's crossed, it hasn't spread. Does he still want her? She tells him to take 5 days and think it over. He does. With bleak clarity, he sees the years to come. Oh, yes, he can see where his own interests are involved. He is striding toward surgery. Big man on complex now. It takes guts to practice surgery, he says. Boy, it sure does. They do without him. Striding toward surgery, though the patient is clearly terminal. He would operate on a mummy. And she is shamming along on her prosthetic. Will you shake the lead out? I'm doing the best I can, darling. Why don't you go back to her crutches, he thinks irritably. Aloud, he says, why don't you jet propel on your stinking farts? Admittedly, his words were somewhat unkind. But cancer does stink. Of course, it's not her fault she is in this loathsome condition, or is it? His mother always said, son, in this life, everyone gets exactly what they want and exactly what they deserve. People who are getting what they think they deserve tend to believe it. Another flash. Incongruously, Mike thinks of an old joke. The eternal traveling salesman, protagonist to the eternal dirty joke. Salesman spots an attractive woman in the club car. As fate would have it, she is in the lower berth just opposite his upper berth, and he is eyeballing her. She pops out a glass eye. She takes off her wig. She spits out her false teeth. She unhooks her wooden legs. Looks up at him pertly and says, anything you want? You know what I want. Take it off and throw it up here. He starts laughing. She demands why, and finally he tells her, and she hits him with her prosthetic, requiring 5 stitches. Look, darling, I've been thinking it over, and she throws an ashtray at him. The medical riots of 1999. It is estimated that 10,000 doctors, medical bureaucrats, directors of pharmaceutical companies were massacred in the week of the long scalpels. The killings were not by any means random. The rioters had lists. There's the bastard let me pass a kidney stone in the emergency room. It's stacked up and up. Unnecessary operations, patients dying in the emergency room. We cannot accept medical admissions from emergency. Ambulance calls disregarded. I can't send an ambulance unless I know what is wrong with her. She's having a heart attack. I can't send an ambulance unless I know what's wrong with her. She's having a coronary. I can't send an ambulance. Potentially beneficial and harmless products and treatments kept off the market. Lethal products kept on the market. A recent example are the so-called non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs for arthritis. Don't ever let any doctor talk you into using them. I took one pill. I've never been as sick in my life. In England, 8 people died of liver failure caused by this shit. And still they won't withdraw it, just change the trade name. I saw a TV show where the company representative, the lies just oozing and slithering out of him. Tried to tell a woman her hepatitis could have come from some other cause. I know it was that medicine. And I know a nurse who got hepatitis from this stuff. Well, it was the burn unit walkout that set off the riots. I have this from nurses who have worked in burn units. Absolutely no morphine or other painkillers are ordered for the patients. Otherwise, there could be a danger of addiction for patients who may be in treatment for months. Even the dying are denied morphine if they have the misfortune to die in the burn unit. But doctor, my nurse informant protests, the patient will be dead in 12 hours. Don't you think I know that? This is a burn unit. We are under burn unit rules. His hands are securely tied by $200,000 a year. Every day, burn unit patients have the raw cavity scrubbed out with a stiff brush to clear away dead skin and flesh. The patients scream with agony, and very few nurses can take it. Well, a team of amateur astronauts who called themselves the Spacers landed in the burn unit when their homemade space rocket exploded. After the first scrub out, they issued an ultimatum. Morphine every 4 hours, as long as we need it, we walk out. What is this nonsense? There will be no morphine and you're not going anywhere. Meet my brother, the lawyer, doctor. You propose to hold these people against their will. It's for their own good. If they leave the hospital, they will be dead in a few days from infections. They set up a private clinic in a loft. Clashed with police raiders searching for narcotics. 3 patients shot to death. The walkout spreads like a topping forest fire. Morphine or walk. Mow, mow, mow. The doctors paw the ground uneasily like cattle scenting danger. In 17th century London, everybody got fed up to the mouth with the lawyers, and the cry went up, "Kill all the bloody lawyers!" Whereupon even the most elderly and infirm scrambled off with the agility of rats or evil spirits. Hampered by inflated self-image, the healers did not acquit themselves as well. What are we waiting for, a hospital bed? Kill all the fucking croakers. Security steps nimbly aside and the crowds rush in. Got a hotshot cutting doc here. I think he needs an operation. Hell yes, a gutectomy. Paging Dr. Streulenschnitt. That's not sloppy cut. Enter Dr. Streulenschnitt, attended by his scalpel bearers carrying 2-foot knives and saws. You is filled up with unnecessitated parts. 2 kidneys, sure one is a Jew. Rashmit. The inner parts should not be so close in together crowded. They need Lebensraum like their Vaterland. Well, I will turn now to the cat book. Yes, definitely. The title is The Cat Inside. May 4th, 1985, I am packing for a short trip to New York to discuss the cat book with Brian Geisen, who is going to do the illustrations. In the front room where the kittens are kept, Calico Joan is nursing 1 black kitten, a little calico cat. She had 5 kittens. I pick up my tourister. It seems heavy. I look inside, and there are 4 kittens. Take care of my babies. Take them with you wherever you go. Oh, here we are, yes. I'm selecting cat food at the pet shop in Dillon's, and I meet an old woman. Seems her cats won't eat any cat food with fish in it. Well, I tell her mine are just the opposite. They prefer their fishy foods like salmon dinner and seafood supper. Well, she says they certainly are company. And what can she do for her company when there is no Dillon's and no pet shop? What can I do? What can I do? I simply couldn't stand to see my cats hungry. Well, there are many wild cats, some of them that could be tamed, cats that weigh only 3 pounds. However, there will be fewer and fewer exotic, beautiful animals. The rainforests of Borneo and South America are going to make way for what? At Los Alamos Ranch School, where they later made the atom bomb and couldn't wait to drop it on the evil East, the Yellow Peril, the boys are sitting on logs and rocks eating some sort of food. There is a stream at the end of a slope. The counselor was a Southerner with a politician look about him. Like many Southerners, he was a natural orator, just naturally full of bullshit. He told us stories by the campfire, culled from the racist garbage of the insidious Sax Rohmer. You remember Sax Rohmer, who created the insidious Dr. Fu Manchu, Hirsch Yellow Peril? And Fu Manchu went on and on like Tarzan. You thought he was dead, and then he'd pop up again. He also wrote books about evil Egyptians, the Green Eyes of Bast, the unspeakable Antony Ferrara. Well, Tony looked more like a beautiful, evil woman than a man, up to his crotch in unspeakable rites and depraved practices, and secrets so foul no decent man may learn them and live. Basic postulate. East is cruel, depraved, devious, immoral, antichrist, anti-American, in a word, evil. West is humane, decent, wholesome, straightforward, moral, sincere, and God-fearing. In a word, good. Good for what exactly? Suddenly a badger erupts among the boys. I don't know why he did it, just playful, friendly, and inexperienced, like the Indians who brought fruit down to the Spanish and got their hands cut off. So the counselor rushes for his saddlebag and gets out his 1912 Colt 45 auto and starts blasting at the badger, missing him with every shot at 6 feet. Finally, he puts his gun 3 inches from the badger's side and shoots. This time, the badger rolls down the slope into the stream. I can see the stricken animal, the sad, shrinking face, rolling down the slope, bleeding, dying. You see an animal, you kill it, don't you? It might have bitten one of the boys. This book is about interspecies contact, not interspecies communication. There is a basic difference between communication and contact. Communication is designed to avoid contact, to maintain a distance across which communication can take place. Contact involves identification with the creature you contact, and this can be very painful. Communication can be forced, contact cannot. You cannot force anyone to feel. This cat book recounts my own experiences with interspecies contact. You know, when it happens, it can't be faked. In this case, of course, contacting the badger is very painful indeed. He just wanted to romp and play and get shot with a 45. Identify with that, feel that, contact that. I don't know how many of you saw the TV short on Bigfoot, tracks and sightings in the Northwest Mountain area, interviews with local inhabitants. Here's a 300-pound female slob. What, in your opinion, should be done about these creatures if they exist? A dark shadow crosses her ugly face and her eyes shine with conviction. Kill them. They might hurt somebody. A specimen of Homo sapon screen with a long-range rifle and telescopic sights. Close-cropped beard, trying to look like an adventurer, and looking like a marginal freelance journalist who writes for survival. He is quite sure big feet are out there in those hills and proposes to kill a specimen. If I lived in the area, I would be more worried about this jerk with his rifle than about Bigfoot.
But I suspect Bigfoot to be a fake, like the Barnum and Bailey unicorn. Well, a camera team just happens on Bigfoot with their cameras all set up and ready to go. Lights, action, camera. There he is, about 100 yards away, walking with a strange, slow gait, taking 6 feet at a stride like a moonwalk. Scientific stride experts say this is not a human stride. Well, certainly not at 24 frames per second. I suspect it to be a man in a gorilla suit projected in slow motion. When I was 4 years old, I saw a vision in Forest Park, St. Louis. My brother was ahead of me with an air rifle. I was lagging behind, and I saw a little green reindeer about the size of a cat, clear and precise in the late afternoon sunlight as if seen through a telescope. Well, can those images, those visions be photographed? Certainly. Anything that can be seen can be photographed. And anything that can be photographed can be faked. The magical medium is being bulldozed away. No more green reindeer in Forest Park. Angels are leaving all the alcoves everywhere. The medium in which unicorns, Bigfoot, green deer exist, always thinner like the rainforests and the creatures that live and breathe in them, as the forests fall to make way for motels and Hiltons. The whole magical universe is dying. Well, life such as it is goes on. Dillon's is still open. I am the cat who walks alone. To me, all supermarkets are alike. This is the end. We are the cats inside. We are the cats who cannot walk alone, and for us there is only one place. Walk alone for us. Thank you. Thank you. Well, political program, every man a God. And how can this be accomplished? Well, to put it country simple, by doing your job and doing it well. Because there are many gods. A God of whores and thieves and pushers. A God of fevers and plagues who rides on a whispering south wind. A God of the long chance, the horse that comes from last to win in the stretch. The punch-drunk fighter who comes off the floor to win by a knockout. A God of anti-heroes and outrage. The ship's captain who put on women's clothes and rushed into the first lifeboat. The pilot who bailed out of a burning plane, leaving his passengers to crash. A God of future space travelers who are ready to leave the whole human context behind and take a step into the unknown. Every man a God, that is, if he can qualify. You can't be a God of anything unless you can do it. Thank you. Yes.
Just want to announce there are tapes available of this reading immediately on demand. If you want to see Tammy, who's in the back over there, and I think those sell for $5. Also, I'd like to announce that on August 3rd, there'll be a reading here with Bernadette Mayer, Jack Collum, and Michael Brownstein, who are all guest writers with the summer writing program. That'll begin at 8. And also, again, announce the benefit reading for the Rocky Flats Action, which will be August 1st at St. John's Church at 8 p.m., $4 for students. And also Friday, August 2nd at 9 p.m. at the Center for United Ministries, Andy Clausen and Barbara Bennett. So there's a lot of very interesting poetry activity this week in Gregory Corso and Amiri Baraka on August 4th here at NAROPA. We have schedules outside if you want to make notes of all these things. And again, Eido Roshi, a very wonderful, inspiring Zen master, will be speaking tonight at Sacred Heart, which is up on 13th and High Street, I believe, and that's at 8 p.m. That's part of the Christian Buddhist Conference. That'll be at 8 o'clock tonight. Okay, good night and thank you. Good evening, thank you.
An English cat-hater of the upper classes, he became a lord in course of time, I hear. Well, this limey son of a bitch confided to me he had trained a dog to break a cat's back with one shake. And I remember he caught sight of a cat at a party and snarled out through his long yellow horse teeth that crowded out of his mouth, "Nasty, stinking little beast." Well, I didn't know anything about cats at the time. Now I would get up from my chair and say, "Pardon me, old thing, if I toddle along, but there's a nasty, stinking big beast here." I will take this occasion to denounce the vile English practice of riding to hounds, so the sodden huntsman can watch a beautiful, delicate fox torn to pieces by their stinking dogs. Heartened by this loutish spectacle, they repair to the manor house to get drunker than they already are. No better than their filthy, fawning, shit-eating, carrion-rolling, baby-killing beasts. Warning to all young couples who are expecting a blessed event: get rid of that family dog. What, our Fluffy harm a child? Why, that's ridiculous. Long may your child live to think so, little mother. Fondly dawdling the child and drooling baby talk when Fluffy, in a jealous rage, rushes on the baby, bites through its skull and kills it. That's an actual case, and there are many. A quite recent one. Jealousy caused dog to kill my child. Small dog, too. It was a Scottish Terrier. Dogs are the only animal other than man with a knowledge of right and wrong, so Fluffy knows what to expect when he is dragged whimpering from under the bed where he cowers. He realizes the full extent of his trespass. No other animal would make the connection. And dogs are the only self-righteous animal. And another horrible practice, walking to hogs. Here are Clem and Cash down in the Everglades of Florida. Get their jollies killing wild hogs with their knives. Jump on the hog's back and cut its throat. But they couldn't indulge their loutish pastime without a pack of 30 yipping, yelping hounds to distract and immobilize the pigs. When your hounds bay a stand of pigs, you gotta get there fast, because a hog's tusk can open up a dog like a surgeon's scalpel. And sometimes you arrive too late. It brings tears to the eyes to see a courageous dog half gutted out coming back for more. To whose eyes does this bring tears, you bestial redneck? Pigs out there minding their own business, living on roots and berries, and outchargers Clem and Cash and their horrible hounds. I have eulogized the fennec fox, a creature so delicate and timorous in the wild state that he dies of fright if touched by human hands. The red fox, the silver fox, the bat-eared fox of Africa, all beautiful animals. Wolves and coyotes in the wild condition are quite acceptable. What went so hideously wrong with the domestic dog? Man molded the domestic dog in his own worst image. Self-righteous as a lynch mob, servile and vicious, replete with the vilest coprophagic perversions. And what other animal tries to fuck your leg? I am not a dog hater. I do hate what man has made of his best friend. The snarl of a panther is certainly more dangerous than the snarl of a dog, but it isn't ugly, because a cat's rage is his own. It's beautiful. All his hair standing up and crackling with blue sparks, eyes blazing and sputtering, but a dog's snarl is ugly, a redneck lynch mob parky basher snarl. Snarl if someone got a kill a queer for Christ sticker on his heap. A self-righteous, occupied snarl. When you see that snarl, you are looking at something that has no face of its own. A dog's rage is not his. It's dictated by his trainer, and the lynch mob is dictated by their horrible conditioning. Cats were held in veneration by the ancient Egyptians. To harm a cat was a capital crime. Here's a newspaper article. A man in Warwick, Rhode Island, was fined $200 for killing a stray cat in his microwave oven. A case that screams for Egyptian justice. Dogs, of course, started as sentinels, and that's still their chief function in farm and village, to give notice of approach. As hunters and guards, and that is why they hate cats. Look at the services we provide, and all cats do is loll around and purr. Ratters are they. Takes a cat half an hour to kill a mouse. All cats do is purr and radiate the master's affection for my honest shit-eating face. The cat does not offer services. The cat offers itself. Of course, he wants care and shelter. You don't buy love for nothing. Like all pure creatures, cats are practical. Let me see if there's anything else. Yeah. I think we'll skip over. Yeah. Here we are.
June 24th, 1986. June 25th, 1986, William Burroughs at Kappa Sigma, NAROPA Institute Summer Writing Program.
Okay? Good. The subject I will address, first subject I will address, is of interest to young and old, man and beast, to everyone without exception. The subject is the technology of wishing. How to formulate your wish in such a way that it has some chance of being realized. And a consideration with less popular appeal, the responsibilities involved in wishing. You might say the ethics of wishing.
My own interest in the subject was rekindled when this book came to my attention. Now, it's called On the Frontiers of Science by G. Harry Steen and published by Athenaeum Press in New York. The book was given me by one Len Magruder, who has now founded the Magruder Foundation to investigate subjects on the frontiers of science. He's a retired psychology professor with a keen interest in gambling systems, among other things. Gambling does not interest me in the slightest. Nothing costs more than what you don't pay for. You want to win like Nick the Greek? The price is you will become Nick the Greek. I don't want to do that. So now here in this book is something called the wishing machine. Chapter 9. First there's a brief description as to how this device is made. It's pretty simple, looks like. Here we are. When a symbolic sample, a photograph of a plant or person, for example, or it could be a hair, lock of hair, fingernail peelings, anything. This is pure sympathetic magic. Then you put it between the two copper input plates and the amplifier is turned on. The experimenter then consciously thinks of some change he desires to occur in. The symbol in the sample placed between the plates. According to private correspondence with John W. Campbell, Jr., this device achieved a 90% plus kill rate ratio for Japanese beetles in 90 test plots. Achieved a 70% kill against corn borers in other tests. Destroyed tent caterpillars. All but eliminated acne from the skin of his adolescent daughter. Eliminated a number of severe warts on an infant girl. And here's the author's experience. It seems that his little girl was suffering from very severe warts. It had a number of medical treatments which were unavailing. So I placed a photograph of my daughter between the input plates of my wishing machine, turned on the battery power, and consciously thought about those warts going away, about killing the virus that was causing the warts, and about my daughter without them. So we left it on. The result was frightening. Within 3 days, my daughter's warts had decreased markedly, including those that were beginning to grow inside her nostrils. Within 4 weeks, she was free of warts and has not had anything like them since. I disassembled my wishing machine because I was afraid of what I might do with it. It seemed that this phenomenon involved too much personal power of a sort I didn't understand and felt that I might not be able to control. The machine was also sheer outright magic, whose consequences went far beyond that of strange machines such as the dowsing rods or some other he describes in here. Yes. Oh, this one. Okay. Well, so, in other words, he just couldn't handle it. Well, wishers should be made of sterner stuff. It works, so he's going to disassemble it, for Christ's sake. Then he says that this is not a murder machine, that it seems to be only useful against fairly simple living organisms. Well, I say if it'll kill a corn borer, it could kill a person. I mean, it really is potentially a killing machine. Well, Well, anyway, Magruder had one of these machines made up and gave it to me for experimental purposes. And well, I had some successful. Wait a minute. Here are a few of the if you're going to make a wish, there are certain rules. One of the best was formulated by Eliphas Levi. Vouloir sans désirer, voilà le secret de le pouvoir. To wish or will without desiring. Always visualize your wish is already accomplished. All wishes must be unconditional. I mean, if you're going to say, yeah, I want it, but forget it. It's dead on the launching platform. And then, since your wish is unconditional, a question of responsibility arises. Ask yourself what would be necessary to realize your wish. How many of you have read The Monkey's Paw? I was hoping for more than that. Well, this is a perfect example. It's one of the best stories on the three wishes, I think, in the language. Well, the story is this couple living there with their son, very respectable, staid people, and an old sailor friend comes in, and he has this monkey's paw with him. And three people will have three wishes granted, and this magic was put into the monkey's paw by an old fakir to show that people shouldn't interfere with fate, that their wishes will bring them nothing but unhappiness. Well, so the old sailor, he's had his three wishes, and he throws it in the fire, and the host goes and picks it out. He said, I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man, and of course he won't. Okay, so he makes about one of the stupidest wishes you could possibly make. Ask for money. Oh boy. Well, says it seems that I have all I want. If you cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you? Said Herbert, that's the son. Well, wish for 200 pounds. Then that'll just do it. Well, he did. I wish for 200 pounds, said the old man distinctly, holding the monkey's paw in his hand. A shuddering cry from the old man. It moved, he cried with a glance of disgust at the object. As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake. Oh well, you just imagined it, dearie. Okay, now, next day, a man comes around to call. Rather mysterious stranger, and he's obviously very ill at ease. I was asked to call, he said at last, and stooped to pick up a piece of cotton from his trousers. I came from Ma and Megan's. That's the factory where the son works. The old lady started. Is anything the matter? Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? They're there. Yes. Is he hurt? Demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed his head in assent. Badly hurt, he said quietly, but he is not in any pain. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Caught in the machinery. He was the only one left to us, he said, turning gently to the visitor. It is hard. The other coughed. The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss, he said. I beg that you will understand I am only their servant. The factory more and more disclaim all responsibility. They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation. That's the first wish. A couple of days later, she gets an idea. What? She gets the monkey's paw. She's gonna wish her son back to life. Yeah. So then there's a loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert," she screamed. "It's Herbert." "What are you going to do?" "It's my boy." And she's going down, of course, to open the door. "For God's sakes, don't let it in." It was in a terrible state, you understand. I didn't want to tell you this, but my God, don't let that thing in here. So, anyway, she's struggling with the bolt. Her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing got in. Well, he heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase. A long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife. The street lamps flickered on a quiet and deserted road. Very good handling of the three wishes. Well, now, that story, if I ever again have to teach a class in creative writing, I would certainly assign that, because there are any number of stories that can be written on that subject of the monkey's paw, the wish thing. There's almost no wish that you can make which isn't very, very dubious indeed. So, with these considerations in mind, I tried the machine. And beginner's luck. First one was Magruder himself suffers from, I think you call it kinnitis, ringing in the ears. Well, it can be. I think there are about 10 million people in America who have this condition. And it can be an absolute torment. I mean, driving people to suicide. They feel like they've got freight trains going through their head. And apparently there's nothing that the medical profession can do about it, but they're working on it. Well, it occurred to me right away that a good idea would be this, that he record the closest approximation of this ringing on a tape recorder, and then start slowing it up, running it backwards, getting control of it, in other words, getting it outside himself, and then slowly dampening it down. Well, he started to do this, and I also used the wishing machine. But at the very time that we synchronized it later, that I was using the machine, he did have a dramatic improvement in his condition, which has continued to this day, I'm glad to say. Not completely gone, but considerably alleviated. I think the tape, well, we don't know whether it was the tapes or the machine or whatever. Possibly both, I don't know. And then also there was a growth on my cat's lower lip. One of the cats has a growth on its lower lip. Surgery on the lip, of course, is very difficult because the cat will eat. And it's very difficult for the surgery on the lip to heal. Well, I had some considerable success there. That is, it's gone down to the point where we don't need surgery, according to the vet. No luck in getting a lost cat back. And no luck with a friend's emphysema. Well, of course, you got, so many good ones and so many bad ones.
I don't know anything about electronics or to what extent this device could be improved, or maybe someone could find just a simple little circuit, something that they could patent. As it is, you've got nothing you can patent. And that would really make it a little more than just, so many good ones and so many bad ones. And there would certainly be a fortune in that. I mean, the title alone, the wishing machine, that's a real winner. As I say, there's so many different stories that you could write on the subject of the wishing machine. Let's see. Well, mister, I don't say it works, but I know the man cleared the acne off his daughter's ugly face. Nobody seen just how ugly it was till he cleared the acne off, and maybe he shouldn't have done it like that. Then he wished the hemorrhoids of his grandmother to recede. Before there was night crawlers, now there's like those little red worms you play shit fretting on your hook. Another bloke killed a tapeworm in his maiden aunt, and her gained 10 pounds in 1 week. Well, do anything positive like bringing back a lost cat. He's looking for a lost cat, too. Well, I don't rightly know, but I figure with this artifact, the sky might not be the limit. All is in the knockdown, the diffidence that faltered. How's that? Ezra Powell. Tell Ezra to pull down his vanity. And bear in mind that this is a murder machine. And this you gotta hear. Man wished his neighbor dead. Neighbor went full crazy and come after the wisher with a chainsaw. Cut him in 2 sections like the lady saw it in Half Act. Difference being the wisher was in no condition to take a bow. And then the neighbor dropped dead from the fun of it. So think before you wish out some rotten weed wish. The gods of chance don't like whiners, welchers, and pikers. Feed a whiny wish through this machine, and you will soon have ample cause to whine. And from half-assed wishers shall be taken even that which they have. I only want one thing. In that case, you'll likely get it one way or another. So he wishes, makes an unconditional wish for Smoker's return, regardless of any consequences, knowing that the fulfillment of his wish might occasion an earthquake or a winter tornado might even rip the known universe apart. In other words, you've got to be able to take those chances if you're going to use this machine. The title, he didn't say it, but I'm sure it comes from that old story, you take something that a monkey likes, like almonds or raisins, and put it in a coconut or a box with a hole that's big enough in the monkey's paw. And he reaches in there and grabs a handful of these, whatever it is, and he can't get his hand back out, and he's too dumb to let go of what he's got, just like Homo sap. Yeah. Well, you can turn up story material anywhere. Some more on this, variations on the monkey paw. Someone makes a simple wish, I just want to do my job better than anybody has ever done it before. Oh boy, is he in for trouble. So the wish is a cop. At first when he starts cracking cases, everybody likes it and he gets promoted, but, it goes on, and boy, they just want to be rid of him. It doesn't pay to get too good at anything. And so forth. Someone wants to write a great book, but it is so great nobody can stand to read it. So, whatever you wish for, and of course, some people naturally would wish for some gift, like second sight. That's a very common wish. Well, that's got a lot more sense than trying to wish for money. That's about the worst thing you can wish for, something solid and three-dimensional like money. I haven't seen any stories. This would be another good exercise for a class on the Tylenol Excedrin killer. Trying to get into his mind. Well, obviously the guy's got something about painkillers, because both of them, you see, there was extra strength Tylenol and extra strength Excedrin. Yeah. So I don't know what is in his mind, whether he disapproves of painkillers or what. He's got something on painkillers. One on that. Here are two little incidents picked up from the paper. Someone who recognized his death and then insisted on being killed by an unwise physical attack on his own instrument of death. Just about as silly a thing as a man could do. Well, this man got drunk and was swimming in a slough in Florida when he saw two alligators. In a frenzy of rage, he attacked the alligators, screaming obscenities. And the alligators dragged him under the water and drowned him. Of course, nobody did anything about it. They said he got what was coming to him. The other young man got on a bus muttering imprecations, and there was an old 85-year-old man sitting there. And he looked at him and said, "You!" and pulled the old man from his seat and threw him to the floor. And the old man said, "You don't know who you're messing around with." So then the old man pulled a .25 automatic from his raincoat pocket and fired 3 shots, killing the youth instantly. He was acquitted. Now, this is a point I've made many times before in my talks here at NAROPA. But I know that it's happened to me many times that someone had to tell me something 10 times before I finally heard it. This is just a simple observation on the way human perception actually functions. Everything you see has a special meaning for you because you see it. Seems obvious, but in practice it comes as a shock to many people. And people have been brain damaged by the scientific dogma that there is no relation between human consciousness and so-called external reality. So I just always gave this exercise to my students, and I'll get to it here in a moment. So this scientific mentality is quite as dogmatic as the old devil snatchers of the Inquisition. One side has said anyone writing or publishing anything on a so-called ESP and flying saucer should be publicly horsewhipped and refrain from further activity. And another said he would not believe in ESP no matter what evidence was offered. Now, what is the basic dogma of science? It is very simple and quite indefensible. That the underlying dogma is quite simple. Human consciousness must never be allowed to influence physical processes or other consciousnesses. Well, to me, this is an absolutely indefensible position, invalidated by simple observation on the part of anyone who keeps his eyes and his mind open. Here's a quote from the New York Times. "No one can seriously maintain at the present time that the rites of a shaman could influence the weather. Well, only those who have seen it done or done it.
I've seen it, and I've seen wells witched out and all that sort of thing. It's a question of clicking in. But we can see the same process in operation all around us, round the clock. Just make a habit of noting what you are thinking and feeling when you encounter an intersection point that caught your attention. It could be words on a passing truck, an advertisement, or a person. Didn't I see him before in the deli and the drugstore? You did, but he isn't following you. He's just in the same time groove. I remember seeing this man in a deli, and nearly ran into him, in fact. Then he is opposite to me on the subway, and I know he will get off at my stop, which is Franklin Street, and he did. Nothing more to it than that. I'm thinking about New Mexico and come around a corner, and there is a New Mexico license plate, New Mexico, land of enchantment. Well, some of my students became quite paranoid and said people were following them and that everything was talking to them and everything had meaning. I said, of course it has meaning. But it was too much for some of them. One of them heard voices saying that I was the B666 or some such nonsense for that, and he had to kill me. Well, he later found Jesus, or Jesus found him, I don't know which, but I got a note from him. Also, you can alter your surroundings by altering your point of observation, and that is an act of magic that is performed by every artist. You can't learn anything, you can't teach anybody anything they don't know already on some level, and you can't show anyone anything they haven't already seen. He just won't see it. Of course, there are people that just don't want to see. There's always the danger of seeing more than you can take. And consider that dedicated professional non-seers are in all positions of power. And non-seeing is an escalating process. The less you see today, the less you will see tomorrow, and so forth. Meanwhile, cats are being boiled alive for food in South Korea. The remaining rainforest is being rapidly destroyed. And there is always, of course, some group brutally oppressing or exterminating another group, leaving a trail of underground terrorist cells, Biafrans, Armenians. Remember the starving Armenians of the 20s? Well, they still maintain a very active terrorist cell. And separatists in all directions, performing their own atrocities and absolutely justified in doing so, at least in their own unwavering opinion. Well, we could stop for some questions at this point. Some questions, anyone? No questions. Well, in that case, I would like to say something about the techniques of the big lie. L. Ron Hubbard was a master of the big lie, and he had all these rules for, there are a number of rules. Always accuse others of doing what you are doing yourself. And here are some techniques for cutting other people's communication lines. Premature acknowledgement. Acknowledge before the person comes to the point. Laugh before he finishes a joke. Under acknowledgement. Like you just couldn't have said anything so stupid and distasteful. Over acknowledgement. Like there's nothing more to say on the subject. Pretend not to understand the most obvious considerations. At crucial moments, create interruptions and diversions. You see, it isn't the truth that hurts, it's a blatant lie, the big lie. Here, a writer has spent 7 years on this book, and the pains he has taken are quite apparent to the discerning eye. The critic says, this slovenly potpourri obviously thrown together in a few weeks, you see. That's what gets to people. Pick out the most meticulous, neat and fastidious person in the office and call him a slob. The person is left smarting and gasping with outrage.
And that is precisely what you want to accomplish. You can see the big lie in operation all around you. Well, here's a blatant example of anti-gun propaganda. Laws of the United States, and he was also a security guard with a pistol permit. You see, it's the outrageous misrepresentation that is precisely the point. If your case is weak, stay as far as possible from the facts. No distortion is too outrageous. You remove your case from the court of fact, and then anything goes. That's what Hearst did with his false armistice. Writers sometimes write to make it happen. There's always that question, that people ask you, what would you write if you were on a desert island? Well, yes, I would try to write in great detail a ship that would come and pick me up. With the captain and everybody, how they happen to get off course, and as precisely as possible. But writers may also write to keep it from happening. If he presents with sufficient precision exactly how it could happen, chances are it won't. Well, he has, in a way, upstaged destiny, which must always present the face of surprised recognition. I mean, if you already see it, it's the principle of inoculation with a dead or weakened virus. So, if it's precise enough, it can have that effect. I feel that, for example, that day after in Lawrence, Massachusetts, seems to make it, in my mind, less probable that it will happen. It's already happened. Yes. The day after. It was a picture about an atomic attack, filmed in Lawrence, Kansas, where I live. So I think maybe the film might even keep it from happening or make it less probable. It would just be too patch, Oh, come on, let's have some questions here. Nobody got any questions about anything? Yes.
Well, it's about writing, projecting, writing from the past, writing from memory. Is what you remember worth writing? You tend to sort of those points of perception which might come up in one's memory.
Speak louder, Dan.
How certain points of perception come up in one's memory. Are those the things to write if you're looking backwards?
Well, I guess it's about the only thing. I mean, what did Hemingway say about writing is remembering accurately? But you have nothing but your own total input as subject for writing, and certainly memory is, well, it's perhaps the most important, because a writer's never going to catch up to the present moment.
So, would you say you'd actually have to re-experience these things on some kind of sensory level to be able to write about them accurately?
Well, the more clearly you can reconstruct them in your own mind, the better chance you have of doing the same in the reader's mind. If you can't see it, you can't make the reader see it. See it or experience it as a totality. See it, hear it, touch it, whatever. I think that's sort of what writing is all about. Yes.
Is it not possible, though, that a too detailed recall of the past can inhibit your imaginative input into your work?
Well, you've got to be the judge of that. How detailed you want it to be. I think of course, there's definitely a thing as too much detail in writing. A few simple details. The first thing you would see, say, a description of a person, the first thing you would notice about them is often better than the most long, detailed inventories. Yes, that certainly is true. Yes.
William, if I remember correctly, you started writing prose when you were probably older than most people in this class. When you started, did you have false starts? Did you have to? I know you read voluminously, and there's a lot of writing education that takes place when you read. But in terms of developing your prose style and just the ability to stare at yourself coming back off a piece of paper, was there a period of time where it was less mature than what you ended up doing quite quickly, I suppose, with your first works that were published?
Well, I would say that I had less difficulty with the first works like Junkie than I had later on. That is to say, I had set myself rather a simple task, so I didn't have so many false starts. But since then, since I do nothing else but write, I have innumerable false starts, and good God, I've thrown away 1,000 pages at least, completely destroyed. And yes, I have I don't know how many novels that I started and then dropped at some point along the way. They didn't work for some reason. That's part of writing, I think, and some of the most discouraging part of writing is you do an awful lot of bad writing in order to do a little any good writing. Incredibly bad. I think it'd be very interesting to make a collection of some of the worst writing by good writers, like I've got some here somewhere. Oh yes, like Shakespeare, the end of Titus Andronicus. Let us repair and alter well the state that like events may ne'er it ruinate. Oh my God. But most writers, of course, have prudently destroyed that sort of thing. I bet, I don't know. I know I have destroyed an awful lot of writing, at least 1,000 pages. Let's see. Oh, yes, questions. Yes.
So, are you recommending wishing or warning against it? I mean,
I recommend it. I have should we say, not an ulterior, but a very obvious motive here. I would like people to get people experimenting with these machines. First place, I think there's a fortune in it. If someone could just get that little something, that they could patent. In the present stage, you can't patent it. It's just an electronic device. But I don't know anything about electronics. And I'd like to find someone who could potentiate it in some way.
How big is it?
It's not big at all. It's just about big enough to put a photograph in, 2 little plates, and then it has a little box. And you plug that into the output, that's all. Into any electrical plug. Now, I don't know who made this thing, but it looks very simple to me. And he gives full instructions in this book for exactly how to make it. There are a number of other experiments too in the book. Experiments with spirals and all sorts of dowsing devices and one thing and another. So I recommend it very strongly to your attention. Well, of course, if the thing works at all, it could be extremely dangerous. Obviously, it could be a murder machine. So everyone would have to have one. Protect himself. So I'm hoping that someone will take it further than I have. But I certainly never did anything so stupid as to wish for money. Nor will I help Lem out with his gambling either on the machine. I drew the line at that. I can't hear you.
In the modes of perception that you were mentioning, do you include the idea of synchronicity?
Oh, good heavens, yes. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I said there is this connection between everybody and his total environment. And scientists tell us that there's no meaning at all in everything we see out there. That's external reality, which can have no relation to human consciousness. Now, it seems to me, as I say, that this is an absolutely indefensible position. But it is the underlying dogma of science. I remember I was talking to a psychoanalyst once, and I said that I'd seen Kirsch's work, and he became hysterical. He said, "No! The person who threw the curse is a hysteric, and the victim is a paranoid." And he thought he'd said something. Well, I remember this case was in the papers. It was in Australia, and he did something wrong, and they put a curse on him, which was a snake that would wrap around his ribs and crush him, smother him. Well, they got him to a hospital, and he was in an iron lung for, I think, about 2 weeks, but he did come out. Oh, well, yes.
You were talking about getting into a pattern of non-seeing where it becomes progressive and gets more and more. How do you get out of a pattern like that?
Well, any descending spiral like that is very difficult to get out of. It's negative feedback. And you see, the less you see, the less you're going to want to see. It becomes more and more painful for you to see anything, until finally a point of no return is reached where you just couldn't make the transition.
Did you ever feel like you were in that with your writing, whereas you just couldn't pick up a pen and write? It was just...
Oh, no, that's an entirely different thing. No, I'm talking about people like the scientists who refuse to see. You could put it right in front of him. One said that no matter what evidence was offered, he wouldn't believe it. Well, you're wasting your time with someone like that. But most of the power in this world is vested in the hands of people who do not want to see. In fact, it's very important to them not to see. Very important indeed. I'd like to read this quote from Henry Miller. Who writes the great books? It isn't we who sign our names. What is an artist is a man with antennae who knows how to hook up to currents in the cosmos or whatever. Who is original? Everything that we are doing, everything that we think exists already, and we are only intermediaries. What he's saying then, a writer is an interpreter, a map maker, a transcriber. And he says a writer shouldn't think too much. I think he is thinking there of conscious, front brain, linear thinking. That is this little tip of our consciousness, which in many of us, that's all we have access to, has been compared to the tip of an iceberg, which appears above water. And I think it's the job of the writer to show as much as he can of what is below the water. Yes. Yes.
Have you encountered synchronicity in your cut-up experiments?
Oh, God, yes.
Will you give some examples?
Well, I've encountered, synchronicity and even prophecy. I was cutting up some material about old man Getty, and it emerged it's a bad thing to sue your own father, and his son did sue him shortly afterwards. And, I've given you that example of coming around the corner, thinking about New Mexico, and there's a New Mexico license plate. I've also done experiments with recording in the street, and then, reconstructing just when this and that happens. Sometimes there'll be quite loud noises on there that for some reason or another you didn't hear, or even voices that you can't remember where they came from. That's an extension of the walk exercise. The simplest form of the exercise is to walk around the block, and in a city is best, wherever there's a considerable input of image, and to make a particular point of remembering exactly what you were thinking and feeling when you saw a sign or read something on a passing truck, or someone asked you what time it was, or whatever. These intersection points. And that, as I say, can result in people becoming very paranoid, simply because they've been going through life with their eyes closed. You ask them, I've asked people, they live on a block 10 years. I said, what's on that block? What stores? They won't know in some cases. Well, if you've gone through life with your eyes closed, and then suddenly you begin to see, it can be very upsetting and very painful. Even overwhelming. Yes.
Back to the wishing machine. I was wondering if you think it's actually the machine that achieves the wish, or if it's just a focus point that helps you consolidate your energies.
Both. I don't know. I just wanted to try it. And my impression is that it does work sometimes to some extent. And that's why I'm very anxious to see further experiments. I'd like to see there's all kinds of possibilities. Suppose a whole room full of people got together and concentrated on one wish in a machine. Or else they could all do it at the same time in different places, synchronizing their watches. We could have the wishing hour on TV. You see, there are all sorts of possibilities to this device, and I'd like to see some of them realized. Yes?
Quite often you hear people say that you only should write what you know, and then on the other hand, that Henry Miller quote saying he was an intermediary, and also Jack Spicer said he felt like a radio. If you believe that, can you consequently write about things you knew absolutely nothing about?
No, because you do know something about them. In other words, suppose I'm writing now about Madagascar, where I've never been. I probably would go. But I have all sorts of pictures of it in my mind. Well, those are valid. When I get there, I might find that doesn't at all square with the actual place of Madagascar. But like a dream or a fantasy, that is quite valid writing material. Sure, totally important. Dreams are a very important part of my input. I get, it's hard to say how much percentage, because I'll get a dream that will lead to all sorts of other areas that I develop, of course, in the waking state. But the original idea, concept came from that dream.
I want to put it in percentages, but what amount of dreams do you use in writing your fiction?
Well, I say it's hard to put it in percentage, but I would say that the influence of dreams can be traced throughout fiction. But I'm just talking just absolutely straight transposition from a dream, like in Nova Express, Daddy Longlegs looked like Uncle Sam on stilts, that whole section. Well, that came from a dream. I saw this very tall man in a cool room with potted rubber plants, and I knew somehow that this was Daddy Longlegs. And when I woke up, I wrote out the whole passage.
Are there any other familiar images in your writing that are dreams, or images that we might recognize from your writing that came from dreams?
Oh, lots of them. The health officer, the whole concept of the health officer in Cities of the Red Knight, that was a dream.
From Naked Lunch?
The
talking asshole?
No, that was not really a dream. I just have to look through some of the, yes, there's quite a lot of dream material in there.
You write down all the dreams that you wake and remember?
I do, yes.
What hours?
Whatever hours. You see, I wake up about 10 times in the course of the average night. I never have slept, I don't ever sleep through. So I get up, maybe have a glass of water. If I remember a dream, I'll write it down. If you don't write them down, you very often forget them. I can lay in bed and go over a dream 10 times and think, if I'm too lazy to get up and it's cold. And I think I've got it, and it can be completely gone in the morning. Other dreams, you won't forget no matter whether you write them down or not.
Kerouac had a brakeman's lantern at his bedside. Do you have any particular instruments that you use?
Just a pen or pencil and paper, that's all. I have tried it with a tape recorder. That works pretty well. Oh, you have to speak clearly. Often you can't make out what you said, and sometimes I can't read my own writing in the morning.
Have you ever spoken in any other languages or anything when you woke up and spoke in your tape recorder?
Well, no, but I'll have dreams in other languages. Since I know I'm a very poor linguist, but I do know a little French, Spanish, and German, and there will be dream encounters. And dream encounters with people who speak languages that I don't understand at all. Or I might understand it, but I don't know the language, or have some idea as to what they're saying. Any more questions? God, I remember there's somebody wanted me to write something on the soul of America. An individual soul is sufficiently complex, but the concept of a national soul really appalled me by its vagueness. Of course, it's only a foreigner that would undertake to write about the soul of another country. Got a lot here about souls. I have a rough not definition, but description of a soul as being an electromagnetic field, or perhaps a series of electromagnetic fields that precisely activates a given organism. I wouldn't say that you are your body any more than a pilot is the plane, but that his interests are vitally connected to the plane. Further questions? Yes.
When you're taking notes on your dreams in the morning, you find you have to rewrite them a couple times. Sometimes I'll be writing out a dream, and then I will think of another dream in one, and midway through the dream. And after I finish that dream, I'll go back and rewrite it because I will remember sections of that segment of the dream, and I'll have to rewrite it a couple times.
Oh, well, that always happens, I think. That you'll write one, and then that'll remind you of some more, or might even remind you of a dream you had a previous night that you'd have forgotten. It's funny how it just takes one little note. Maybe sometimes 2 words, or even 1 word is all you need, and then suddenly a whole dream section will come back. But they don't come back necessarily in any linear form. How many of you have read An Experiment with Time by Dunn? Oh dear, nobody. Well, he was an English mathematician, physicist, one of the early pioneers in aviation, who published this book in 1924 called An Experiment with Time. Well, he wrote all these dreams down, and he found that they contained material not only from the past, but also from the future, that there were clear references to future events, and he gives a large number of those, a large number of examples. But he did say this, which I found to be true. If you dream, say, of an earthquake or a fire or something like that, you're not dreaming about the event itself, but about the time when you will, in the future time, when you will see it on the television or in the newspapers. And I found that to be true. Well, I think anyone who does write their dreams down long enough will find clear examples of future events. They may not be very significant or important. I remember once I had a dream in Tangiers about that I saw a wardrobe float by the window. And the next day I was sitting in the Café de Paris, and indeed a wardrobe did float by. The man had a headband, and he was carrying it on his back. You couldn't see the man, but you could just see the wardrobe floating by. No particular significance, but very clear. There was no doubt in my mind that somehow I had slipped ahead and seen that. Yes.
Did you write an event like that down?
Oh, sure. Yeah. But
once you have recorded an event like that or a dream, and how do you work it into does memory bring it back, or do you premeditate the moment where you enter it into a story?
I don't understand. All right, here I have a dream, and then I will elaborate on it and incorporate it into a fictional context.
At the time you have it.
Pardon?
You won't store it away necessarily for some future time.
Well, I may use it. Well, I have very extensive dream notes, and sometimes I'll use them immediately, and sometimes I won't have any immediate use for them, but may go back through the notebook later on, and find a number of dreams that are usable. In fact, that frequently happens. I'm reminded of a dream, and I have to go look for it in my files. Yes?
I find it interesting, too, that if you get a group of people together, that their dreams can start influencing each other. That in this fraternity, for a month, there would be evidence that the dream energies would start mingling. And I don't know how you know that, except there would be other influences on themselves.
Well, yeah, if you can get some kind of sort of cross-reference between people. And sometimes they will have the same dream. I mean, a friend of mine was in Ghana collecting snakes, and he and his partner was with him. They were sleeping in the same room, and they both had this same nightmare every night of like a black man on stilts standing over them. It was a shared dream. His partner was killed by a green mamba in Ghana. Oh, yes.
You said that when you write something down with precision, you can make it happen or prevent it from happening. And my experience has been that usually when I write something strong like that, they always happen. So many people have died years or maybe months after I have written about it. What's the trick to prevent it from happening?
Well, I don't know. That's part of the intention of the writer. Whether he wants it to happen. Now, I've sometimes said, this is something I do not want to happen, therefore I will not write it.
Yeah, that's where I'm now.
Yeah.
I'm very afraid of writing.
Well, you have to be careful. In other words, like it's something, these things, if they work at all, they can be very dangerous indeed. Yes.
William, not particularly wanting to descend into psychology, but a friend of mine began a series of dreams involving his throat, his health. In fact, he did eventually develop cancer of the thyroid, but before that was ascertained medically, voluminous, gothic, mythic dreams of all sorts, very elaborate. And in any case, the prophecy of dreams became true. He had this problem. Then he did or did not pay attention to it. That's not really the question I want to ask. But religious people or people who are involved with shamanic thinking, or even people who follow Joseph Campbell's notions of journey, of the hero, they tend to envision these portents as being from protectors or totems or angels, I suppose, if it would be another background that people have. And I wondered what, do you think it's a simpler situation than that? Or are these external...
John, I think some of them come from one source and some from another, and very often from mixed sources. Like everything, like the whole of our input.
Well, then he did not pay attention to what he eventually thought the thrust of these messages were, and felt that his life became disastrous. Is that one man's story, or do you think there is, if you're getting messages to say, don't cross that street in your dream, and you cross them, I mean, is there guidance that you should listen to?
Well, there's guidance that you shouldn't, guidance that you shouldn't. You just have to be able to know. I've been frequently saved, sometimes from very drastic sanctions, by listening to a hunch. Don't go in there. I think you should always listen to a strongly felt feeling, if I got a bad feeling about something, that is very important. And you override those bad feelings at your peril.
So all dreams can be regarded as hunches?
No, not necessarily. I don't think dreams and hunches are necessarily the same thing, although you may have hunches in dreams. Yes?
I agree with what you're saying about bad feelings, but the problem is not to become paranoid, so you start creating these.
Oh, absolutely. You have to be very careful on that point. I mean, some people get so they can't go outside the house, you know. God, you know, I've got a bad feeling about this and a bad feeling about that. But if you listen to it when it's strong, but don't let it take you over, there's always a necessity for maintaining a balance there. Yes.
Have you got your glimpses or clues of the move into space from your dreams?
Oh, lots of them, yes. Lots of space-oriented dreams, or dreams of being in space or in orbit.
Do you have any thoughts about these rockets blowing up? I mean, I understand it's to the point now where the Western world has no capacity to launch any satellites.
I don't quite understand the question.
I just wonder if you have any thoughts about if there's any meaning to all these rocket explosions, the Challenger and all.
Well, the only thing is, you mean the Challenger?
Yeah, and the Air Force had.
Yeah. Well, first place to remember that anything will come in series.
If you have a bad airplane accident, watch and you'll have another in a few days. And sometimes the incidents are so similar. I'll be reading one. I said, didn't I read this before? And there were indeed two separate incidents, but so similar that you can't really hardly tell the difference. And that is one of the basic rules of life, is that good things and bad things come in series. The only rule of gambling, which is plunge when you're winning and quit when you're losing. Or as Jesus Christ said, to him that hath shall be given, from him that hath not shall be taken even that which he hath. Hath, I guess. Which he hath. Well, if he starts doubling up when he loses, he won't have much very long. But that undoubtedly is one of the principal rules, and you can apply that to your own life. If you start out in the morning and everything goes wrong, and it looks like a bad day, that's not the day to take a lot of chances. It's not the day to try something new. It's a day to retrench and be careful.
Have you read or studied any on dream yoga?
Any what?
Have you read or studied any on dream yoga, NAROPA's yoga?
I don't think I have, no. Was that, is he speaking about?
I think the main point of that yoga was to remain conscious during your dreams.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Of whether you are a participant within the dream or whether you are observing the dream, that there's significance there. I'm not sure what that is, but whether it's prophetic or a signifying dream or whether it's just discursive meaning.
Well, yes, maintaining control and consciousness in a dream. You find that you find in Don Juan. He makes quite a point of it. And there's a woman called Lynn Andrews who's covering the whole, the same territory from the female point of view. I've read all her books. They're quite interesting. Good Medicine Woman, and the latest one is Jaguar Woman. And all her guides, her teachers, do make a point of remembering, holding your consciousness in a dream. Sometimes you in my own experience, sometimes I succeed in doing that and sometimes I don't, but also oh yeah, I know that I'm dreaming, and then you can to some extent control the dream or guide the dream. What is his name? Monroe, the Journeys Out, who wrote Journeys Out of the Body and has now written another book. That he makes a point of that, of being asleep but yet conscious. Various techniques for doing that. For going to sleep but maintaining your alert consciousness.
Did you want to say anything about that? In the Lynn Andrews books, she's sort of talking very much about bikini power, feminine energy, and what I was wondering what your take is on that.
On what exactly?
On the feminine energy that Lynn Andrews talks about in her book. I was wondering what your take is.
Well,
Bikini power.
I just don't know. But I don't know. Her books seemed pretty authentic to me. I was impressed by them. Yes.
You talk about keeping yourself open, being able to see.
Mm-hmm.
You also talk in the preface to your latest book about believing in possession. How do you see that? Is it something that you keep at bay, this idea of possession? Is it something you don't want to have happen?
Oh yes. Well, generally speaking, yes. Well, there's a difficult question there. That is, you laying yourself open
to experience, and that's the only way that you can experience, but also there's a danger of laying yourself open to something that is very injurious.
How do you know that?
You don't. That's just it. You don't. It's like the when you let your immunity down there, then you can get AIDS. Well, I don't know. It depends on individual cases, but that has always been a problem of being receptive, but at the same time able to defend yourself against injurious attacks and influences, because they're sure to be there. It's like disease organisms.
Personal belief on death.
Well, well, as I've often said, how do you know that you aren't dead already? No, but quite seriously, the bardo, the period between death and rebirth, which is supposed to be populated by some mythological monsters, but I think it's much more likely if the monsters were too mythological, you'd wise up that this wasn't real. But if it was very much like your real life, you might very well be dead and not know it at all.
I was just going to say, those monsters are projections of your own mind.
Exactly, yes. But as I frequently said, I do believe in the possibility of survival after death. I think it's the only goal worth striving for.
So you think that consciousness continues?
It's yes, in some sense. Well, it's hard to say, but you shouldn't be clinging on to an individual ego, a me. In fact, that's the worst thing you can do, to try to hang on to your individual me, like someone like Mr. Hurst, who is obsessed with immortality. But he undoubtedly conceived immortality as Hurst.
No, it's a
Yeah.
Somewhere the Dalai Lama was interviewed, and he talks about, I think he's being questioned about DNA and various psychophysical states and structures, and he says very clearly that consciousness can't be seen or measured or has no physical reality at all.
Well, it can be seen only as a concomitant of something else, as an accompaniment. We know that certain consciousness accompanies certain events in the nervous system. That doesn't mean that they're identical at all. Not at all.
But it's not matter, is the point. It's not
No.
matter.
Well, no, you see, that's the thing. You see, matter, you pick something up, you have moved it, but it is not going to move itself. Your body is made of very much the same material as this paper. And to my way of thinking, it does not move on its own. It is animated by a spirit that it certainly has something in common with electromagnetic fields.
Mr. Burroughs, you spoke just a minute ago about DNA. I read an article in the paper a few weeks back about a research scientist in Duarte, California, who said that he converted some RNA patterns into musical notation and vice versa, and found that there were certain resemblances, like, for instance, some of Chopin's nocturnes turned out to resemble the gene polymerase II. There were a funeral march resembled, one of Chopin's funeral marches resembled the cancer-causing gene.
Wow, that's fascinating. No, I hadn't read that. Where'd you read this?
It was in the Denver Post. There was
Oh.
a article, I think.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. If I'd seen it, I certainly would have cut it out.
I can Xerox and bring it.
No, that'd be interesting, yeah. Well, he conducted extensive experiments, different music.
Yeah, there are several examples listed. There was one where there was an enzyme that breaks down lactose that resembled a lullaby. Various sorts of marches and things that resembled other kinds of genes. I can't pull the rest of the specifics out, but I can show you there.
Very interesting. Because the physicists are always trying to get something down to a field theory that will explain everything. And they get it all set up, and then there's another factor. Well, I think there's always going to be another factor beyond. They get it all, they thought, all set up, and there's something else. I don't know why they want to know everything. Yes. Excuse me. Well, yeah.
Do you mind if I bring up dreams again?
Bring up what?
Dreams again?
No, go ahead.
In your own experience, did you find that when you started recording your dreams that the content changed? Or that maybe you had less nightmares or more? Or do you even record those?
No, I didn't, because I've done this for many, many years. Even before I started to write, I had a habit of writing dreams down.
Do you record even your nightmares?
Oh, well, yeah, well, recorded, written down, yes. Yes, so many of them, yes.
Very painful to do. Is that hard to do?
No, not at all. It's quite interesting. But many people remember nightmares, whether they write them down or not, but sometimes they won't. They just know that they had a nightmare, but they don't remember the content at all. One of the best literary uses of a nightmare was in what is her name? McCullers. The heart is a lonely hunter. That dream that he had, which seems to be very archetypical. I've had similar dreams. You remember the dream? Well, he was in an Eastern setting, and people are milling around, a complete silent. There's a terrible bright sun in the sky, the look of hunger in the faces, and he's carrying a bundle, and he's looking around. He's carried it a long while. He's looking around for somewhere to put it down, and he can't find any place to put it down. This growing horror of walking on and on through this silent, starving crowd with this bundle that he can't put down, and you wonder what's in the bundle. Yeah.
I've had the experience of writing dreams and cumulatively building up dream recollection until the dreams themselves become so complicated and exuberant and apparently meaningless that I get disgusted with the whole process and have to stop so that I begin to have more significant dreams. Have you ever had that?
I can't say that I have, Ellen. Some dreams just seem rather dull and pointless, but usually those are not the exuberant or plentiful or variegated dreams. I mean, just you might dream of taking your clothes to the laundry or something. And but no, I've not had that experience at all.
You know, the more I pay attention, the more I dream. And the more I dream, the more complicated they get until they're finally unworkable or unusable.
I don't have that. I don't have that experience at all. Just not at all.
Okay. What's the relation between daydream and dream?
Well, I think daydream is a misnomer. Generally, when people talk about daydreams, they mean they're sort of vapid fantasies about making more money or seducing their girlfriend or that sort of thing. Well, that's not a dream, really. It's just often just a vapid, self-indulgent fantasy. I mean, people do dream when they're awake. It's quite similar to dreaming while you're asleep.
I
Yes.
was just wondering, if
Lever?
Oh, during meditation, sometimes there's something that seems to lapse into very much like what a dream is. I mean, it's not a conscious fantasy. Things are just going beyond control.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering if you meditate, and if you do, if it's possible to use those.
Well, no, I don't meditate, but I do achieve a state where images are going through my mind without without conscious volition. That is sort of undirected thought, and that is precisely what I always endeavor to do when I'm writing. To get, in other words, I'm transcribing a movie, a film that I see in my mind as best I can into words. And the less there is of my ego, my me in there, the better, myself, my identity.
Have you got, is it like through practice that you can keep it all going and write at the same time without like stopping it, changing it by?
Well, there's always the difficulty of the actual procedure of writing. That is, you're there at a typewriter, and so it's you're never going to quite catch up with your thoughts. They're always going to be ahead of you. But I think you can achieve that state. I think that the Buddhists call it undirected thought, but not completely undirected, because you're usually you're writing, you're in the process of, you've got some idea. Although in many cases, I don't know what's going to happen next at all in my books. Just not at all. I get many surprises. Yes?
Do you edit a lot?
A great deal. Great deal. About usually 3 or 4 times.
Back on this subject of ego and writing and so on, this comes up in some of the classes. Students have unique, more confidence, more ambition, etc. But the actual state, as people and many authors have described it over centuries, has been the actual description of the process has been one of sort of not even really being there in that usual sense. I thought maybe you could say a few words about your.
Well, yeah. I mean, Mailer said I was a writer who may be possessed by genius, not possessed genius. Nobody possesses it. And well, I think it's always something that happens sometimes and not at others. And I don't know, you just try to recognize it when it happens and make yourself available. If I have to get up in the middle of the night and write, well, I'll do it.
We talked also in this class the other day about creating an atmosphere or rituals, writers' rituals. I wonder if you have any particular, do you take a walk or have a cup of tea?
No, I don't have any set rituals at all. It just sometimes it's good and sometimes it isn't.
You smoke a joint.
That helps. There's no doubt about it. No, it does. It actually stimulates the visual centers. Yeah.
People have said, among them Frank O'Connor, that a work of art is not only an extension of the object it represents, but it's also by nature very different from it. I was wondering what sort of separation you see between the written account of your dreams and the dreams themselves.
Well, any artistic description or any artistic transliteration has got to be unprecise. I could probably do, if I was a painter, or I could illustrate some of my dreams, they'd be much closer, but words are pretty awkward. Often I'm describing not only very complicated, but very unfamiliar scenes. And it's never going to be any more than an approximation, unfortunately. Well, that's just a matter of choice. You just know, or hope you know, what is good and what isn't, or what is better and what needs changing. But of course, writers are notoriously bad judges of their own work, and they do make mistakes. That's why I always want someone else to edit too. James Grauerholt's done a great deal of editing, and once took out 100 pages from a manuscript. Most of them stayed out, but about 20 of them went back in. So I think it's very helpful if you have someone whose judgment you can rely on to look over what you've done, because and another way, of course, is just to wait and go back over it in a month or something like that. But sometimes you've got deadlines and you can't do it. Yes.
You mentioned that you thought scientists spent too much time trying to figure things out. Maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I wonder a lot about the why of things. Do you think those are sometimes questions that are left alone?
Well, I don't know. That's up to the individual, but I just don't see why they have this passion to know everything. To know, they think if we can know every cause, then we will know every effect. I don't think it even works that way. And I just don't understand their particular why that motivates them. I find them a very unsympathetic bunch of people. Did you have a question?
Something along the lines of editing, which is what I've found is no matter what I do or no matter what anyone does, a certain percentage of people will think it's completely full of shit. Other people will say they can relate to it and they're getting something from it. So other than for technical correctness, does it really matter what anyone says about what you read?
Well, matter to who? Does it matter to you? I don't know. Well, of course, there's no doubt about it that the critics have influence. You have to care what a critic says if you want to sell your books, because they do influence the sale of books. There's no question of that. Good reviews are good. Just from that point of view. Well, it's a business.
William?
Yes.
When you were talking about synchronicity, I guess the synchronicity for me that I kind of can't let go of is that I just finished reading Lynn Andrews' books.
I can't hear you. What was it?
I was saying that the synchronicity for me right now is that I just finished reading all of those Lynn Andrews books, and I still want to pursue that with you, and I was wondering if you could tell us what your connection with her is.
With who?
Lynn Andrews.
Oh, Lynn Andrews. Well, she sent me her first book, and I had it kicking around a long while before I was sort of ready to read it, and I was interested, very interested, and we started a correspondence. And I've had exchanged several letters with her, and now I've just finished her latest book, The Jaguar Woman.
Do you know where she is now?
Why? I don't know where she is. She may well be in Los Angeles. That's her permanent address is Los Angeles. But she might be up with Agnes Whistling Elk in Canada, where she spends quite a lot of time.
She was here this year. She was here this year.
Oh, did she talk?
Yeah.
Where? Here?
I thought she was just at a bookstore. She just came to sign books.
She gave a lecture.
I may have seen it. I saw, I've seen several interviews with her, and I imagine some of the same ground was covered. Were you there, Alan? No. Well, I'd like to hear. I'd like to meet her in person.
John Steinbeck was there.
Bill, I want to bring up just for a second the topic of death, rebirth, and immortality and so forth, which is much in evidence in the place of dead rose, and as I know in the Western lands, in which you're comparing the Tibetan Book of the Dead and the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and really sort of saying that the Western lands is talk about another kind of Book of the Dead, even though it uses the Egyptian nomenclature for the destinations. And I guess the question is, Are you familiar, first of all, with the concept of the Bodhisattva vow?
Perhaps not precisely. I know some. I have some acquaintance with the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I mean, excuse me, the Tibetan Book of the Dead.
Well, simply put, people here can amplify on this, that it basically means that you have life after life, and there might come a point where you could cease to do that, which would be a relief, but you go ahead and come back until everybody else is at that same state, right? Have a compassionate thing, foregoing it. And I just wondered, on the face of it, your quest for immortality, or your study of the quest for immortality, is completely at odds with that. But you could see it as kind of a Yankee bodhisattva, going to keep being a gunslinger and life after life till all the bad guys are gone.
Well, yeah, I don't see it. I don't think it can be quite that simple. That you have to stay around until all the sentient beings have been saved. Well, you'd stay around an awfully long time, I'm afraid. When people are, as I say, they won't see, there's nothing you can do in many cases. Now, it's often a very costly illusion to think that you can.
It seems like you've dedicated your art to the idea of actually waking people up, or
well, so far as they can be. I mean, so far as they see something, fine. But if they can't, you're wasting your time, I feel.
But the whole bodhisattva aspiration is something that you've been, it seems, personally engaged with in your art. Not that you would recognize it or see this.
No, not exactly.
But you might have to come back in the next lifetime to continue this same work.
Well, who knows? No, I'm dubious.
What would you rather do?
Well, as Brian says, we are here to go into space.
Well, this consciousness could exist in other...
Oh, of course it could. Yeah. Well, I think that you don't just sit down and make a conscious choice about things like that at all. In fact, you can't.
Well, so presumably, enlightened beings could have a choice about where they'd come back.
Yes, but I don't think that it would be a conscious decision. I mean, you don't sit down and say, "I will do this," or "I'm going there." You sit down and then you are there.
Well, James was talking about the whole bodhisattva impulse would be to come back in a place where you'd be most effective in terms of helping other people.
Why other people? I'm much more interested in animals now. The lemurs. We've got enough people. Too many. I don't know how Buckminster Fuller could have said that overpopulation is not a problem when the rainforest, which is the lungs of the world, is being destroyed at just a terrific rate of speed. There won't be any in another 50 or 100 years. They wake up and find you can't breathe. Those things happen quite quickly, not gradually.
Do you have any message to people who choose to ignore pieces of information such as that, and say they would rather focus on the positive and uplifting aspects of their own life?
Well, I have no message. Message to people who can't hear it. As I say, you're wasting your time.
One more question?
Mm-hmm.
You know when you walk around the block in New York and think about New Mexico and see the Mexico license plate?
Loud.
When you're walking around the block in New York and you're thinking about New Mexico, and then you see the New Mexico license plate, and then this stuff keeps on happening. And like, let's say you meet a Judy, then you meet like 3 different Judys in about a week.
No, sure, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes, sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What happens and what do you do?
What do you mean, what do you do? It's just part of, what do you do about anything? It's part of life.
It just things that you didn't notice before, you're noticing now. It just expands your area of operation indefinitely.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. I hope that some of you will get this.
NAROPA Institute, Saturday, July 22nd, 1989. Art Now, a day of contemporary arts. Prose reading with William Burroughs.
Yes, Brian always told me that an artist has to go around and flog his paintings like a rug merchant. You've got to show up at all of these openings. This is from Ghost of a Chance, which also concerns Christ and the whole subject of miracles and magic. The portents and signs that surrounded his birth had a sort of a flashback, retroactive tinge. Magies came bearing gifts. Did these gifts sustain the family in the ensuing years before Christ found his vocation? And what about poor John, married to Immaculate Mary? She must have been the worst lay ever to say, "Sorry, darling, not tonight. Got a sick headache." One may infer that long-suffering John had to hustle his saws and adzes, since Christ had not yet learned to make bread breed like rabbits. Difficult to believe that Christ was ever a full-time carpenter. He was arguing with people in the synagogues when he was 9 years old. So here he is, 30, time for a stint in the desert with Satan, you know. Well, of course, the devil's bargain is always a fool's bargain. Takes a modicum of common sense to say, "Piss off, Satan, and don't take me for dumber than I look, for Christ's sake." The question arises, did Christ actually commit the miracles attributed to him? My guess is that he did certainly perpetrate some of these acts. The Buddhists consider miracles and healing as dubious, if not downright reprehensible. Win Chamberlain's guru, I don't forgot his name, he said, "If you can, don't." The miracle worker is arbitrarily upsetting the natural order with incalculable long-range consequences and may often be motivated by self-glorification. Granted that Christ did work miracles, what he did was not so remarkable. Any competent magic man can heal sometimes, can't win them all, and cast out devils, especially the devils he installed in the first place. Many practitioners can do weather magic, but Christ established a miracle monopoly, which was codified by the church over the centuries. Miracles can only be performed by authorized personnel, subject to meticulous verification. We can't let these miracles get out of hand. Yeah. Put me sort of into a commandment mood. Thou shalt not be such a shit you do not know you are one. Is there anyone in this room who has never said to himself, "My God, I acted like an absolute shit"? If so, let him stand forth so that we may acclaim a latter-day saint. Any takers? Don't anyone look at me. I recall an interview with some retarded reporter, and he asked me, Mr. Burroughs, is there anything in your life you regret? Anything you would do differently if you had it to do over? What did you say? No, don't repeat it. Well, I'm lucky if I get through a day without something I did wrong, something I regret. And you're talking about a lifetime. Think of the real mistakes. There are mistakes too monstrous for remorse to temper or to dally with. Can anyone place that quotation? Alan, you're disqualified, I told you. Anyone else? Anyone place it? It's Edward Arlington Robinson. He's really a very neglected poet. And he wrote a long poem about the author legend. Anyone never made mistakes like that and paid for his mistakes, I trust him little in the commerce of the soul. No experience. Young thief thinks he's got a license to steal. Young lawyer never botched a case. Young doctor never killed a patient. Thou shalt not drop an atom bomb or shit one out in the first place. Yes, I'm talking to you, Dr. Robert Oppenheimer, known as Opie to his friends. If you got an atom bomb for a friend, your only enemy is a dud. When Opie heard the good news about Hiroshima, he said, "Thank God it wasn't a dud." What God are you thanking for Hiroshima, Oppenheimer? And Truman said, God has given us the atom bomb, and he will show us how to use it. Oh, God. It is to be remembered that on the occasion of the first atomic explosion at Alamogordo, New Mexico, that translates roughly as fat soul. So on this fat occasion, Robert Oppenheimer, the founding father, entertained the possibility of a chain reaction that would ignite the atmosphere. You're theorizing way over our heads, Opie, said the general. Well, there were a lot of generals around. And speaking for the Pentagon, I don't like it. And 20 years later, Opie still believed that nuclear fission would destroy the planet. We are become death's shatter of worlds, he said. He said it on TV and wiped a tear out of the corner of his eye with one long, skinny finger. He was dying of cancer at the time. And various highly placed officials appeared to say it was a very difficult decision. Decision to drop the atom bomb on Hiroshima. And I thought, God defend us all from a difficult decision in the Pentagon. Nobody does more harm than folks who feel bad about doing it. So one goes on signing petitions and supporting nuclear freezes. What else can one do? One sounded a word of warning. Brian Geisen had the all-purpose nuclear bedtime story. The all-purpose bedtime story, in fact. Some trillions of years ago, a sloppy, dirty giant flicked grease from his fingers. One of these gods of grease is our universe on its way to the floor. Splat. Clean it up, woman, growled the giant, for he was a male supremacist. Meanwhile, life such as it is goes on. I am frequently asked if I have any words of advice, young and old. Well, I think the most important is this, that good things and bad things come in streaks. So plunge when you're winning and fold when you're losing.
You got a winning streak, ride it, but don't ride it too far and too fast, or you can hit a losing streak doing 90 miles an hour, and that isn't good. Yeah, you never know. That's when your streak ends. If you did, it would be too easy. Never interfere in a boy and girl fight. Never. Beware of whores who say they don't want money. The hell they don't. What they mean is they want more money. Much more money. If you're doing business with a religious son of a bitch, get it in writing. His word isn't worth shit. Not with a good Lord telling him how to fuck you on the deal. If, after having been exposed to someone's presence, you feel as if you'd lost a quart of plasma, avoid that presence. You need it like you need pernicious anemia. We don't like to hear the word vampire around here. We're trying to improve our PR. Build up a kindly, avuncular, benevolent image. Interdependence is the key word. Enlightened interdependence. Life in all its rich variety, take a little, leave a little. However, by the inevitable logistics of the vampiric process, they always take more than they leave. And why indeed should they take any? Sure, a wart is better than a cancer, but who wants either one? Avoid fuck-ups. Fools, I call them. You all know the type. Everything they have anything to do with turns into a disaster, no matter how good it may sound. They're trouble for themselves and everyone connected with them. A foo is bad news and it rubs off. Don't let it rub off on you. Do not proffer sympathy to the mentally ill. It's a bottomless pit. Tell them firmly, I am not paid to listen to this drivel. You are a terminal foo. And avoid confirmed criminals. They are a special malignant strain of foo. Look what Norman Mailer got himself into by involving himself with that archetypical criminal foo, Jack Henry Abbott. Quote from his book, I would sell my soul for freedom, but I won't give an honest day's work or behave myself for an instant for that same thing. I think Abbott is the fooest of the foos. Now, some specialized advice. If there are any aspiring young thieves in the audience, don't ever try and hit a Chinaman. He will die before he gives up his money. I remember a young hoodlum named Eddie who learned the hard way. Eddie and two other bums need some money on a Saturday night, so they decide to heist this Chinese laundry. Below street level, one little skinny chink down their ironing shirts. All they have to do is flash a gun and he will fork over, or so they think. But instead he comes up with a meat cleaver screaming, "Pluck you, pluck you, pluck you." And they wisely heed the words of the immortal bard, stay not on the order of your going, but go at once. Out in the street, this one kid is laughing about, you can't win them all, and imitating the Chinaman, "Fuck you, fuck you." What are you looking at me so funny for? Man, you got a meat cleaver stuck in your head. The kid reaches up and feels the meat cleaver. Passes out cold. Well, they steer him to a hospital and pour him through the door. Now, some of you may encounter the devil's bargain if you get that far. Any old soul's worth saving, at least to a priest. but not every soul is worth buying, so you can take the offer as a compliment. Try his money first, all the money there is. So who wants to be the richest guy in some cemetery? So money won't buy it. Not much left to spend it on. Abraham's getting too old to cut the mustard. Well, time hits the hardest blows, especially below the belt. So how's a young body grab you? Like 3-card Monte. Pee under the shell. Now you see it, now you don't. Old fool is gonna rush out and realize all his wet dreams. Haven't you forgotten something, Gramps? In order to feel something, you have to be there. You have to be 18 years old. And you aren't 18, you're 78. You just simply are not there. Old fool sold his soul for a strap-on. Well, I always try the easy ones first, so how about an honorable bargain? You always wanted to be a doctor. Well, now is your chance. Right back there in medical school. Why, you can become a great healer and benefit humanity. What's wrong with that? Just about everything. There are no honorable bargains that involve exchange of quality merchandise like souls for quantitative merchandise like time. Yeah, it's always a bargain for him, the devil's bargain. A wise old junk pusher told me years ago, watch whose money you pick up and watch whose time you pick up. Cambridge, Mass., 1938, that was the year of the big hurricane. Kells Evans and your reporter were writing a shipwreck story based on the sinking of the Titanic. The Titanic was supposed to be sink-proof. It was all divided up into segments, so just you have a leak here, the other compartments will keep the thing afloat, but the iceberg just sliced right through all the compartments like a can opener. The ship went down in 3 hours with 1,200 passengers. The captain went down with the ship on this occasion. It was the maiden voyage. There were a number of rich and fancy people on board. I think it was Mr. Astor. He and his valet put on full-dress suits and said, "We're going down like gentlemen." Imagine a frame of mind like that, going down like gentlemen. Glub, glub, glub. This old gang, Colonel Clint Smith, who was right on the deck when the Titanic went down, got clear and latched onto a chicken coop and survived. And that's the name of the game. In our story, Twilight's Last Gleamings, the ship's captain puts on women's clothes and rushes into the first lifeboat. And also in this lifeboat is the ship's doctor. There is a precedence for this. I quote from a contemporary chronicle. Somewhere in the shadow of the Titanic disaster slinks a cur in human shape. Today, the most despicable human being in all the world. In that grim midnight hour, he found himself hemmed in by the band of heroes whose watchword rang out across the deep, women and children first. What did he do? He scuttled to the stateroom deck, put on a woman's skirt, a woman's hat, and a woman's veil, and picking his crafty way, he filched a seat in one of the lifeboats and saved his skin. His identity is not yet known, though it will in good time. This man still lives. Surely he was born and saved to set for men a new standard by which to measure infamy and shame. You get things about it. You wonder how, if his identity is not yet known, they know about this at all. Something really funny there. Anyway, this story commemorates the first appearance of Dr. Benway, written in collaboration with Kells Evans, Twilight's Last Gleamings. The SS America off Jersey coast
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm. We have a minor problem in the boiler room, but everything is now under sound effects of a nuclear blast. Explosion splits the boat. A paretic named Perkins screams from his shattered wheelchair, "You pithy-ass son of a bit!" Second-class passenger Barbara Cannon lay naked in a first-class stateroom. Stewart Hudson stepped to a porthole. "Put on your clothes, honey," he said. "There's been an accident." Dr. Benway, ship's doctor, drunkenly added 2 inches to a 6-inch incision with one stroke of his scalpel. "Perhaps the appendix is already out, doctor," the nurse said, peering dubiously over his shoulder. "I saw a little scar." "The appendix out? I'm taking the appendix out. What do you think I'm doing here?" "Perhaps the appendix on the left side, doctor. That happens sometimes, you know." "Stop breathing down my neck. I'm coming to that. Don't you think I know where an appendix is? I studied appendectomy in 1904 at Harvard." He lifted the abdominal wall and searched along the incision, dropping ashes from his cigarette. Thrust a red fist at her. "And get me a new scalpel. This one's got no edge to it." The doctor flattened against the wall, a bloody scalpel clutched in one hand. The patient slid off the operating table, spilling intestines across the floor. "Sir, I can't be expected to work under such conditions." He swept instruments, cocaine, and morphine into his satchel and tilted out of the operating room. Mike Dwyer, politician from Clayton, Missouri, rushed into the first-class lounge where the orchestra, coke junked and pilled to the gills, walled in their instruments. "Play the Star-Spangled Banner," he bellowed. "You trying to corn somebody, Jack?" Mike crossed to the jukebox, selected the Star-Spangled Banner with Fats terminal at the electric organ, and shoved home a handful of quarters. By the dawn's early light, Dr. Benway pushed through a crowd at the rail and boarded the first lifeboat. "Y'all all right?" he said, seating himself among the women. "I'm the doctor." "Oh, say, can you see?" Captain Kramer putting the finishing touches to heavy makeup. Now a green cloche hat and a fox stole. Rather Sadie Thompson, he decides, slipping a .32 automatic into his handbag. Or the ramparts we watched. Radio operator Finch mixed a bicarbonate of soda and belched into his hand. "Yes, America. SS America, SOS, Goddamn captain's a brown artist. SOS, off Jersey coast. Might smell us. SOS, son of a bitch and crew. SOS, comrade Finch. Comrade in a pig's ass. SOS, The captain stepped into the radio room and shot Finch in the back of the head. He shoved the body aside and smashed the apparatus with a chair. By the twilight's last gleamings, the captain stiff-arms an old lady and fills the first lifeboat. The boat is lowered jerkily by male passengers. Dr. Benway casts off. The captain pats his bulging suitcase and absently looks back at the ship. Obviously cleaned out the safe. Our flag was still there. It happens in every shipwreck, something folks don't like to talk about. People keep trying to get in the lifeboats that are already full, and someone has to cut their fingers off with a butcher knife. In our story, a paralyzed paretic named Perkins, paralyzed from the waist down anyway, is the instrument of destiny. Somebody gives him the knife and tells him what he has to do. By the rocket's red glare, a cry goes up from the tilting deck. Bodies hurtle around the boat. A hand reaches out and closes on the boat side. Spring-like, Perkins brings down the knife. The hand slips away. Finger stubs fall into the boat. Atta boy, comrade, don't let 'em swamp us. The crew pull on the oars. Perkins works feverishly, cutting on all sides. His false teeth fly out with the speed of a snapping snake. He snaps them back into his mouth. Bastard thunder bitches, bastards thunder bitches. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Barbara Cannon showed your reporter her souvenirs of the disaster. A life belt autographed by the crew and a severed human finger. Oh, she said, I feel sort of bad about this old finger. For the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you. This folkloric text is from the Federal Narcotics Hospital at Lexington, Kentucky. There is an exclusive wing of Lexington reserved for the do-rights, who are considered good rehabilitation prospects. They get better rooms and more medication, a much slower withdrawal. The do-right always shows up with letters from his employer, clergyman, congressman. You know the type, falls all over himself to light the boss's cigarette. The doctor walks into the ward. Rather warm in here. As one man, the do-rights break out in a sweat and rush around opening windows. A bit cold in here, isn't it? Immediately, the do-rights see their breath in the air, snatch blankets and bundle themselves up to a chorus of chattering teeth. Front office, brown nose, fink to the bone. Doctor, when I die, I want to be buried right in the same coffin with you. You're the finest, the most decent, the most deeply humane man I've ever known. Putting you down for additional medication, son. Thank you, doctor. Pusher should receive the death penalty. If such stuff are do-rights made. It's the old army game. From here to eternity, get there firstest with the brownest nose. While down in the dim gray wards and day rooms where the do-wrongs hawk and spit and shiver and vomit, fucking Croker wouldn't give me a goofball. He asked me what the American flag means to me, and I tell him, soak it in heroin, Doc, and I'll suck it. He says I got the wrong attitude. I should see the chaplain and get straight with Jesus. And then, with the tears streaming down their lousy pink faces, the do-rights leap up as one man and bellow out the Star-Spangled Banner. More folklore. Daddy Longlegs looked like Uncle Sam on stilts, and he ran this osteopathic clinic outside East St. Louis and took in a few junkie patients. For 2 notes a week, you could nod out in green lawn chairs and look at the oaks and grass stretching down to a little lake in the sun. And the nurse moves around with a silver tray feeding the junk in. We called her mother, wouldn't you? So Ben went and after a rumble and Dallas involved in this aphrodisiac ointment, and Doc goofed on ether and mixed in too much Spanish fly and burnt the prick off the police commissioner. So we come to Daddy Longlegs to cool off, and we find him cool and casual in a dark room with potted rubber plants and a silver tray where he likes to see a week in advance. The nurse shows us to a room with rose wallpaper, and we have this bell. Any hour of the day or night, just ring, and Mother charges in with a loaded hypo. One day we are sitting out in the lawn chairs with lap robes. Fall day, leaves turning, sun cold on the lake.
Doc picks up a piece of grass. Junk turns you on vegetable. It's green, see? Now, a green fix should last a long time. So we check out of the clinic and rent a house, and Doc starts cooking up this green junk. And the basement is full of tanks, smell like a compost heap of junkies. So finally he draws off this heavy green fluid and loads it into a hypo big as a bicycle pump. Now we find a worthy vessel, he says. So he flushed out this old goofball artist and tell him it is pure Chinese H from the Ling Dynasty. And Doc shoots the whole pint of green right into the main line. And the yellow jacket turns fibrous gray-green and withers up like an old turnip. And I say, I'm getting out of here, me. And Doc says, an unworthy vessel, obviously. Withdraw from the case. Actually, I've been reading a lot of these doctor books lately, and Benway sort of shines as a model of competence and responsibility. Compared to what actually goes on in hospitals. Well, here's a sort of a typical doctor. This is one of the better of the lot, Mike Todd. So anyway, he has fallen for a young nurse, and he has proposed, and she has accepted. Then she comes down with bone cancer. They have to take off the left leg. Scalpel's crossed, it hasn't spread. Does he still want her? She tells him to take 5 days and think it over. He does. With bleak clarity, he sees the years to come. Oh, yes, he can see where his own interests are involved. He is striding towards surgery, a big man on complex now. It takes guts to practice surgery, he says, and it sure does. Striding towards surgery, though the patient is clearly terminal. He would operate on a mummy. And she is shamming along on a new prostatic. Will you shake the lid out? I'm doing the best I can, darling. Why don't you go back to her crutches, he thinks irritably. Aloud, he says, Why don't you jet propel on your stinking farts? Admittedly, his words are somewhat unkind. But cancer does stink. Of course, it is not her fault that she is in this disgusting condition, or is it? His mother always said, son, in this life, everyone gets exactly what they want and exactly what they deserve. People tend to believe it so long as they are getting what they think they deserve. Incongruously, Mike thinks of an old joke, the eternal traveling salesman, protagonist of the eternal dirty joke. The salesman spots an attractive woman in the club car. As fate would have it, she is in the lower bunk just opposite his upper bunk, and he has given her the eye. She takes off her wig. She pops out a glass eye. She spits out her false teeth. She unhooks her wooden legs. Looks up at him pertly and says, Is there anything you want? You know what I want. Take it off and throw it up here. He starts laughing, you see, and she demands to know why, and finally he tells her. She hits him with her prosthetic, requiring 5 stitches. Yeah, he's been thinking it over, darling, and it's Colonel Bradfield's job to investigate the practical potentials of ESP, sorcery, witchcraft, the lot. He doesn't give a shit for natural laws or what is and isn't possible. All he cares about are results. Bring me the ones that work. What you bring this old beast in here for? A withered old man dressed only in a loincloth, stiff with yellow piss stains, stinking like a snake cave in spring.
sits down in a leather armchair. Fumigating the chair will be inadequate, the colonel decides. He's a natural chief. He can throw an operative curse. I don't doubt he can kill by proximity. He's got a good track record, Chief. Sure, and 80 years in the making. So how'd he get that way? To be a magician, you got to be inhuman in some way. Easiest is to eat your own shit and eat it steady. You eat it in and shit it out and eat it in again. It gets eviler and dirtier, a stink nobody can smell and live. But who am I to be critical? Trouble is, it just isn't practical. But Chief, no way can be traced to us. The hell there isn't. You think the Ivans aren't into this shit up to the ass? They can make up the evidence. We all do it. No way to trace it. Big deal. 80 shit-eating years to turn out an old human centipede. Can throw a curse if you hold him steady on target. I can train an agent in hours with untraceable poisons and toxins. Electronic devices to produce arrhythmical heartbeats. But Chief, we can't just throw a thing like this away. And indeed, where can we throw it? It's radioactive. Get it out of here for starters and take the chair out with it. Kim has never doubted the existence of gods or the possibility of an afterlife. He feels that immortality is the only goal worth striving for. He knows it is not something you automatically get for believing in a dogma like Christianity or Islam. It is something you have to work and fight for like everything else in this life or another. The most precarious, short-sighted, and arbitrary immortality blueprint was drafted by the ancient Egyptians. First, you have to get yourself mummified, and that is very expensive, making immortality a monopoly of the truly rich. And you also need a reservation in an accredited necropolis. So all the new rich is trying to crack a good necropolis, you see, like a good country club. The whole society revolves around death. Extraordinary. All their art was funerary. And then your continued existence in the Western lands, that's Egyptian paradise, is entirely contingent on the continued existence and welfare of your mummy. That is why they had their mummies protected by potent curses and hid good. And also, you have to know the right names. Page after page in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, you shall not pass until you pronounce my name. There is plain G.I. Horse. He's got enough vitality to survive his physical death. That's known as the first death. He won't get far. He's got no mummy, he's got no names, he's got nothing. So what happens to a bum like that, a nameless, mummyless asshole? The demons will swarm all over him at the first checkpoint. He will be dismembered and thrown into a flaming pit where his soul will be utterly consumed and destroyed forever, while others, with sound mummies and the right names to drop in the right places, sail through to the Western lands. However, there are some second-class souls who just barely squeeze through. Their mummies is not in a good sanitary condition. These creeps are relegated to flophouse accommodations just beyond the last checkpoint, where they can smell the charnel house disposal ovens from their skimpy balconies. You see that sign, the bartender snarls, "Maggoty mummies will not be served here." Might as well face facts. My mummy's going downhill. Cheap job to begin with. God, maggots is crawling all over it, the way that demon guard sniffed at me this morning. Transient hotels. So here you are in a luxury condominium deep in the western lands. You got no security. Some disgruntled former employee sneaks into your tomb and throws acid in your mummy's face, or sloshes gasoline all over it and burns the shit out of it. Uh-oh, someone is fucking with my mummy. And brother, you are fucked. Mummies are sitting ducks. No matter who you are, what can happen to your mummy is a pharaoh's nightmare. The dreaded mummy bashers, grave robbers, scavengers, floods, earthquakes, fires, explosions. My God, the worst thing can happen to a mummy. All mummies is strong pacifists. No nukes is good nukes to a mummy. Consider the impasse of a one-God universe. He's all-knowing, all-powerful. He can't go anywhere since he is already everywhere. Can't do anything since the act of doing presupposes opposition. His universe is irrevocably thermodynamic, having no friction by definition. So he has to create friction, war, fear, and death to keep his dying show on the road. Sooner or later, look, boss, we don't have enough energy left to fry an elderly woman in a flea bag hotel fire. Well, we'll have to start baking it. Joe looks after him sourly and mixes a bicarbonate of soda. Sure, start baking it and leave the details to Joe. Look, from real disaster, you get a pig of energy. Sacrifice, heroism, grief, separation, fear, and above all, violent death. Life in all its rich variety. So from an energy surplus, you can underwrite the next one. But the first one is a fake. You can't underwrite a shithouse. Try to explain to Almighty God where his one-God universe is heading. Asshole doesn't know what buttons to push or what happens when you push them. Abandon ship, God damn it, every man for himself. Like the great Gatsby, Kim believes in the green light, the orgiastic future. He believes in a magical universe, unpredictable, spontaneous, alive. A universe where anything is possible. A universe of many gods, often in conflict. So the paradox of an all-knowing, all-powerful God who nonetheless permits suffering, evil, and death does not arise. We got a famine here, Osiris. What happened? Well, you can't win them all. I'm hustling myself. Can you give us immortality? I can give you an extension, maybe. Take you as far as the first checkpoint. You'll have to make it from there on your own. Most of them don't. Figure about 1 in a million. And biologically speaking, that's very good odds. I think we might all believe in a magical universe because that's about the only thing that could save spaceship Earth at this point. A miracle. Thank you. The hospital lavatory has been locked for 3 hours solid. I think they're using it for an operating room. Nurse, I can't find her pulse, doctor. Dr. Benway, cardiac arrest, goddammit. He looks around, picks up a toilet plunger. He advances on the patient. Make an incision, Dr. Limp, he says to his appalled assistant. I'm going to massage the heart. Dr. Limp shrugs and begins the incision. Dr. Benway washes the suction cup by swishing it around in the toilet bowl. Nurse, shouldn't it be sterilized, doctor? Very likely, but there's no time. Sits on the suction cup like a cane seat, watching his assistant make the incision. You young squirts couldn't lance a pimple without an electric vibrating scalpel with automatic drain and suture. All the skill is going out of surgery, all the know-how and make-do. Did I ever tell you about the time I performed an appendectomy with a rusty sardine can? And once I was caught short without instrument one and removed an uterine tumor with my knee. That was in the upper effendi, and besides, the wench is dead. Dr. Lamp, the incision is ready, doctor. Dr. Benway forces the cup into the incision and works it up and down. Blood spurts all over the nurse, the doctors, and the wall. The cup makes a horrible sucking sound. I think she's gone, doctor. Well, it's all in a day's work. He walked across the room to a medicine cabinet. Some bestial drug addict has cut my cocaine with Sandy Flush. Nurse, send the boy out to fill this RX on the double. Thank you.